asked the man. He sounded cold and lifeless now. There was no inflection left in his voice. His breaths were shallow, like his diaphragm could no longer push enough air out of his mouth. Jason. The man's voice became distorted, past what I could ever possibly try to describe. It was similar to someone choking or gargling on some thick liquid. It hurt my heart to hear somehow, but it was talking to me through the distortion. I didn't know what it was saying. The phone line cut. It was eerily silent around me now, and then it dinged on me. I whipped the envelope out and scanned the rules for anything mentioning a phone. I read, Rule 13.
Oh, that's a pretty
If
good
the
one.
phone in your station begins to ring, you must answer it. Answer any questions it may ask. If it hangs up before you do, resume duties. If it asks for your name, do not answer. Hang up and resume duties.
I
My heart
need.
dropped.
Okay.
I really had nothing
Oh,
running
the
through my
plan
head
was
right
to
at the
go.
moment, other than dread. From the silence came a
Destroy
knock
that.
at the room's door.
I'm getting electrical parts right
I flipped
now.
around instantly to face
But
it.
the plan was to go to
Before
each
taking a step
traders
forward,
and
I
see what
looked
they
at the
got for
paper with
sales.
rules again. Rule 14. There was
Mainly
knocking coming from the door to your
just
room.
to see if they have any
It is most likely the result of not following one of the previously mentioned
schematics
rules.
or books that I
Refer
may
to Rule 7.
need.
If the handle to the door begins to jiggle, refer to Rule 10. I looked
But
up
yeah,
at the
we're
door.
back with
The
creepypasta.
handle to the door had silently been turning, and I had not noticed. I gasped and
So
dropped the
let's
envelope
actually
somewhere
just
on
go
the
back
ground
home
from
real quick.
surprise. I instantly shut my eyes and crouched down, trying to find it by feeling the ground. I heard the door start to creak open, its metal hinges squeaking. Planting both hands on the carpet, I prepared for what was about to unfold.
Oh, it's
What I
staring at
felt
me.
at first was a strange aura,
Day 34. I
began
think the next
seemingly
Fortnite
colder
is
inside the
tomorrow,
room.
actually.
but
Wait, where's my
body
bike?
remained
Okay.
warm. Strange sensations coated my arms and legs, behind weird tingles.
I
You would expect to
also
find a spider crawling
off
on you,
camera I
but
unlocked
there's nothing there. My head felt unfathomably hot compared to the other parts
Grease
of my
Monkey
body.
level 4, or I could get avionics for this
That's
too.
when it spoke.
But
Its voice was reminiscent
I'm gonna
of
try to get
that
the
of
4x4
thing
truck
that
now,
spoke to me on the phone.
just because it has a ton
However,
of
it
storage
was not
space,
gargling. It had the same vocal tone as the thing on the phone.
so I don't have to make as
but
many
this
trips.
time, it spoke with an inflection.
Alright, here it is.
an
These
accent.
actually, you
It
might just go
sounded
around looting these, cause
human. Hey,
look, there's
It's
another Magnum
okay.
schematic. I got a Magnum
Open
schematic
your
from one before,
eyes
and I got another
and
one right
come
now.
with me.
And another chili dog.
He repeated that phrase several times.
I could actually just
and
sell
then,
these, honestly.
almost as if it were replaced by why I wasn't responding.
You know what? Let's do that.
It
Let's go
started
around and loot
speaking
all of
again,
these
This time in German.
newspaper
And then,
stands, because they're
in what
actually
I
really
assumed to
good
be
for
Russian. And
I
then,
guess
in an
mailboxes
Asian
too.
language I did not recognize. And then,
for
I went
books
silent.
and schematics.
But the feeling in my body was still present, along with the intense
And if you
cramping
don't
in my
know,
muscles. I did not dare
you know
open
what?
my eyes.
I'm gonna turn down YouTube a bit.
I remained in my crouched position for what seemed like an eternity.
And if you don't know, if you actually just take out, well, you actually have to take out everything in a lootable thing like these for the items to respawn in 7 days, or whenever you have the item respawn set. I have it as 7 days. But yeah, yep, our 5th Horde Night's gonna be tomorrow. So right now I'm just gonna loot. Okay, I don't think there's gonna be any out here. Loot these newsstands, and then go to each trader to see what they have. Did I loot these already? Yeah. Let's just pick from the ground. Let's go over here. Kill the radio. I don't think I've done that. And also, you know what? I think we're gonna actually do some missions too. That's what I think we're gonna do. We're gonna see what they have to trade first. Needle and Thread Volume 3. That's what I need. Yeah. Now I can craft military fiber stuff. Let's see. Where is it? I just saw you. I was just on you.
That illuminated room was the one I was in. The label of the monitor read hallway 4.
There we go. You can craft military clothing. Dope.
It seems I was mistaken.
Spear Hunter.
master from earlier would start asking questions again. But I dialed him in 3 times.
Ouch.
The telephone began to sound. After 3 times, the voice of a young man came through. Hello, I'm this representative speaking. He spoke with a distinct southern accent. Hey, there's a, well, in hall number 4, there's a room with a light on. I responded, trying to keep it together. He almost stopped a bit, and then retorted. Is that truly abnormal? There are consequences for calling this line without a reason. I did not until his turn. No one listened to me. I have seen my fair share of damn abnormal tonight. Don't you try to tell me. I gave in after my one sentence verbal assault. We'll send someone over. However, I don't think that Southern Mass ever sent anyone. I never saw anyone walk through the hallway for the next 20 minutes.
Alright, let's just go to the trader.
I guess I'll figure it out myself, I thought. Before leaving the room, I remembered to grab the baton that sat in the bin in the corner of the room. Before opening the door, I peered out, looking left and right as if I were crossing the street, and I headed over to hallway 4. Nothing seemed out of place though. The doors were open, and the lights remained off. I guess I made it this far. Might as well do my second patrol. Through the rest of my patrol, I encountered 2 other rooms described in Rule 5.
I don't have anything to sell right now.
I heeded the warning of the rule and simply walked past the room
Alright, let's just
without
put some stuff away.
investigating inside. Those rooms were truly strange though. Walking past the room, it sounded similar to the inside of a populated mall or train station, where there was a lot of bustling. I took a quick glance inside one of these rooms as I passed it in the hallway. Through the darkness, I could see movement, but I could not relate it to anything I could comprehend. It had the form of a black mass swirling around. Moving on,
Can sell
down a
these.
flight of stairs. I'll do an extra good job and continue on.
Alright.
Moving on, I walked down a flight of stairs, figuring
I think our steel should be done.
and continue on.
Oh, not yet.
Everything seemed darker down there, but it was reminiscent of a copy of the ground floor from what I could remember.
Make it like 50 more.
Made a small squishing sound while walking. The floor seemed to be slightly flooded by a thin layer of water. I felt like I had a bad night blindness down there. My flashlight seemed to be losing power as well, or something to that extent, because the beam flickered the further I walked. It smelled of old, rotten wood and rusty metal. It was also quite humid, like an indoor swimming pool. I felt some of the water from the pools soak my windshields. My hands were starting to get clammy, and the air seemed to get heavier with each step, compressing my chest.
Alright, let's not watch the live stream. Let's watch Mr. Creepypasta, the OG. I tried shooting a found footage movie, horror movie.
When I say that my roommate Jack is an amateur director, I'm making it understand. I mean, going into this little project because he literally had no experience. I don't know why he thought that this would be a good idea. I couldn't tell you how his brain works, but it all began one boring night in my college building. It was a weeknight. Couldn't be fucked to get started on
Sell
the
that.
weekends, so we decided to watch the Blair
Sell
Witch
that.
Project instead.
And sell that.
Must have been one of the last people I've ever hadn't seen me back. He loved it.
I wonder if there are any perks that increase my XP gain.
About how he could probably make something similar to it and go up. Fuck studying. I could do it. How hard could it be?
Let's check real quick. I don't think so.
Back down to reality.
I think it would be an intelligence, right?
Thankfully,
Maybe
we ended
not.
up dropping the topic a few days later. At least that's what I thought at first. As soon as we'd finished our final
I don't think
exam
so.
and the year ended, he came up and asked if I wanted to be in the new film that he
What
was
does this do?
directing.
Pot shot. You can hit the broadside of a barn and do 10% more damage with
Do you
rifles.
even have a decent camera? Script?
Hmm.
Dude, relax. I have everything, he said, seemingly trying to hold back a grin. I guess he really thought that this was a get-rich-quick
Oh, this is a good one.
Look, can you just do it? I don't want to pay.
Salvage tools.
I literally asked everybody I know, but I'm still missing one
Gains
character.
20% more resources with a wrench. Actually, that's pretty good.
Insulted that he expected me to do this for free, or that
I thought it would give me more resources from
I left him. I just gotten some incredibly shitty news a few days prior.
Harvest 40% faster and gains 40% more resources. No, okay. So I thought if you broke something down, it would give you more resources. But I guess not. I'm trying to penetrate. What is this?
Steph wasn't lying when he said that he figured
Firearms archery.
he'd borrowed
Pretty
a
good.
fairly decent camera from his uncle.
All right, we'll look into it when we have more skill
There's a
points.
small abandoned town on
Ironbreaker mod. I read that. Sell that. Sell that. Sell that. All right. How far is that? I think it just leveled up. I did. Cool. Did I go for it? Haven't seen that. Oh! Gotta remember about these holes.
I'm so incredibly skeptical about how this film is going to turn out.
Ooh, it's in the
In all
snow.
honesty, I was expecting
That won't be too bad. We'll sell these first and then we'll go check it out.
these thoughts were only born when Jack had moved the train. I hadn't witnessed it. Hell, William asked.
Bruh.
What are we supposed to do in front of the camera then? Just act natural, Jack responded. You think the Blair Witch
Got
Project
things
was-
respawn here? No, I gotta empty these.
I mean,
Forgot.
probably did, Nick chimed in. Jack just continued. Whatever, look.
Is there anything else I can
if we read
search?
off the script, then it runs the risk of
Shuttle
something
bus.
not so. This town's apparently fuck. Just go along with the vibe. Do you at least
I'll take
have
these.
some kind of story in mind? I asked him. Yeah, of course. 4 friends are documenting their vacation in Italy. One day, while at a bar in a small town, they're told about an abandoned place near the coast where some weird shit always goes down. Being extremely skeptical, they all go and check it out. And then,
Ooh, sugar bus.
you won't even
Bartering
know any
10%.
prosthetics or anything. It'll be
I'll take that.
psychological horror, where
Hackers.
something's clearly wrong,
Salvage
you figure out
harvest.
what exactly just
I
acts
could take
here.
that too. Jailbreakers. Lockpicking
They
success.
seemed to satisfy
That's alright, I
me
don't even need it.
later, but I could
Alright.
tell that they also thought
Cool.
that deep down, he sounded like shit. Whatever, I thought.
Oh, and we're also gonna take some more quests. Alright, Macy inventory. Go and sell everything.
For the first week, we just went and dicked around Sicily.
Oh wait,
All that damn
sugar butts.
talking and goods, and that's all
This is
you
supposed to be
buy?
the
Shut
first
up, bro.
movie. However, we kind of went in the filming part.
Here we go.
In other words, the footage looked like ass. Good enough. These are the unimportant parts anyway. Who cares? Was all that Jack said when they watched it back. I mean, he was the director. After that, we decided to finally get to work. Jack had the idea of incorporating some locals into the film, with their consent, of course. We entered a bar in a small
No
town.
refund.
9,000.
Deal done. Now beat it,
Jack smiled
fucker.
nervously,
What do you have for me, boss?
trying to explain to him what we were trying to do. Halfway through Jack's painful interpretation of
Hmm.
foreign language, the guy interrupted him. All right, kid, I can speak English. What the hell is it?
Impact driver, maybe. It's only.
So we're shooting a horror
Level
film.
1.
4 guys on vacation in Italy. In this one scene, we're sitting at a table in a bar discussing. where
Now
we're
you
going
have
to go
little
next.
shotgun
One of
turret,
us brings up the abandoned coastal town near
pump
here. We
shotgun,
decide that
pipe
would be fun for the
rifle,
story. That's when you
fireman's
jump in.
almanac, shotgun
Say something
messiah. I'll take
bullshit
shotgun
about
messiah.
how we shouldn't go.
Might as well
There's
take
a
fireman's almanac.
black-eyed demon who lives there. Or
Yucca
something.
juice and contact
We'll be
grenade. I'll take
doing
the
this for
contact
free, but
grenade.
If this
I
thing
have
becomes
some, right,
big,
yeah.
I'll wire you some money. Just give us your contact information.
Might as well.
After Jack spiel, the man just looked at him for a while, mouth agape. Then he chuckled. Kids are ballsy. Tell you that. Wayland raised his eyebrow. What do you mean? The man then looked at us. as if we thought
Gunpowder,
he was the
maybe?
biggest thing in the world.
Nah.
Telling you guys didn't do
Oh,
any
look,
research.
damn. Burning shaft mod. I don't need that.
The man
Mushroom
seemed to
spores. I
contemplate
don't need
something for a
that.
second before replying.
And then these are all the ones I sold him.
Not too many people around here even know about it. News wouldn't report what really
Oh,
Take
you
a
want a
quest.
guarantee, huh? Well, maybe you should try Shamway.
happened. What do you mean? I asked.
Well, come to
He glanced over at us with somewhat of a morbid expression.
up your ass.
Bro,
The reason
what?
the place is abandoned. The story was a fire caused the evacuation. However, only 2 houses actually burned down.
learn just for to hit your targets to maximize damage. Shotguns do 10% more damage. Dope. All conditioning. All the conditioning and extreme temperatures are giving you 10% greater hyperthermal resistance. Dope.
Something you guys aren't ready to understand.
Craft that and craft that. Alright. Let's go check out this supply job.
The man turned back towards the bar and just started sipping his beer again. He was sitting in a double shot. Jack stepped back up. Dude,
See how well we fare in the cold.
Like, on film this time, the guy turned around. Kid, are you stupid or something? He threw some bills on the counter and got up. That's why the news is filled with stories of people like you fucking up somewhere. Take my advice. Just like that. Now, no one wanted to admit it. The whole conversation did get us a bit spooked. Jack just wrote it off as some guy trying to scare us. Again, just breathe. In retrospect, listening to Jack's mental gymnastics to kind of justify why this was still a good idea was probably our biggest mistake. We managed to shoot the scene with the help of some other tourists. Didn't seem to know anything about the towns. We made up a story about how an insane religious zealot performed some
Look at all these rocks on the floor. Oh, that's a bear.
Things seemed to come together quite nice. The whole time we were shooting, this one scene he shake his head somewhat solemnly. We headed back to the motel and we planned the trip out the next day. The story that we created was imaginary. The guys go there and mess around for a few hours with nothing extraordinary happening. As they're about to leave, they spot some weird symbols that have been spray painted on the walls and floor of one of the buildings.
Miso soup.
Back, things just keep escalating until they start going insane. The film was supposed to end with one of us standing in the water at night, rocking backwards in a jerking motion towards the camera. Sounds more porn than scary, right?
Mm-hmm.
At this point, we were too deep in to back out. We made a drive out there and rented a car the next morning. We got in directions off of Google Maps, but the main road to the location was blocked for whatever reason. Because of that, we had to find a detour. Eventually, we did manage to reach it. It took around 2 hours.
Here's a bounce.
In the morning, there was wooden barriers in the place. It really looked like they were trying to keep people out. I started questioning the legality of this. However, Jack quelled these concerns by telling us about a film shot entirely in Disney World without the park's consent, so we just kept on. Besides, this was such a small, insignificant place. We walked around for a while, trying to map out where everything was. It was an easy task, and the place was quite small. We could walk end to end through the town in about 10 minutes. The man in the bar was also there. 2 houses seemed to have been burnt down. Most of the buildings, while empty, having moderate signs of environmental damage, looked to be perfectly fine. In fact, the place didn't give off much of a creepy vibe at all. We filmed for a few hours before we called it a day. I have to say, it was honestly coming together better than I thought it could. As it turns out, Waylon was quite the actor. Nick and I also managed to hold our own. In addition to that, Jack's camera work wasn't terrible. Wasn't good.
So, Grandpa's awesome sauce.
Quite authentic and on par with
And then a bundle of farm pond.
He must have taken a few classes.
Alright.
As the sun began to set, we decided to wrap it up.
That's alright. I'm pretty sure I've already had all those, but alright.
As we were about to leave, I decided to take a look at one of the prizes.
Maybe I won't do the trader right now. I think I'm gonna focus on making the truck right now. And then doing a few quests. Let's focus on the quest, and then we'll focus on the truck at night.
First I thought they must have been due to the crowds. I mean, there couldn't have been anybody else here.
Dude, my thing looks so awful. I really can't fix this?
I realized something much stranger.
Give me 1 second, guys.
The footsteps seemed to have sunken in, as if somebody took a heavy weight shaped like the bottom of a shoe and pressed it into the floorboards. This is weird, to say the least. Not that weird, not enough for me to think about it too long anyway.
Oh, there we go. Let's go. My game looks good now. Alright, my game was all pixelated and looked like doo-doo. But now, it just fixed. Alright, perfect.
At that point, we'd even gotten around 45
I searched those, right? I think I don't think I did, actually. I'm sure they're on that side. Or did I? Hup. Nope, I haven't.
Nobody else noticed.
Drop that. I'll take that. Drop that. And drop that. So A's to use, right? Yep, there we go.
First it just appeared to be a splash, but that's what caused it. Curious, I saved the footage and watched it closely. In the background was pretty blurry, and the splash was only in the shot for a few seconds.
Ooh, trigger group.
I could have sworn there was something behind it.
Burst mod.
Almost like a figure.
So yeah, mailboxes and those newsstands are pretty good
It made no fucking
for
sense.
schematics and books.
I was telling myself it was a trick of the light, my overactive imagination, or something. Still couldn't stop thinking. I thought about telling the others, but I know they wouldn't think anything about it. Especially Jack. It seemed to have gotten a lot more serious after that. My suspicions were confirmed when night came. Getting ready to head out of
I think I already
stop. Look,
rated the working stiff.
let's stay here for the night. Pack sleeping bags, pack some food. Fuck that. Why would I want
Yeah, I need to get those tier quests up, because I'm already on day 34, and that trader still has tier 1 quests for me. I need to get those tiers up. Zip coffee? Nah. Truck? Nah. Oh, this isn't even at a building, it's just in an area. Alright, bet. This is fine, it'll give me some XP too.
Imagine it. A car's broken down the street. Try to start it. It won't go. So we start arguing with each other. Okay. Oh, it's your fault. Oh, it's his fault. That kind of shit, right?
Passing gas. Oh no, it is at a building.
One of the houses.
Oh, and there's an ATM there.
Sometime during the night, you wake up
And
to
I
see
could take the
three
fuel
faces
from here.
out the window. You see
Or
three
not? Okay.
crouching behind the bushes or something. Tell me that doesn't sound fucking amazing. While it didn't sound like anything original, this is the movie needed. The others protested at this before eventually coming to a consensus. I also reluctantly agreed. However, I sure as hell wasn't.
Really don't have time for this, but
We moved into our houses, we set up our sleeping bags there.
it might reset it so I can do it again. Oh god. Ouch.
The more tired you are, the more real it'll seem. I had to hand it to him at that point.
That's alright, I'm okay.
At about 1 a.m.,
Oh, you're not dead. Now you are. Alright, forget it. Let's just start it.
He'd also be the figure crouching behind the bush. We were planning to shoot and edit the scene with all 4 of us watching inside the house later. Groggily, I got Jack put on his scared voice.
You're not dead.
Yes,
Nice.
As Waylon writes,
Nice. I could sell this, right? How much is it worth? 101? I'll take it.
The hell is that?
I don't even know what I want to respawn from that. Nothing.
Jack responds. Sounds like it's coming from somewhere near the
Yeah, I don't really need anything from these. I just need the loot pools. Yeah, I'll just grab that.
Someone in the bushes. He paused for a second.
Yeah, I just don't really have anything. Get some electronic tools parts over here. Alright.
Changed drastically. Put the camera down and turned back to us. Guys, what the fuck is that? His voice had gone completely sober at that point. After all. In addition to that, his face had gone completely. Confused, I just kept the act up.
Uh-huh.
I'm being fucking serious. Look, out of the sea. With a sense of dread creeping into my psyche, Mike and I did what he said.
Oh god.
You gone?
And that's it.
There's nothing.
No, it's
Are you
not.
kidding me? Jack pushed him out of the way and started scanning for himself.
What the? How do I get down there?
I heard him out. However, as I kept observing the water, I noticed something rather peculiar. And frighteningly familiar.
Where are the rest of the zombies?
So I was able to make out
Hello, zombies.
splashes. Large ones, and they seemed
Am I missing
close.
something?
Suddenly I remembered the splash from the found footage that I'd been looking at earlier. You can.
How the heck?
Although he had a
Do I have to destroy this?
He didn't protest and just handed it over. I turned it back on and started filming the splashes. Fuck this. There was a figure moving through the water,
No.
coming towards us. It also seemed to have some kind of
Yeah, it doesn't look like I'm gonna get through that anytime soon. So how the hell?
When I zoomed in, it was apparent that it was wearing some old-looking deep-sea diving gear, but without a helmet. The weirdest part was when I tried to focus on the details of its face, I couldn't.
Oh, there we go.
The camera didn't have the capability.
I'll take
I
that.
couldn't take it. It started stinging water in it. I'd have to turn away, but from the split seconds that I managed to sneak a look, the face appeared to be distorted for a sense. Almost like it was that of a typical man, but pass through multiple filters of some sort.
Alright, here we go. Let's go. Alright. Split it up. I'll take that. I'll take all that. I don't need that actually.
How is it? Jack and Waylon asked me to leave the mission. I gave them the camera and they took turns witnessing what I just
That,
seen.
that. Scrap that.
I'd ever heard come from him. What the
Scrap
hell are you
that.
guys doing? I heard Nick call from the bushes. He was looking up at us, holding his arms up. I watched in horror as large footprints started appearing in the beach behind him. Run to the fucking car! Was all I could manage to get out. He flinched for a second before turning around to witness sand being manipulated by an invisible force. He bolted right after
Take that.
We didn't even bother rolling up our sleeping bags. We just ran like
I'll
hell
scrap
out of there,
these
being
actually.
the slowest of the bunch. I was the last one to leave the house we were
I don't
in.
really need
Out
food
with
or
my mad
drinks.
dash towards the vehicle, I slipped in some pebbles and crashed to the ground, scraping my wrists. As I reeled from the pain, I swore that I was able
Popping
to
pills
somehow
is
sense
all we
presence
know.
coming towards me. It's hard to explain.
I'll take them, I guess.
The air around me began to feel hostile. In addition to that, I could hear multiple voices coming towards me. None of them were distinct. They all seemed to be blending together, forming a disturbing cacophony of noise. And the worst part of it all,
Alright, I'm gonna put a scope under the pack mule.
I remember just sitting there trying to prop myself up.
4 additional
My arms
items.
are moving
And
like
that should be my
a
entire inventory. Yep.
also felt like I was being dragged
Or
down
not?
into the
I'm
earth.
still encumbered by
2
one?
seconds later, I heard
Damn.
the sound of pavement being crunched behind me.
Alright, let's get back to
Closer
the
and
trader and
closer
get
it
one more
got, more and
quest.
more it felt like I was
I think that's all I'm gonna have time for.
hell. My vision started blacking out before I snapped out of whatever trance I was in. I watched as a bright light flew past and hit something behind me. The suffocating disharmony of voices suddenly stopped and was replaced by a loud, guttural grunt. I looked up to see Jack standing about 30 meters away, holding a flare gun in one hand and a camera in the other. I took the chance and scrambled up, dashing towards the car. I got in and we sped the hell out of there. We decided to end the trip early. As soon as morning comes, we're taking the next flight out of here. The rest of the guys
Can't sell these,
finally
huh?
drifted off to sleep. And I just can't. That
Farm
feeling
block.
of sinking terror as the thing approached me. I can't stop thinking about it. Camera when I was sitting to the floor. Knowing how that we weren't sure and there were answers out there that I prayed before. I could see the water splashing, the concrete crumbling under its force, me paralyzed on the ground, but that goddamn thing was just not there.
Nello Church. Dun dun.
I haven't quite updated everything as my life continues to normalize. So I appreciate you guys sticking with me. Honestly, I see all of your comments and support.
Okay, so this is Mr. Creepypasta right now. I mean, it was alright. Creepypastas really don't hit the same as they used to. It is just for like, I feel like it's just for like high school kind of kids.
And as always,
Alright.
to everybody who's working on waiting
True crime.
and I thank you all so
Machine. Man beheaded and cannibalized, I think I seen that one. The Predator within the Christian church, I think I seen that one. The Cornrake murder. Let's keep watching creepypastas. The Machine. I downloaded an experimental artificial intelligence. Nah. Let's listen to The Backrooms, the Icarus Equation. Alright, let's listen to this one.
The following recordings are part of the Daedalus operation, a top secret experiment taking place in authorized by
Is there some
only authorized members may
So
visit.
that, so that.
spend it all in one place?
I woke up in an empty room.
Oh, I get.
My head is pounding. My heart feels like it dropped into my stomach.
Um,
My eyes took a few
let's
moments
just
to
kick
adjust
the
to
shotgun
the
ammo, I guess.
As I look around, nothing really makes
I get another one.
The room is ordinary, drab and colorless place. It's
Ammo crafting bottle.
kind on the wall.
What's that?
The four hallways trail off.
So,
Just
Oh, I
You don't
wore
buy
it.
something next time,
Nah, give
I'll
me
shoot
that.
you.
Nothing to indicate where I am or how long I've been.
So let's go ahead and sell that. Sell that.
I take a
Sell
moment to
these. I
examine
can just
myself
craft
in those
these.
few
Sell
wounds,
that. Sell that.
one of which resembles a Roman wound. 14,
That's basically it, huh?
to be exact.
Then you
My
still
left
have
tattoo
all
is
this
wide,
stuff you have.
there's an ankle monitor on my right leg that sticks behind me. I sit up and I try to recall.
Yeah, let's
No
just grab
refunds.
another.
Deal's done. Now beat it, fucker.
Buried supplies. Fetch. Fetch.
Coming back to me.
Let's do
The past
fetch.
is a blur except for pain.
This.
I
Ah.
got
I
just
can
the
recall faint
job for a
voices.
simple
Let's do the nearest one.
Myself.
Some days I don't even know why I open the doors. Hey, jerk, you need some work? I'd say it's.
I finally decide to stand and pop my back, noticing that my clothes were ripped from prison uniform.
I'm on the other side.
Understand where I am.
Oh, did they respond?
Penitentiary.
I think they did.
I decided my best option was
Scrap,
to
scrap,
explore
I'll take
and learn
those.
as much as I could. Maybe find someone else
Okay.
that could help explain things.
I guess there's that. I guess
Unfortunately,
just
there
that
was nothing to
respond.
indicate which way I
And
should
so did
go,
this.
so
Okay, I guess everything
passed
respond
the
right
coin
now.
and chose to go to the path on my immediate
Scrap.
right.
I could sell that right now.
The hallway
Let's go and
felt
sell
endless,
that. And also let's open this up.
Occasionally, the box lights flickering.
Or I could just
corners
open.
flicker in the distance as
Alright, I'll keep the paper. Fuck it.
eventually I wound up in another room mirroring the first. In fact, I wondered if
All right, now that we're done
All
doing
right.
business,
Oh
get
god,
out
it's
of my
getting foggy.
store.
carpet, ceiling, and everything else looked no different. I tried the path on my left this time, arriving at another empty room.
Oh, I was supposed to
about
sell
20
that.
minutes later,
Put all this away.
down to test
Away,
it,
away.
trying to figure out if
Away,
I
away. Away, away.
there
Away.
were tools I could use to attempt
I could just go scrapping for those. I don't really need beer. I don't ever drink Recog, honestly. I could just sell it.
placing it near to the
Put that
right.
away, put that away, that.
I mentally counted as I began to walk away, keeping my hand on the wall until I reached the next wide open zone. There was no shoe to be seen. And for a brief moment, I
Away, away.
realizing that maybe I could continue on in the same direction and find a way out. I started towards the corridor directly opposite of me. I renewed the spirit in my bones as I thought of escaping the maze.
Oh, you want a guarantee, huh?
Soon an hour
Well,
passed.
maybe you should try Shamway.
Then another.
Shamway.
Going straight into the path.
Alright. Let's go fetch this.
I took another break and rubbed my sore bare foot. Wishing I hadn't ever considered walking left.
Free manure.
As I was about midway through the corridor, I turned back around and decided to make camp in the previous open area. As I came back to the zone, I felt my heart skip a beat and I saw something. As the same shoe had started eyes. No path traveled so long in one direction as it had. Some kind of a spaceship pursuit. The more I've been trapped here, the more I recognize that it's not a normal prison. Something beyond my comprehension brought me here. I was arrested against one of the concrete floor. The stillness across the corridors made me feel on edge, despite the fact that I hadn't seen anything else since my life. I closed my eyes and tried to ignore the deafening silence and I listened to my own heartbeat. Perhaps I remember the same.
There's apartments. I remember these apartments.
Just as I was about to fall asleep, something unexpected happened. A noise like rain falling from heaven, and lightning. I jerked my head up, trying to figure out what it might be, and a small black opening slid apart from one of the tiles, revealing an empty tunnel above my head. It was like a drop chute. I stared up at it for a moment, wondering if there would be any way that I could climb up the was a surface.
Palabooks.
There's no source of light, no indication that I could even grip onto the side. Not to mention I had nothing to use to make it to the tunnel that was approximately 10 feet above my head. But then I heard a strange noise from somewhere above. The rushing of wind. I saw something amid the shadows and I panicked. Before I had time to react, the newcomer fell directly on top of me, knocked the wind out of my lungs. I closed my eyes in pain, their body weight making my entire lower half ache as I tried to find a way to push them off of me. And then I got a good look at the stranger that unceremoniously dropped in here with me. He was a woman, probably a little younger than me, wore the same drab jumpsuit, monitor on her skin. conscious, but clearly stable. Noticed they had a marking on their wrist, much like mine. One numeral higher. 15. I had no idea what any of this meant, but it did at least confirm that someone, something perhaps, had trapped us here. If we survived long enough, perhaps we would find out, I thought.
Alright, dope. Simple. Easy. Can't drop from here.
Confusion and worry covering her face. Then she saw me and began to push herself away, frantically looking around the empty room. What do you want from me? What is this place? Prison.
So I could probably turn this in and then
Raised my hands defensively to show that I meant no harm. I'm stuck here.
accept one request and do it.
I made her examine her own clothes and realize I was telling the truth. How long have you been here? I wish I knew the answer. These days I've been wandering around here for 6 hours.
Oh, story about the back rooms where somebody else meets somebody. Yo, what's up, Jibber Jabber? How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. We're listening to the Backrooms, Icarus equation, or the Icarus equation. Not really sure what it's about. Haven't really been paying attention, but it seems like there's a boy and a girl that are stuck in the back rooms, and they found each other. Alright, I have all these. I'll take the mod.
Always stretch towards more areas like this. That are
Any jobs?
equally bland. Nothing of interest as far as
Look,
Do another fetch.
say I'm surprised.
Trader wrecked.
Good luck, kid.
saw you drop from the ceiling.
Keep all
Just
this.
get the fuck out of here.
Wow, uncalled for, bro.
Dropped in like a rap lab maze. Funny.
Funny.
Remember anything about before? Before she could respond, both of us were startled by a sharp noise from our left. It sounded like a mixture between a vacuum cleaner and a bulldozer, loud enough to make me temporarily cover my ears. Has that ever happened before? She asked as the sound stopped.
Bob's
No.
Boars.
We started down the corridor.
Carl's Corn.
I kept the
Oh,
door in front of me to give her a bolt of sense of security.
well, this is the same place.
You call me paranoid. This place. I always made sure that she was okay. At the next empty area, we heard another noise. This time to our left, and Lucia looked at me to see if we were going to follow. I didn't really see any other options at this point, so we did. As we walked, Lucia told me about it. I've been down here for a while. When my father and mother died in a car accident, I was fortunate to have them.
My father and mother died in a horrible accident, and yeah, just casually dropped that. Alright. Fuck it, I'm just gonna bust her here.
I was surprised by her cancer. I was,
I'll take that. I'll take that too.
second generation.
Ow! Ow! I got it.
The noise sounded like it was almost on top of us, and both of us saw something coming down the corridor.
Get
At
all
first it looked
that.
like a wall of black slime radiating and grabbing at the sides of the hall.
What do I have on right now?
As it got closer, I realized it was
Nah, I'd rather
actually
that.
rock stone, with hundreds, if not thousands, of
Take
skulls
that.
and body parts forged into its amalgamation, and it was slowly working its
that.
way towards us. That's
Short carpets, huh?
It's new.
10?
I said, my throat feeling dry as I took a step back. Lucia didn't need to be prompted. We ran back to the nearest open area and stayed there, trying to figure out if the strange demon wall was following us. All we heard was the noise.
Saw that.
Strange wails of the souls of the dead, trapped and trying to fall to us. I said, I was sure the creature would appear in the room that we were hiding in, and Lucia nodded before pointing toward the west corridor. We ran down it, listening for the sounds of demonic beasts as we reached what looked like a metallic grating. When we got up to it, I bet down.
How do I get up there?
Might be an air vent. Might be our ticket out of here. Or it could be another trap. I don't trust it, she argued.
And I'm just gonna build up
This is
there.
the first chance of freedom that I've seen all day. Okay, we have to give it a shot. I insisted as I tried to find a way to pry it open, but without proper tools, I could tell it wasn't gonna work. Do you think maybe that monster might be able to destroy this thing? I mean, if we lured it here? I asked. It can wind up killing us. Would you rather keep wandering the wasteland? I sat down next to the air vent, determined to give the plan a shot. Damn, do I need to pee? If I could confront that thing and use it to get out of here, then I'll give it a try. Lucia sighed in frustration and sat down.
I could have just climbed up here from the start, bruh. Is there anything in this building? Anything worthwhile? Nah, it looks like no. Whack. There's no hidden stash anywhere?
Small talk. Speculated. May not be the work that I've done. Well, I'm British, so I'm sure she means. Lucia said as she stretched her legs on the rough carpet. I mean, like humans. You know, everything that you see
Activate metal keypack. What does this do? Oh, okay, here it is.
Because I need answers.
Vandalier mod, reload 50% faster. Does not stack. I think I already have one. Yeah, I do. I could sell it though, I guess. Nah, I don't want it. Can I sell this?
I scrambled up to see a follower behind
Just
me
scrap it
muttering,
and scrap that.
The sound of the wall grating against the side of the corridor made my ears hurt, but I wasn't focused on that. Instead, I wanted to see what happened as the
Eat
mangled
this.
arms of the monster ripped into the wall. He was tearing into the fabric, destroying it completely. If we could get that thing to slam its
Ammo
claws
pile.
on the
Take
vent,
that.
we could get a chance of getting it to snatch it up, I told her. The thing was so close, I was still breathing, and I was certain the wall of flesh had a heartbeat.
Take all
Lucia
those.
hesitated for a moment, then began to run.
And let's go home.
Where are you going? I shouted. She was long gone. I cursed silently to myself as I felt the edge of the wall hit my foot and looked down towards the drooling amalgamation of skin and bone. It could smash me.
Did I search these ones already?
I stood right against the vent and waited for its claws to slam down before moving out of the way, but I wasn't fast enough. It just slashed against my back and I fell down in pain before my wings opened up to the air.
What is
Another
this?
blow like that and I would be dead. And the wall was about to cover me. Then I heard shouting. Lucia, hey you big lug, over here! She was waving something to attract the monster's attention. And as it turned, the vent pried open. And I heard the gasp of fresh air below. You have to hurry! I shouted as I saw the vent was trying to close shut again. Go, find a way out of here! And come back for me! She yelled back as she ran down the corridor.
Yeah, right.
The monster crawled its hefty body towards her, just barely giving me room to squeeze by towards the open vent. The hole below my feet was pitch black, but the time for second guessing myself was over. I jumped down into the abyss. I could feel the rush of air hit me as I slid down into the hole. I tried to hold back the urge to yell and wondered how far down I would go before hitting anything. The sensation of free fall was so jarring. After a long moment, even the memory of up or down seemed impossible to comprehend. There was nothing as far as the eye could see. Still fell. Now just I closed my eyes and tried to listen to any sound.
Did these respawn?
I could hear faint whispers. Sounding like something from an endless database. Numbers being whispered into the abyss. They were being read off so fast I couldn't comprehend what they meant. And then before I could even try to memorize any of them, I saw a bright light below my feet. A rush of sensations overpowered my body just as I slipped to the floor. And right before I hit the carpet, I saw an older woman with gray braids and dark skin, and then I blacked out as my body crumpled against the ground. When I woke up, out the doorway and I saw the same familiar drab area. Except
Why is it so fucking dark in here?
the walls were covered in writing, the same numbers that I had heard whispered in that endless fall.
Is my gamma
They were everywhere.
reset?
I walked out to get a better look and I
No,
saw that
my
the woman was
Brian's
busy
is all the
using
way
her
up.
long fingernails to scratch more numbers into an empty space.
I'm gonna put paper in here.
A
Fuck it.
name also constantly appeared amidst the equations. Pickles. I turned around to try and understand
Oh, come
more
on,
about
bro.
the surroundings of the small room that I'd been resting in seemingly disappeared. The woman turned to me, her eyes sparkling with questions and a hint of madness.
Okay. Battery in here.
The name that she had inscribed 1,000 times. This place
It's in here.
built for it.
Here.
She answered. I moved
Armor.
closer to her, trying to see if she had a numeral on her arm or a monitor. She had neither. You're not a prisoner? We're all prisoners now, son, she told me. So, then you were in charge. Tell me more. Tell me what we can do to escape. It doesn't matter.
I need a turret in this room, man. Bruh, what are you doing? You're making me destroy my own house. God.
Scrawling on the walls. I clenched my fist in frustration. Listen, you old
Yeah, I'm
hag,
gonna put
I
a
don't
turret
wanna die
here.
here because of you. She didn't seem to understand why I was angry and pushed me back with more strength than I expected. I see the truth.
So.
I did my best to draw in my breath
so-
and calm down. She was starting to make sense of it. I didn't want to lose
Keep
this
this.
chance.
Sell
Our
this.
conversation. Clearly, she knew more about this place than and I needed to find out why. She led me down one of the nearby corridors, and I followed like an obedient and loyal dog.
There, mods. Mods.
It was like it had been jabbed away so much. I couldn't tell where she began.
Sell.
How long have you been here?
Eat.
Really doesn't
Store.
matter, she responded.
And then I'll just put the
I
mod
sighed and tried a
here.
different approach as we approached the
Okay,
new
that's just
room.
gonna be in my inventory.
The area was completely fresh, untouched by her mangled nails. You've been working on a mathematical theory of some kind, right? You said it was to create something important. She nodded.
Alright.
Down.
Chassis.
I did
4x4.
too, instinctively.
Are you know what? Let me get this
A
SMG turret.
stained ring that was large enough for several grown men. They're used
I'm
to
gonna
it.
put it
Now,
here. Somewhere here.
we're all part of it. All designed to die. And
Oh,
what
that's
did
not what I
you
wanted to
create?
do.
Before I could get an answer, I heard a powerful roar, and the hair on the back of my neck stood up. It was larger than anything I could imagine. I grabbed the woman to free her. She planted her feet down and remained as still as a tree. We cannot run. It's pointless. Death
Nah.
benefit in the ending. Zero sum.
I don't think this would be a good place.
The only solution to provide
No,
something.
you need to be like right, like
She finished her words. I heard the strange voices again amidst the walls. Were those the lost souls?
Like
of
this
others
corner
that
right here.
died to the mad whims of the experiment.
right here.
The noise of the monster grew
Like
closer.
right here,
I
exactly.
was running out of time. We can't just sit here and die. That won't solve anything. There must be another way, I told her. She was frozen. Paralyzed in fear for what has to come. How many times has she seen this play out? Was that why she felt so hopeless? Was this why she felt our destruction was inevitable? But still, I wondered, if all those people had died, why had the maze spared her? What secrets did she hold? I need you to tell me more. I can help you.
Tell me more, tell me more.
She didn't respond. She didn't even blink. Just as I was about to grab her by the shoulders and shake her like a doll, I felt myself being lifted up into the air. I looked down and saw my body was being nearly crushed by a giant's hand. It was covered in strange brown moldy warts, and then I turned and I screamed. It had the face of a bull split open with the mouth of a shark. Its body was exposed and revealed a stuffed gullet full of other corpses, all of which were writhing and struggling to break free. And it was drawing me closer to the writhing dagger-like blades that were inside of its splintered mouth. It began to force my body into its grinding teeth as I screamed for help from the woman. She was at least 10 feet below me as I felt it snap and break my legs. The pain was excruciating, and yet I still couldn't pass out. All I could do was beg for this monster to stop. And she was
Pull this
smiling.
away.
And then my head got bent and snapped as the crushing jaw of the beast ripped into my neck, and darkness covered me. I was inside its throat, my body stretching and contorting in ways that nothing could be possible.
All right, truck.
I should have died. That darkness felt like death, but
Chassis. 250
I was
steel.
somewhere between life
Do
and
we have
death.
that?
The pain was there for what felt like hours. Pain and suffering. It lingered as I found myself meshed with others in a net
Okay.
of sinew and bone.
Where'd I
I
leave
screamed,
everything?
clawed,
Steel,
and left
that,
my
that,
battered
that.
body. I tried to fight it off, but I felt more like a cog in a machine.
That, and maybe some more
It's
plastic.
fear that would obey its master.
Let's take that as well.
Finally,
Oh,
the
and
voices
that's
returned,
go back.
this time louder than ever. They were screaming
To our
the
mini
endless
bike.
numbers into my ear, and then it was like everything was gone. And I heard
All
the
that.
numbers in my head, all around. The only thing that seemed to survive my transition into the afterlife. Or to
Duct
whatever
tape.
hell was next for me.
And leather.
The numbers were going backwards this time. I felt my body being pulled back into a single, cohesive form. I felt like I was just flying.
I don't think I have enough duct tape.
My bones healed, pushed
don't.
together. My neck snapped back.
Can make duct tape, right?
The pain was
duck.
extracted like poison being sucked out of an open wound.
Gluing
It
cloth.
was nothing. I felt everything all at once, and then I had a memory of a time before I was here. I couldn't make sense of everything, but I saw faces that felt familiar, like a dream where you know the memories are trying to push together to make a picture, but he's out of sight. But I saw dozens of people. We were standing near a door connected to a white space. We were talking and explaining the numbers. But
So
I couldn't hear
accessories.
what we were saying. Felt like we were
Iron
on the cusp of
pipe. I
discovery,
need
and
more
then
electrical parts. Got a
Chaos
mechanical
came and ripped us to
spring.
shreds.
So iron pipes. Okay.
the people melted into the floor,
What did I just make?
and I was sunk into the white nothing. That had been what happened right before my arrival here. How?
Shot iron pipes.
I don't know
Springs.
what was that.
Here, there's my electrical parts.
Suddenly, I was in an open room again, much like the first one. And as I looked down at
Headlights.
my legs, I saw that the monitor on my
I need more
ankle
short
was
iron
active
pipes.
still. But the number on my arm had changed.
Get headlights in here too.
Red
Oh, I have these in here.
16.
Wheels, nice.
Had I died
Perfect.
that many times, my memories being stripped away piece by piece as I was destroyed and forced to live and survive. To the side of my left, there was a backpack now. Inside, there were small tools, including a knife. Considered plunging it into my chest to end this agony, but I feared I'd be resurrected again with less to work with, so instead I used it to work on my ankle. I wondered how it had gotten there, or if it had been there all along. The maze seemed to be alive, taunting me to keep pushing forward in my efforts to learn. Knowledge felt meaningless, though. Only survival mattered. The other tools felt useless in the maze, but I decided to go through them anyway. So sketch pads and journals, small bits of food. So I realized, despite how much time had passed, I'd never felt hunger.
I need a turret out here too.
Certainly could have been hell, I thought as I worked at the ankle monitor at night. It's almost completely off. My skin is bloody and I'm dizzy from the experience. I felt so faint. I think I should have moved on as soon as the monitor was gone. Move and find a place to hide. before it
Wheel,
gets lost.
engine, and a lead car battery.
I'll leave the weapon here in case
I should have it right now.
my soul drops in its cage.
See the best lead car battery I have. Yep,
Don't
6.
bleed out in the maze as I wander. Hope for escape is all that I have left of me. So I may slip away soon.
Okie dokie.
End recording. File under dateless test. Subject number
These are pretty lame.
15 and 16.
Let's listen to Jeff the
Continue
Killer.
the process of
See if it still holds up.
Excerpt from local newspaper.
This is Mr. Creepypasta? 11 years ago? Wow.
After weeks of killings, the ominous unknown killer is still on the rise. After little evidence has been found, a young boy states that
The retelling, huh? Hell yeah, I'm down with it. By Banning K? Damn. He has a whole playlist dedicated. Jesus. Alright. Nah, let's listen to the original and then maybe we'll listen to the rest. Damn, it's been for almost an hour now.
From local newspaper.
Okay.
Ominous unknown killer still at large.
Now
After weeks of
accessories.
killings, the ominous unknown killer is
Nice,
still on the
nice.
rise. After little evidence has been found,
And I
a
just
young
need
boy
the
states that he
accessories.
survived one of the killer's attacks and bravely tells his story. I had a bad dream and woke up in the middle of the night.
So I have a motion sensor, right?
I saw that
I have
for
a
some
few.
reason, like someone was watching me. I looked up and nearly jumped out of my bed. There,
50.
in the little ray illuminating from my curtains,
Storm is coming from the game, jeez.
were a pair of two eyes. These weren't regular eyes, they were dark, ominous eyes. They were bordered in black. And just plain out terrified me. That's when I saw
I think I'm gonna need another battery bank too.
a long,
Do
horrendous
I have one
smile
anywhere?
that made every hair on my body stand up.
No.
The figure stood
I have a relay though.
watching me. Finally, after what seemed like
Put
forever,
right here.
he said it. A simple phrase, but said it in a way only a madman could speak. Go to sleep.
Go to
I let out a
sleep.
scream. That's what sent him at me. He pulled out a knife, aimed at my heart, jumped on my bed. I fought him back. I kicked, I punched, I rolled around, trying to knock him off me.
Oops. Not even
That's when my dad burst in with his 12-gauge shotgun. He aimed it at the man. He almost got him. But before he could pull the trigger, the man leapt out to the side. The man threw the knife in a Bowie knife style into my dad's shoulder. He let go of the gun. The man probably would have finished him off if
Eight.
one of the neighbors hadn't alerted the police.
Six, please.
They drove into the parking lot and ran towards the
So what
door.
am I gonna need for the
The man
SMG auto
turned and ran
turret?
down the hallway.
I could make it
Red
SMG5
smash.
fully.
Like glass.
But it'll only be level 2, I don't need that. Okay.
As I came out of my room, I saw the window that was
I'm gonna need
pointing
more
towards the
steel
back
for
door
sure.
was broken.
Yeah, just steel.
I looked out to see him vanish into the distance. I can tell you one thing. I'll never forget that face. Those cold, evil eyes. That psychotic smile. They'll never leave my head. Police still
I'm
are on the
gonna
lookout for
take
this
my
man.
truck to the old
If you see
town
anyone who
road.
fits the
I'm
description
gonna
in the story,
drive till I can't no
contact your
more.
local
RM.
police
Ouch! What's with the hard freaking thunder? Okay,
department.
no,
Jeff and his
that was
family had
from.
moved into the new neighborhood.
Okay,
His dad had
that's
gotten a
from
promotion at work.
the
They
video.
thought it would be best to live in one of those fancy neighborhoods. Jeff and his brother Lou couldn't complain though. A new, better house. What was not to love? As they were getting unpacked, one of their neighbors came by. "Hello," she said. "I'm Barbara. I live across the street from you. Well, I just wanted to introduce myself and to introduce my son." She turned around and called her son over. "Billy, these are our new neighbors." Billy said hi and ran back to play in his yard. "Well," said Jeff's mom, "I'm Margaret. This is my husband Peter, and our two sons Jeff and Lou." They each introduced themselves, and Barbara invited them to her son's birthday. Jeff and his brother were about to object when their mother said that they would love to. Jeff went up to his mom. "Mom, why did you invite us to some kind of party? You haven't noticed. I'm not some dumb kid." "Jeff," says his mom, "we just moved here. We should show that we want to spend time with our neighbors. Now we're going to that party, and that's final." Jeff started to talk, but stopped himself, knowing that
No, I
can't
need the
do
oil.
anything. Whenever his mom says something, it's final. He walks up to his room and plops down on his bed. sits there looking at the ceiling when suddenly he gets a weird feeling. Not so much a pain, but
What am I
a weird
missing?
feeling. He
Steel.
dismisses it as if some random feeling. He hears his mom calling him down to get his stuff.
You're gonna
He
need more
walks down
handgun
again.
parts too. Can I make handgun parts? No, I can't.
The next day, Jeff walked down the stairs to get breakfast and get ready for school. As he sat there, eating his breakfast, he once again got that feeling. This time it was stronger. Gave him a slight tugging pain. He once again dismissed it. As he and Lou finished breakfast, they walked down to the bus stop. They sat there waiting for the bus, and then, all of a sudden, some kid on a skateboard jumps over them, only inches above their laps. They both jump back in surprise. Hey, what the hell, kid? The kid landed and turned back to them. He kicked his skateboard up and caught it with his hand. He wears an Aeropostale shirt and ripped blue jeans. Well, well, well. Looks like we got some new meat. Suddenly, two other kids appeared. One is super skinny and the other is huge. Well, since you're new
Iron,
here,
mechanical
I'd
parts,
like to
electrical
introduce
parts.
ourselves. Over there's Keith.
Probably just need one, honestly.
Jeff and Lou look at the skinny kid. He has a dopey face that you would expect a sidekick to have. And he's Troy. They look over at the fat kid. Talk about a tub of
I
lard.
need a switch.
This kid looks like he
to
hadn't
have.
exercised since he was crawling. And I, says the kid, am Randy. Now, for all the kids in this neighborhood, there's a small price of bus fare. If you catch my drift. Lou stands up, ready to punch the light out of the kid's eyes, when his two friends pull a knife up at him. I had hoped you'd be more cooperative, but it seems we must do things the hard way. The
Okay.
kid walks up to Lou and
Need
takes
more
his
relays,
wallet
too.
out of his pocket. Jeff gets that feeling again.
Electrical parts.
No, it's
Unfortunately, that's
truly
useful.
strong. Burning sensation. Stands up, but Lou gestures him to sit down. Jeff ignores it and walks up to the kid. Listen here, you little punk. Give back
Oh, I
my
don't have
bro's
space.
wallet or else. Randy puts the wallet in his
Okay,
pocket
these.
and pulls a knife. Oh? And what you gonna do? Just as he finishes his sentence, Jeff pops the kid in
Fuel.
the nose. The kid reaches for his face. Jeff grabs the kid's wrist and breaks it. Randy screams and Jeff grabs the knife from his hand. Troy and Keith rush him, but Jeff's too quick. He throws Randy to the ground. Keith lashes out at him, but Jeff ducks and stabs him in the arm. Keith drops his knife and falls to the ground screaming. Troy rushes him too, but Jeff doesn't even need the knife. He punches Troy straight in the stomach.
Hey dog, you wanna
Goes
come
down.
into my house? Come into
He
my house.
falls, he pukes all over the place.
Where do I have the motion
Lou
sensor?
can do
Right
nothing
there,
but
huh?
look in amazement at Jeff. Jeff, how did you...
Simple.
Oh,
Ouch.
They see the bus coming, and know they'd be blamed for the whole thing, so they start running as fast as they can. As they run, they look back and see the bus driver rush over
Ouch.
to Randy.
Ah! Ah! Safety
Jeff and Lou
turret.
make them scream. They don't dare tell what happens. All they do is say
Ah!
and listen. Lou just thought of that as his brother beating up a few kids, but Jeff knew it was more. It was something scary. As he got that feeling, he felt how powerful it was, the urge to just hurt someone. He didn't like how it sounded, but he couldn't help but feel happy. He felt that strange feeling go away and stay away for the entire day of school, even as he walked home due to the whole thing near the bus stop. And how now he probably wouldn't be taking the bus anymore. He felt happy.
Nice.
When he got home, his parents asked him how his day was. He says, in a somewhat ominous voice, "It was a wonderful day." Next morning, he heard a knock at the front door. He walks down to find two police officers at the door, his mother looking back at him with an angry look. "Jeff, these officers tell me that you attacked 3 kids, that it wasn't a regular fight, and that they were stabbed? Stabbed, son." Jeff's
Yeah,
gaze
he'd be
fell
like,
to the
nah,
floor,
that wasn't me.
showing his mother that was true. "Mom, they were the ones who pulled the knives on me and Lou." "Son," says one of the cops, "we found 3 kids, 2 stabbed, 1 having a bruise on his stomach, and we have witnesses proving that you fled the scene." Now what does that tell us?
Yeah, well, maybe I ain't good at your job.
You could say him and Lou had been attacked, but there was no proof it was not them who attacked first. They couldn't say that they weren't fleeing because, truth be told, they were. So, Jeff couldn't defend himself or Lou. Son, hold on your brother. Jeff couldn't do it, since it was him who beat up all three of the kids. Sir, it was me. I was the one who beat up those kids. Lou tried to hold me back, but he couldn't stop me. The cop looked at his partner. They both nodded. Well, kid looks like a year in juvie. Wait, says Lou. We all looked up to see him holding a knife. The officers pulled their guns and locked them on Lou. It was me. I beat up those little punks. Have the marks to prove it. He lifted up his sleeve to reveal cuts and bruises, as if he were in a struggle. Son, just put down the knife, said the officer. Lou held up the knife and dropped it on the ground, put his hands up and walked over to the cops. No, Lou, it was me. I did it. Jeff had tears running down his face. Huh, poor bro trying to take the blame for what I did. Well, take me away. The police led Lou out to the patrol car. Lou, tell them it was me. Tell them I was the one who beat up those kids. Lou's mother put her hand on Jeff's shoulder.
Alright, let's do some more quests.
Jeff, please, you don't have to lie. We know it's Lou. You can stop. Jeff watched helplessly as the cop's car sped off with Lou inside. A few minutes later, Jeff's dad pulls into the driveway, seeing Jeff's face and knowing something's wrong. Son, what is it? Can't answer. His vocal cords are screaming and crying. Instead, Jeff's mother walks his father
This is
inside
much faster.
to break the bad news to him. As Jeff leaps in the driveway, after an hour or so, Jeff walks back into the house, seeing his parents were both shocked, sad, and disappointed. He can't look at them. He can't see how they think of Lou, and it was his fault. He just goes to sleep, trying to get the whole thing off his mind. 2 days go by, with no word from Lou at JDC. No friends to hang out with. Nothing but sadness and guilt. That is until Saturday, when Jeff is woke up by his mother with a happy, sunny face. Jeff, it's the day, she says as she opens the curtains and lets light flood into Jeff's room. What's today? Says Jeff as he stirs awake. Why, it's Billy's party. Jeff is not fully awake. Mom, you're joking, right? You don't expect me to go to some kid's party after. The long pause. Jeff, we both know what happened. I think this party could be the thing that brightens up the past few days. Now, get dressed.
Damn, this is all I can
Jeff's
spare.
mother walks out of the room and down to get herself ready. Jeff fights himself to get up. He picks up a random shirt, pair of jeans.
I don't think you have anything I need, honestly. Tripwire
Sees his mother
posts.
and father all dressed up. His
Nah, I
mother
don't
in
need
a
that.
dress, his father in a suit. He thinks why they would ever
I
wear
could have
such
bought some
fancy
motion
clothes to
sensors,
go
but
to a
honestly,
kid's party.
nah. I'll buy these electrical parts on
Son,
that.
is that all you're gonna wear? Says Jeff's mother.
I think-
Better than wearing
oh,
too
that's
much.
39K. I was gonna say as long as it has, I'll buy it, but nah.
His mother pushes down the feelings to
Crippler
yell at him
mod,
and hides it with a smile. Jeff, we
steel,
may be
nah, I can mix
overdressed,
steel.
but this is how
Military
you go if you
gloves,
wanna make an impression.
military vest.
Says his father.
That's pretty good.
Jeff grunts
The
and
light
goes back
armor
up
is
to his
worse
room.
than mine, though.
I don't have any fancy clothes, he yells down the stairs.
We'll see.
Just pick something, says his mother. He looks around his closet for what he would call
Ammo?
fancy, and he finds a pair of black dress pants.
Yeah, why
for
not?
special occasions,
I'm in a spending mood.
and an undershirt. He can't
Oh,
find
no,
a
I'm
shirt
not.
to go with it though. He looks around and finds only striped and patterned
No
Yeah, nah.
refunds.
none of
Deal's
which go
done.
with
Now
dress
beat
pants.
it.
Finally, he finds a
Alright.
white hoodie. It's lying on a chair. He puts it on. He walks downstairs to find his parents are all ready.
You know what I
You
need to
wearing
make? I need to
that?
make hatches.
They both say. His mother looks at her watch. Oh, no time to change. Let's just go, she says as she herds Jeff and his father out the door. They cross the street over to Barbara and Billy's house. They knock on the door, and it appears Barbara, just like my parents, way overdressed. As they walk inside, all we see is adults. No kids. The kids are out in the yard. Jeff, how about you go out and meet some of the kids? Says Barbara. Jeff walks outside to the yard full of kids, and they're running around in weird cowboy costumes and shooting each other with plastic guns. He might as well be standing in a Toys R Us. Suddenly, a kid comes up to him and hands him a toy gun and a hat. "Hey, mister, you wanna play?" he says.
I need to do some repairs.
No, kid. I'm way too old for this stuff." The kid looks at him with that weird puppy dog face. Does the kid? "Fine," says Jeff. He puts on the hat and starts to pretend shoot kids. At first he thinks it's totally ridiculous, and he starts to actually have fun. But it's the first time he's done something that takes his mind off of Lou, so he plays with the kids for a while, until he hears a noise. Weird rolling noise. And it hits him. Just as it does, Randy, Troy, and Keith all jump over the fence on their skateboards. Jeff drops the fake gun and rips off the hat. Randy looks at Jeff with burning hatred. "Hello. Jeff, is it? We have some unfinished business." Jeff sees the bruised nose on his face. "I think we're even. I beat the shit out of you and you got my brother sent to JDC." "Oh no, I don't go for even. I go for winning. You may have kicked our asses that one day, but not today." As he said that, Randy rushes Jeff. They both fall to the ground. Randy punches Jeff in the nose, and Jeff grabs him on the ears and headbutts him. Jeff pushes Randy off of him, and both rise to their feet. Kids were screaming, parents were running out of the house. Troy and Keith both pull guns out of their pockets. "No one interrupts or guts will fly," they say. Randy pulls a knife on Jeff and stabs him in the shoulder. Jeff screams and falls on his knees. Randy starts kicking him in the face.
What the?
After 3 kicks, Jeff grabs his foot and twists him, causing Randy to fall to the ground. Jeff stands up, walks towards the back door. Troy grabs him. "You need some help?" He picks Jeff up by the back of his collar and throws him through the patio door. As Jeff tries to stand, he is kicked down to the ground. Randy repeatedly starts kicking Jeff until he starts to cough up blood. "Come on, Jeff, fight me!" He picks Jeff up and throws him into the kitchen. Randy sees a bottle of vodka on the counter and smashes the glass over Jeff's head. "Fight!" He throws Jeff back into the living room. "Come on, Jeff! Look at me!" Jeff glances up, his face riddled with blood. "I was the one who got your brother sent to JDC, and now you're just gonna sit there and let him rot in there for a whole year? You should be ashamed." Jeff stands up. "Oh, finally you stand and fight." Jeff is now on his feet, blood and vodka on his face. Once again he gets that strange feeling, the one in which he hasn't felt for a while. "Finally he's up," says Randy as he runs at Jeff. That's when it happens. Something inside Jeff
You need a better pistol, man.
snaps. His psyche is destroyed. All rational thinking is gone. All he can do is kill. He grabs Randy and pile drives him into the ground. He gets on top of him and punches him straight in the heart. The punch causes Randy's heart to stop. Randy's gasping for breath.
Jesus.
Jeff hammers down on him, punch after punch. Blood gushes from Randy's body until he takes one final breath and dies. Everyone's looking at Jeff now. Parents, the crying kids, even Troy and Keith. Although they easily break from their gaze and point their guns at Jeff. Jeff sees the guns trained on him and runs for the side. As he runs, Troy and Keith let out fire on him, each shot missing. Jeff runs up the stairs. He hears Troy and Keith follow up from behind. As they let out their final round of bullets, Jeff ducks into the bathroom. He grabs the towel rack and rips it off the wall. Troy and Keith race up, knives ready. Troy swings his knife at Jeff, who backs away, and bangs the towel rack against Troy's face. Troy goes down hard, and now all that's left is Keith. He's more agile than Troy, though, and ducks when Jeff swings the towel rack. He drops the knife, grabs Jeff by the neck. He pushes him against the wall. A thing of bleach falls down on top of us from the top shelf. It burnt both of them. They both started to scream. Jeff wiped his eyes as best he could. He pulled back the towel rack, swung it straight into Keith's head. As he lay there, bleeding to death, he lets out an ominous smile. "What's so funny?" asks Jeff.
Need repair
He
kits.
pulled out a lighter and switches it on. "It's funny," he says, "since you're covered in bleach and alcohol." Jeff
I could
laughs.
use
He throws the lighter
high
in.
machine gun, honestly.
As soon as the
Might
flame
be
made
better
contact
than,
with
might
him,
just
the
be better than
flames
pistol,
ignite the
honestly. Yeah, and I
alcohol
think I'm
in
gonna
his
use this.
While the alcohol burned him, the bleach bleached his skin. Jeff let out a terrible screech as he caught on. He tried to roll out
Yeah, I
the
think I'm
fire,
gonna do
but
that
it was
instead.
no use. The alcohol made him a walking inferno. He ran down the hall, fell down the stairs. Everyone started screaming as they saw Jeff, now a man on fire, drop to the ground nearly dead.
Nah,
The last thing Jeff
it
saw
uses
was his
7.62,
mother and other
so
parents trying to extinguish the
let's put it
flame.
back. What's it gonna do?
Passed out.
I don't know.
When Jeff woke up, he had a cast wrapped around his face. He couldn't see anything. He felt the cast on his shoulders, stitches all over his body. Tried to stand up. Tube in his arm. When he tried to get up, it fell out. The nurse rushed in. I don't think you can get out of bed just yet, she said as she put him back into the bed and reinserted the tube. Jeff sat there with no vision, no idea of what his surroundings were. Finally, after hours, he heard his mother. Honey, are you okay? She asked. Jeff couldn't
Repair
answer.
kits, that's
His
what I was
face
looking for.
covered. He was unable to speak. Oh, honey, I have great news. After the witnesses told the police that Randy confessed of trying to attack you, they decided to let Lou go. That made Jeff almost bolt up, stopping halfway, remembering the tube coming out of his arm. He'll be out by tomorrow. Then you two will be able to be together again. Jeff's mother hugged Jeff. Those are goodbyes. The next couple of weeks were those where Jeff was visited by his family. Then came the day where his bandages were to be removed. His family were all there to see what he would look like. As the doctors unwrapped the bandages from Jeff's face, everyone was on the edge of their seats. They waited until the last bandage holding the cover over his face was almost removed. Let's hope for the best, said the doctor. Letting the rest fall from Jeff's face. Jeff's mother screamed at the sight of his face. Lou and Jeff's dad stare, awestruck at his face. What? What happened to my face? He rushed out of bed and ran to the bathroom. He looked in the mirror and saw the cause of distress. His face. It's horrible. His lips were burnt to a deep shade of red. His face was turned into a pure white color. His hair singed from brown to black. He slowly put his hands to his face.
Can't put a red dot on that. Sick.
Leathery feel to it now. He looked back at his family. Back in the mirror. Jeff, it's not so bad. Not bad, said Jeff. It's perfect. His family were equally surprised. Jeff started laughing uncontrollably. His parents noticed that his left eye and hand were twitching. Jeff, are you okay? Okay. I've never felt more happy. Look at me. His face goes perfectly with me. He couldn't stop laughing. He stroked his face,
Where
feeling,
are
looking at it in the mirror.
my repair
What
kits?
caused this? They may recall that when Jeff was fighting Randy, something in his mind, some sanity snapped. Now he was left as a crazy killing machine. That is, his parents didn't know. Doctor, said Jeff's mom, is my son all right, in the head? Oh yes, this is typical behavior for a patient that's had a very large amount of painkillers. If his behavior doesn't change in a few weeks, bring him back here.
Where are my
and
repair
give him
kits?
some psychological tests.
Can I make them?
Oh, thank you, doctor. Jeff's mother went over to
Iron and duct tape? That's
Sweetie,
cake.
It's time to go. Jeff looks away from the mirror. His face still formed into a crazy smile. Okay, Mom. Jeff's mom took him by the shoulder and took him to get his clothes.
12 should be
This
enough.
is what he came in. says the
Should
lady at the
have
desk. Jeff's mom looked down
more
and saw the
iron
black
me for repairs and
pants and
also
white
some
hoodie for
scrap
sunlight.
iron.
Now they were clean of blood and now stitched together. Jeff's mother led him to his room and made him put his clothes on. And then they left, not knowing that this was their final day of work. That night, Jeff's mother woke to a sound coming from their bathroom. It sounded as if someone was crying. She slowly walked over to see what it was. she looked into the bathroom, she saw a horrendous sight.
Let's see.
Had taken a knife and carved a smile into his cheeks. Jeff, what are you doing? Asked his mother. Jeff looked over to his mother. I couldn't help but...
Oh, my game just crashed, bruh.
I couldn't keep smiling, Mommy. It hurt after a while. Now I can smile forever.
Jeff the Killer crashed my game. Oh god, guys. Oh my gosh, guys.
Noticed his eyes, ringed in black.
BRB.
His eyes were bordered by black, seemingly never closing. I couldn't see my face. I got tired and my eyes started to close. I burned out the eyelids so I could forever see myself, my new face. Jeff's mother slowly started to back away, seeing that her son was going insane. What's wrong, Mommy? Aren't I beautiful? Yes, son, she said. Yes, you are. Let me go get Daddy so he can see your face. She ran into the room and shook Jeff's dad awake from his sleep. Honey, get the gun, She stopped as she saw Jeff in the doorway holding the knife. Mommy, you lied. The last thing they heard as Jeff rushed them with the knife, gutting both of them. His brother Lou woke up, startled by some noise. He didn't hear anything else, so he just shut his eyes and tried to go back to sleep. As he was on the border of slumber, he got the strangest feeling that someone was watching. He looked up before Jeff's hand covered his mouth. He slowly raised the knife, ready to plunge it into Lou. Lou thrashed here and there, trying to escape Jeff's grip. He said, "Just go to sleep." The county morgue can be a pretty grim and depressing place, especially on a slow, boring day. Even the simplest thing as a routine autopsy can produce results so shocking that a seasoned mortician can have their lunch jump back into their throats.
Alright, I'm back.
Dr. Lay an
Alright. Now let's check out the revamps. Jeff the Killer by Banning K. Read by Mr. Creepypasta. I could use some more water. I'll be back real quick.
The day Jeffrey Woods and his family arrived at their new home, the sky was overcast and the weather was muggy. The gray skies seemed to punctuate his mood. Jeff was not thrilled to be here. Their new home was beautiful, though a true example of his father's newfound success. But still, it wasn't the home he'd known. A week after they'd settled in, Jeff and Lou woke up early. The sky was a crisp and gorgeous blue, and although the Louisiana heat was playing its usual cool tricks,
So I live in
the
Louisiana,
brothers decided that a morning bike ride to explore the area would be just the right ticket to combat the slight pangs of homesickness they'd both been experiencing over the last week. "I miss home," Lou blurted out, as Jeff smeared the salsa on the microwave burrito that would be served as his breakfast.
Microwave burrito,
"Me
baby.
too, Lou, but I guess this is home now, so we just sort of have to make the most of it." "I know, but all of our friends and stuff are back in New Orleans. Remember that building we'd always sneak out on top of, watch the city lights come on? I miss that," he responded, sounding down. "Yeah, ZM Video. The owner knew us and would let us rent R-rated movies without our parents. And he'd always hook us up with a free video game rental if we got a few movies. Yeah, I miss that too. But Lou, we have to.
Where's my wood?
You know, we have to make the most of this. But still, the place just seems so fake. And Mom and Dad still treat us like we aren't even here. Yeah, they do. I was sort of hoping the new house would improve their mood. What can we do? Lou had no answer. Jeff finished his breakfast, and the two boys left the house to mount their bikes and explore around a bit more. As it turned out, the subdivision they moved into was rather close to a cluster of stores and a small shopping center.
Got what we need. Let's go set
Village
up
Shopping
base.
Center was the name of the short row of businesses. Within these were a Pizza Hut, a Chinese restaurant, a tobacco store, a Sprint store, and what Jeff and Lou were most excited about, a video store. We'll have to get Mom and Dad to come down here and open up an account so we can rent movies, Lou mentioned as Jeff flipped a box over to read the description of a horror movie.
No, I need
Shit,
iron.
you're right. Jeff snapped, feeling a bit of frustration at the thought. He knew getting his parents to actually come down here and set up a membership would take forever, since their usual after-work routine was to go off into separate rooms until they got hungry enough to come out and speak. Jeff glanced over at the girl working behind the counter. Maybe I can go over there and sweet-talk her into giving us accounts? He joked. Yeah, right, Jeff. One look at you and she'll probably ban us, Lee remarked back, a smile broad on his face. Oh, you doubt me, little man. Doubt you? The guy who's kissed two girls and almost touched a boob? Never. Please, go on over and lay on all the time. Whatever. I totally could have banged that girl. But her parents came home and... Yeah, last time you told me the story, you said her parents were out of town and her sister came home. Jeff became flustered. While in the process of trying to make yet another comeback, the girl behind the register removed all doubt by speaking to the boys herself. Hey. Are those your bikes? The young woman asked, pointing towards the glass window. Jeff and Lou looked over and saw three boys outside, two of which were riding around in circles on the Wood Brothers bikes. They would spin them around, then jump off, letting the bikes crash into the pavement.
Okay,
Stand them up and ride them again. The two boys riding the bikes were both slim in build, while a heavier boy stood on the sidewalk drinking a Red Bull and watching. Jeff and his brother made their way towards the doors of the video store when the fat kid
and
saw them
also a
coming.
battery,
Jeff couldn't hear what he said to his two friends. He made some sort of gesture while shouting. And the other two boys dumped their bikes where they lay and walked towards the sidewalk.
I was gonna need ammo for the turrets, so...
Those your bikes? One of the two boys asked Lou and Jeff, entering the summer heat. Yeah, why are you riding them? We just saw them there, man. Relax.
No, here's
Maybe
mine.
someone just left them out for us. The same boy responded as two of his friends joined him on either side. Jeff, trying to make a good start here, tried to change the course of this confrontation. Well, they're ours. We just moved here a few weeks ago. We live over on Fairmount Avenue, a few blocks from here. We were just checking out the neighborhood. Jeff hoped that a civil tone could bring things around, but he could tell by the insolent look on the boy's face, this was a difficult gamble. Good for you. You moved somewhere, the fat kid remarked. Oh yeah, Troy, the first boy spoke. They moved into that piece of shit house on that gravel driveway. I was wondering who would move into that place. Yeah, well, Randy, now we know, the big kid, apparently named Troy, replied. Jeff, still trying to salvage the conversation, tried peaceful banter one more time. Okay, so you're Troy and you're Randy. I'm Jeff, this is my brother Lou, and we just moved here from New Orleans. You ain't in New Orleans now, the third boy, who just now decided to speak, remarked. Yeah, and who the fuck said you can call us by our names? Randy asked, that insolent, privileged smile never leaving his face. Jeff smiled and responded to Randy. Well, I guess
Take a
I
medkit
could've called
too.
you a fucking asshole, but I figured that would give you the benefit of the doubt. In that moment,
honey,
a flare of rage replaced the smirk that
vitamins,
rested on Randy's face throughout the entire exchange. The two boys, Troy, and the still unknown third member of his band seemed to be momentarily struck in silence. Perhaps they
All right, let's
were
bounce.
being stood up to. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that language too adult for you? Jeff asked. You, quiet boy. We know this isn't New Orleans, Jeff stated to the slim kid that reminded him of his geographical location. Because if this were New Orleans, you three would have already gotten your asses kicked for touching someone else's shit. The slim kid looked back and forth at his two friends. However, Randy, clearly the leader, seemed to know what to say. Keith, you gonna let that little bitch talk to you like that? Jeff knew this part. And while he wanted quite badly to sock Randy and his pals around, a real concern suddenly invaded his mind. If he and Lou got into a fight in the first week in his new neighborhood, their parents would freak. He could practically hear it now. And while things have been far from perfect in their home, even after the
I need to make a ramp. I could just go directly there. I should just build a new horde base like around here, honestly. I think I might do that.
Jeff looked over the three. very well dressed, very privileged looking suburban kids.
I need to
before
should
him.
have brought some cobblestone
And
rocks so I
it's
could
just-
repair.
You guys are boring. Come
I
on,
think I
Lou.
just
Let them
make
continue
some.
their play dates without us. Lou laughed at that and followed behind his brother towards the bikes. However, Randy and his little gang of would-be toughs would have none of that. They moved to block Jeff and his brother once again. Where you going, pussy? Randy asked, shoving Jeff. Jeff could tell that shove had no real conviction. Randy was trying to figure him out, seeing where his buttons were. He'd push harder eventually, but Jeff swallowed the slowly building anger within him once again. Lou took a bit more exception to the shove. We're going to your mom's house. Me and my brother saved up a couple of dollars from doing chores, and we hear she doesn't charge much. As the words left Lou's mouth, Randy appeared to only register a small portion of it. Randy Hayden had grown up in Mendeville. His father was a partner at a local firm that made a lot of money, something else that Jeff would soon come to learn. Randy and his friends, while the same age as Jeff, had grown up in very different circumstances. They were used to being listened to. They were used to being feared. In fact, Randy, the target of insult, just stood there. It was actually Troy, the fat kid, who stepped forward, fist-balled, eyes squinted in anger. Who are you talking to? Troy shouted and took a wild swing at Lou. Lou, who was both in better shape and had sparred with Jeff a time or two during his time spent boxing, was able to avoid the punch, but just barely. Had that been all, it may have once again ended there. Troy was clearly taken by surprise at Lou's speed and actually didn't attempt another punch. However, these were bullies, kids that ran in a pack for a reason. The skinny one, Keith, stepped around and threw a punch that connected the left side of Lou's face. Jeff had seen enough. He'd been shocked at how quickly this evolved into blows, even though he'd expected it from almost the start. When he first met Randy and his friends, he'd been curious. From there, he developed an annoyance with them, and slowly that annoyance had evolved into anger. However, upon seeing Lou punched, seeing the small trickle of blood form on his brother's lower lip, upon seeing the smug look of satisfaction on Keith's face, that anger that Jeff felt suddenly exploded into a rage that he'd never felt before. Jeff Woods did not hesitate. He stepped forward, his feet automatically falling into the correct stance that he'd learned from boxing classes that his father had enrolled him in, and delivered a powerful right hand to Keith's face. The skinny boy had no time to register shock or pain. The punch caught him by surprise, and his knees buckled. Keith went down to the ground in a heap of confusion and dawning fear. Randy, the so-called leader here, was almost too shocked to move. He'd had quite a lot of experience starting fights, but no real time logged in losing them. He never felt control of a situation slip. He was used to being in charge, so now, seeing one of his friends go down so quickly and easily left him in a state of shock that he had no idea how to address. Troy, on the other hand, seemed to have a plan. Throw another punch. He moved towards Jeff deceptively faster than his weight would seem to allow, and threw two equally fast punches. Jeff, however, had no problem sidestepping both attempts. Troy seemed lost for action, actually dropped his arms as if to say, "Geez, what do I do now?" Jeff had the answer. He moved in, throwing 3 hooks to Troy's stomach. The hefty kid's eyes went as wide as pie pans, a fitting analogy, Jeff thought. He staggered back, clutching his throbbing stomach. Jeff wasted no time and stepped in once more, fetching a sharp punch to the big kid's jaw, causing Troy to promptly fall on his ass. Jeff was reminded of King Hippo from the Punch-Out game that he used to play. He couldn't help but smile. Jeff now turned his focus on Randy. He advanced on the boy, feeling something new form inside of him. He still felt the anger, the rage, actually, and the antics of these 3 assholes. They had the nerve to mess with their bikes, the nerve to insult 2 kids they'd never met before, and of course, the ultimate offense, touching his brother, however mixed in with the rage, was also a sweet, enjoyable pleasure. Not only was he kicking their asses, but he was loving every second of it. It was as though the joy of showing them up was perfectly blending with the rage he felt towards them. Together, it formed into a sadistic, controlled sense of power. That wasn't until Lou stepped in front of him. Jeff, stop! That's enough! Why stop now, Lou? I wanted this, Jeff replied in a flat voice that Lou had never heard come from his brother's mouth. She's calling the cops! Look! Lou shouted again, and this time, Jeff came back to reality long enough to listen. He glanced over at the video store clerk and saw her on the phone talking frantically and pointing toward the parking lot. Suddenly, Jeff's strange sadistic haze collapsed and he regained his former self.
We've got the
Fuck,
best
let's go.
prices in the
He
wasteland.
steadied quickly, and he and
Gunpowder
Lou
and,
mounted their bikes and rode towards the
Ooh, a
parking
better
lot.
AK than I have.
You better fucking run!
I think I might just buy that.
Lou and Jeff paid no mind. And
Ooh,
followed the
sniper.
A few
Only
blocks
one.
down
Let's
the street, they
see.
just
Weapons do
wanted their
10%
bikes and
more
began to
damage when
walk
using a
in together.
scope.
At first, neither
Fireman's
brother
Alchemy,
spoke.
Almanac, Volume 6.
Then Lou broke the
Cut through the
silence.
ashes to find survivors faster. Do 10% more damage to coal and burnt
Thank you
wood.
for saying
Alright.
that to me back there. Yeah, those guys were
Lucky
pieces
Looter
of
Volume
shit.
3. Brass is new gold
it
in the
coming.
wasteland because you find bullets.
Jeff
Find
replied,
more brass in
looking down
fine.
the street as they
Shotgun
walked.
Slam Volume 5. Learn how to clean and
What
maintain your
happened?
shotgun. Shotgun has
I've never
20%
seen
less
you like this
degradation. That's pretty
before.
good. Automatic
Just
weapons have
defending
Volume 7.
myself,
They
Lou.
call her Old
Was I
Painless for a
supposed to
reason.
let
Be
them
the
beat you
badass
up?
on the battlefield. Crowd
I bet they
M60
go to
machine
our
guns.
school.
Damn.
I bet we'll see them
Damn.
there.
Yeah, a lot of good shit.
And they won't forget this.
Ah, I
Years.
forgot to.
We didn't
Ah,
ask to move
fuck,
here.
I
We
didn't bring enough
ask for
ammo.
any of this. Mom and Dad just wanted a bigger house in a nice
Damn it.
neighborhood, and we're along for the ride, whether we like it or not. I think they give a shit what these rich asshole kids think of us. Jeff stated.
Nah,
went back to looking at his
antibiotics.
I think we'll get in
Take
trouble.
those.
Yeah, for what? Defending ourselves?
Yeah, I'm not gonna opt for the AK.
They did start it, Lou answered. And to the brothers, the matter was closed.
It looks like no
However,
more.
Things were far.
Alright.
They found that the trouble
you
they
come back
believed
and
they
see me
escaped was
sometime.
in fact waiting for them at their front door. Jeff and Lou saw the police cars well before they arrived at their driveway.
I guess
cop
I'll
cars, both
buy
parked
the
in front
AP
of their
ammo.
houses. 2 cop cars, both parked in front of their house. Both of them felt their stomachs drop, as they
Thanks for
well
letting me
knew
take
why
care
the
of you.
police were there.
And
The
tell your
brothers
friends.
entered the living room to see their parents sitting on the couch. The 2 cops standing up, leaning on the wall, writing in their notebooks. What did you 2 do? Sheila practically screeched at the 2 boys entering the house. Lou, younger and less sensitive
Mining
than Jeff,
harvest.
began to fall into the
Pretty
fence.
good.
Some kids tried to jump us down by the video store. They were messing with our bikes, and when we went outside, they got in our faces. Yeah, well, that's not what we heard, Matt Woods interjected, his voice firm and ripe with anger and dissatisfaction. No, Dad, that is what happened, Jeff began to explain. We were down at Friendly Video, looking around the store, when these 3 kids started riding around on our bikes. All we did was walk outside, and the kids started talking trash to us, trying to provoke a fight. We tried to leave. One of them punched Lou. Finally, one of the cops spoke. His name tag read, Williamson. Boys, we have some serious complaints about the 2 of you. From what eyewitnesses at the shopping center say, you 2 started the confrontation with Randy and his friends. Jeff took notice at how familiar the cop's tone was when he said Randy's name. This is a small town after all, and there was a good chance that this cop coached Randy in Little League, or drank beers with his dad. Hell, it was even possible the cop could be an uncle to one of the bullies. No, sir, Jeff replied. We didn't start it, they did. We just wanted our bikes. They just wanted to leave. They blocked us. Williamson continued, as though he'd heard nothing Jeff said. Several witnesses, including the video store clerk, said that you swung first. They say that the boys were riding your bikes, but let me ask you this. Did you chain your bikes to anything, or did you just leave them outside the store? What's that matter? Lou demanded. Well, son, you just left your bikes lying around on the street. You can't exactly blame Randy and his friends for riding them, now can you? It'd be different if you secured them somehow, but you just left them there. Mom, Dad, you're not buying this crap, are you? You know me and Lou don't start fights. When have we ever? These 3 punks messed with us. If you can't tell these cops are taking their sides, then you need to open your eyes. Jeff knew he was skating on thin ice, but that rage, it demanded some sort of satisfaction. Jeffrey, do not speak about these officers in that tone of voice, and do not speak to us that way either. Now, it's pretty obvious that you 2 aren't happy here, that you miss your old home, but starting
I didn't bring the wiring tool.
Anything. Jeffrey's mother
Okay,
shouted.
I have one here
Listen,
though.
boys, you're lucky none of the parents want to press charges. This would be reported as a simple scuffle between teenagers, but be advised, you're both on notice. This is a quiet town, not like New Orleans. We don't tolerate this sort of behavior over here. If you see Randy, Keith, or Troy, I highly suggest you tell them you're sorry. We'll be keeping an eye on both of you, so don't let this happen again. You don't want an arrest record, do you? Jeff felt his anger bubble over, and he could not hold his tongue. Who is he to you, Officer Williamson? Is Randy your nephew? Is he a friend's son? Or maybe you just go over and screw his mom while you're on duty? Which one is it, officer? Now that's it. Both of you go to your rooms. Matt Woods apparently found that he wasn't a mute after all, as he ordered his sons out of the
Oh,
room.
did my stream restart? I think it did.
Jeff and Lou
Whoops.
walked up the stairs. However, they refused to hang their heads in shame or feel any regret. Neither of their parents spoke to them for the rest of the day. Jeff and Lou stayed upstairs, venting their shared frustrations to each other. They'd been screwed over, even at their young age. They knew that. They took some solace in the fact that they, at least,
stone
been
anywhere.
arrested or cited. But still, they saw what was really going on here.
Alright.
That cop was protecting Randy. Jeff whispered to his younger brother. No shit, his brother replied. We have to watch ourselves. We have to take care of each other. You saw it down there. Even our parents don't stand up for us. Yeah, what the hell was up with that? Lou asked. All they care about is fitting in here. They want to make sure that they blend in with the rest of the Stepford families. No more fighting. You see Randy with his two fuckhead friends again. You just walk away, okay? Yeah, but Jeff, you kick the shit out of them. How do we walk away? Lou asked. Because I can't kick the shit out of the cops, Lou. Can't kick the shit out of Mom and Dad. They won't get us. Fucking Randy and his pals are protecting them. You and me, we're not. So,
Oh, 91.
see them, just avoid them, okay?
Huh.
Please. Lou nodded.
Yeah.
Feel like a little bitch then. I owe Keith for airing me. No, you don't. I paid him back for that. And paid his fat friend, too. Hope they just leave us alone now. Jeff sighed. Jeff and Lou didn't hear from their parents for the rest of that day. They remained in their rooms late into the night, and finally came down to eat after they were sure their folks had gone to bed.
Let's go grab a quest
Lou
from her.
said that he felt relieved
Zoe.
about that, but Jeff had a sinking feeling that the worst was yet to come. Jeff was correct. The next morning, the two brothers came downstairs together to eat breakfast. Their parents were already sitting at the dining room table, staring at the boys, approving of nothing they saw. Sit down, Matt said flatly. Sit down, Matt stated again, anger dancing on the words. The boys complied without further question. Matt Woods began his diatribe. Whatever that was yesterday,
Tier
beating up some
fours.
kids for touching your bikes, mouthing off at the police, disrespecting both me and your mother, that stops today. We didn't beat anyone up for touching our bikes, Jeff blurted. Shut up, Jeff. Shut up, Jeff. This is a one-way conversation, his father barked. That kid,
You looking
Randy
to earn
Hayden,
some dukes?
his father is a partner at
thank
my
goodness.
firm. Did you know that? Did you even
Probably in
think
the city.
about that? That you were assaulting him over your godforsaken bike? You just didn't think, did you, Jeff? Sheila added. How could I have known that? Well, I've spent the entire morning talking to his father on the phone. His dad's willing to let it all go, but shit, son. I have to deal with that at work now. Do you have any idea how much damage this could have done to me, to our family? Jeff felt the rage coming back and fought with all of his might to keep it stifled. Instead, he once more tried to appeal to the adult's private side. Come on, look at Lou's face. They split his lip. Can't you see? It's still swollen. Lou turned his head to better showcase the injury. My God, Jeff, you played a little rough with your brother. Is that any reason to fight them? I wanted to make friends with some of the other families in the neighborhood, but thanks to you, I just don't know. No sooner could Jeff or his brother construct a proper defense than their father began speaking again. So your mother and I have talked this through. Since there's only a couple of weeks of summer vacation left, we've decided that Lou should spend the rest of the season at Aunt Marcy's place. We've already spoke to her, and she's willing to let him come out there and stay. But Lou and Jeff were floored by this decision. Both boys began to protest at the same time, but they saw the look on their parents' faces. The decision was made. Why can't we both go then? A last-ditch effort, at least, to get away from his parents. Marcy doesn't want both of you there. She says you two are too rambunctious. Frankly, we agree, Sheila answered. So it was. Lou was shuffled off to his aunt's place in Alberta Springs, Louisiana, a place even smaller and duller than Mandeville. If only one could believe that. Jeff watched his brother leave, and then walked back to his bedroom. He felt that rage, however, it began to feel almost pleasant to him. He couldn't explain it. He was furious at this turn of events. His parents had turned their backs on their own child, however, through it all. These new feelings he was experiencing were all palpable. The anger, for example. He could almost taste it. It felt like thick, sweet syrup stirring around in him. Of course, he knew the extra ingredient that would complete the flavor. And the satisfying joy he'd felt when he and Randy and his friends on the road to their trial would mix perfectly with the anger to
I'm
create
gonna
some
need
intoxicating
ladders.
product that Jeff almost craved now. He fell asleep, lying on his bed, thinking about that syrup, that thick, viscous, that seemed to work its way into the very fabric of his soul. He wanted it, yet he knew it was destructive, and that nothing good could come from sampling it again. Several days passed, and the tensions were high between Jeff and his parents. Without Lou around, there was nothing for him to do except sit in his room and play video games. He went outside, but didn't venture far from home. He knew if Randy and his goons showed up again, it would likely result in another fight. For a few days, that worked well, and Jeff believed that he can get through this. However, his mother changed all of that on an early Saturday morning. Jeff was woken suddenly by sharp
Oh, there's a
tremors
generator
striking
right
his
there.
face.
Whoa.
He heard his mother humming.
I don't hear.
something
Whoops.
She rarely did. Even in his
Oh, that's for the
half-sleeping
traps, the other
state,
traps,
he
though.
knew that humming
blade
was
traps.
forced. She was doing it to wake him up, and figured the added sunlight would be getting things there even faster. When she noticed Jeff's eyes cracking open, she sauntered over to his bed and began speaking in a tone that simply oozed false joviality. At first, Jeff had refused. Could his mother be serious? Did she really expect him to go over and make friends with Randy? He was still in
Alright.
bed when his mother stopped her incessant humming long enough to tell him to get up and get dressed. Once he learned why, he told her no. No way in hell. However, his mother was a shrewd manipulator, and she'd know exactly what would get the job done. She promised Jeff that if he did this for her, went over and made it work with Randy, she'd sandbag Jeff right into the corner with that one. He had no choice but to agree. A short time later, Jeff and his mother were pulling into Randy's driveway. Randy's mother answered the door. "Hi, must be Jeff," she greeted. Jeff smiled warmly and confirmed that was, in fact, who he was. "Hello. Hello, I'm Sheila Woods. Nice to meet you finally in person," Jeff's mother announced, barging past her son and extending her hand to Randy's mother. "Sheila, so pleased to meet you. I'm Bridget Hayden. Sorry to hear that our boys had a little mishap the other day. You know how it is, though. It's going crazy and all. Randy never gets into fights, but he explained to me that Jeff and his brother are still new to the area and haven't quite learned how we do things in
Gotta
Mandeville
turn the
yet.
generator
Is
on.
that right, Jeff?" Jeff couldn't resist a small jab. "Yeah, sorry about that, Miss
Go.
Hayden. Me and Lou had no idea that was okay for your son and your friends to mess with. Bridget! He gets that mouth from his father. Never knows when to shut up. How about you and I go and have some coffee and you tell me all the great gossip around Mandeville while our boys get to know each other the right way? Randy's in his room, Jeff, upstairs, second door to your left. I'm sure you'll hear the sound of his video games or something," Bridget stated with very little humor in her voice. Thank you, ma'am," Jeff answered, and entered the house. Jeff knocked and heard Randy answer with, "Come in." "Hey, so, guess you heard our parents want us to hang out. Get to know each other," Jeff stated with little conviction. "Yeah, it's my mom, all right. She doesn't like drama. Honestly, I think she worries too much. I mean, I'm cool if you're cool." Jeff sat down on the floor next to Randy. Struck up a conversation. "So, turns out your dad is my dad's boss. Freaked out about the fight in the parking lot. He was actually worried that he'd get fired or something. My dad's like everyone's boss. Half the kids in my school talk to me because their parents are somehow connected to my dad's firm. Why do you hate it?" Jeff asked. "Because it's fake. The whole damn town is fake. You'll figure it out as you go. Trust me. Everyone who lives here is just trying to pretend that it's something else. My parents make me do all this shit, all the trophies and stuff, so they can brag. That's it." Jeff smiled. "I know how you feel. My dad had me in boxing class a year ago. Some coworker of his had a brother that worked at the place or something, and as soon as that guy quit, though, I was out of that gym the next week. I wish it was that easy." Randy responded, "I hate playing basketball. My dad will sure have me out there again next summer and the summer afterwards. It's like he knows I hate it, but make sure I'm out here with his stupid company name on the back of his jersey." "Randy, why did you and your friends fuck with our bikes the other day?" "I told you, this town's fake. It's boring as shit. There's nothing to do here. We had to find stuff to do. I mean, there are only so many times you can go hang out at the video store, ride the dirt paths in the woods, and the girls here are stuck up. All stores close early. There's no mall. The movie theaters across town. We're just bored, man. So, sorry for that, I guess. It's cool. I guess I'm sorry too. Yeah, things went a bit far." "Hey, you mean that fight?" Randy asked. "That shit was actually cool. Those guys, Steve and Troy, they just leech on because of my dad, like I told you. I'm pretty sure their parents made them hang out with me." The afternoon went on.
Now let's just
Jeff
wait.
soon forgot that this was a mandatory arrangement. He actually started to find himself liking Randy. I mean, sure, their first encounter was a little sketchy, but he was coming around to the guy. finding that he wasn't so bad once his idiot friends were removed from the equation. About an hour later, things took a new turn. Jeff heard the twin pops of 2 car doors shutting in unison, and then he heard the engine start up. He dropped the game controller and peered out of Randy's bedroom window just in time to see his mother and Randy's mother backing out of the driveway. Oh, Jeff said, "Yeah, about time. I figured my mom would eventually talk to Mom to going shopping, or going to get coffee, or something like that." Jeff heard Randy pause the game. "Hey, Jeff, come downstairs. I want to show you some cool stuff," Randy invited, and Jeff followed. Randy led Jeff out to the garage. It was hot in there with the main door shut. The garage was well kept though, and Jeff observed stacks of magazines underneath the workbench, as well as tools and various other utility items stacked about. Standing in the small closed-in garage, with the late-night summer heat lingering about, Jeff began to feel a bit uneasy. Despite the fact that he and Randy had seemed to bond over the last few hours, Jeff couldn't ignore a sense that things were different now that the adults were gone. "What did you want to show me?" Jeff asked. "Hold on, let me get it." Randy replied, moving the magazines out to reveal a small red box. Jeff watched as Randy removed the box and opened it. "Check it out. My dad's flare gun," Randy announced, and waved the red, tubular gun around. "Whoa, be careful with that," Jeff shouted, more out of shock than real concern. "Fine, dude, don't be a pussy. It's not even loaded," Randy said. However, Jeff watched as he fished one of the flares out of the back compartment. Randy then continued to fiddle with the flare gun, popping it open, loading the flare. "Now, it's loaded. My dad showed me how to use this one year we went out boating. Sometimes I take it out back and shoot flares at the trees. But maybe this time, I don't need a tree." The change in Randy's voice and demeanor was impossible to ignore. "Okay, well, hold gun. Let's get back in the house, though. It's hot out here. Plus, I'm getting hungry. What do you have to eat?" However, as Jeff turned to walk through the small door leading back into the house, his path was suddenly blocked by 2 familiar faces. "Where you going, Jeffrey?" the fat kid Troy blurted out as he and Keith stepped forward into the garage. "Took you 2 assholes long enough to get here. I've been babysitting this bag all day," Randy shouted. A wicked joy was present in his words. "Sorry, Randy, but Keith here had to mow his front yard before his parents would let him come out," Troy said, a sheepish tone in his voice. "It's cool, we're here now," Keith said. "What the fuck
So
is
dark.
going on?" Jeff asked, staring at Randy. He noticed that Randy still had that flare gun in his hands. "I'll tell you what's going on, Jeff. You owe Keith and Troy an apology for what you did. You sucker punched them and then ran away. You didn't even have the balls to fight them fair. So now you're going to pay them what you owe." "I'm not going to fight you, okay? I'm done with that shit," Jeff replied as he glanced around the room for an exit. "Oh, you're right about that. You're not going to fight. You're going to stand there and let my boys get their licks in. Then I get mine, and when that's done, you get the fuck out of my house. I'll tell my mom that you got sick and walked home, and after that, if I see you again, you better walk the other way. I'm not gonna stand here and get hit by your friends, so just let me go home. How about that? I'll tell my mom that we're cool.
You made this guy
everyone
from New
wins,
Jersey
okay?" Jeff asked.
in this
And he
one.
then raised the flare gun towards Jeff. "No, you stay, pussy. You stay and you take your licks." Jeff felt that sensation once more. That thick, rich, dark matter that swirled around inside of him. He could taste it now. It was heavenly. In his mind, he imagined himself diving into it, swimming in it, letting it swallow him whole. He looked around and the sensation only grew. He saw Randy standing there holding the flare gun. It was limp in his hands, though, and the hammer was not cocked back. Jeff knew that Randy had no intention of firing it. He looked over at Keith, skinny and pathetic, the kid born to follow. Troy, fat and sweaty, breathing a bit heavy from his walk over,
There we
and
go.
of course, in the middle of it all, Jeff himself. He felt that pleasure begin to mix with a rage, forming the perfect product. He tried to avoid sampling it. He knew that only regret would come from indulging it. However, when it was placed so close, when the aroma and the promise of that sweet, savory flavor came into the light, Jeff found that he could no more stand against than a ship in the ocean could stand against a typhoon. Jeff began to smile. "Why are you smiling at me? You queer for me or something?" Randy asked, a slightly nervous tinge in his voice. "No smiling, Randy. It's no People have been having so much fun, Randy announced, and suddenly lunged towards the unprepared kids holding a flare gun. Jeff struck Randy once in the nose. Randy's arm dropped, but he kept hold of the flare gun. Jeff, without even needing to look, realized that Troy and Randy had actually taken a step back instead of advancing like they should have. Jeff delivered another strong blow to Randy's jaw, causing the boy to drop to the floor. Jeff now turned his attention to Troy and Keith, the two tough kids that had yet to actually make as much as move in his direction. Troy actually backed up a step and stumbled over the stack of magazines that Randy had moved earlier. Jeff took this opportunity to step forward once again, introducing Troy's round belly to his fist. Troy tried to stand on his feet, but Jeff's punches combined with a stumble over the magazine caused Troy to fall back, landing hard and striking his head on the concrete slab that was the garage floor. Keith was actually trying to back away. However, Jeff was currently standing between him and the other exit of the garage. Since the carport door was closed, Jeff took 2 quick steps towards the skinny kid and felt the most intense joy seeing Keith stagger backwards, knocking his back into the wall. That perfect blend of pleasure, control, and rage that came together. Jeff felt as though he was floating above the world. Somewhere in his mind, he knew there would be hell to pay for this. But at that exact moment in time, he couldn't care less. He didn't care about Lou. He didn't care about being arrested and didn't care if his dad got fired. All he cared about in that fraction of time was hurting Keith. Keith tried to make a run for it, hoping to squeeze through the small gap between Jeff and the door. However, Jeff flipped him a hard right across his face, causing Keith to stagger back again. Jeff could see that his knees were buckling and took full advantage. He moved in, pinned Keith to the wall, and began to deliver blow after blow to the skinny kid's stomach. Keith's eyes became as large as saucers. Once satisfied, Jeff stepped back and watched him demonically as Keith slowly slid down the wall, gasping for air. Randy got back to his feet, but seemed to have no idea what to do. Yeah, you done now, Randy? We good, or do you and your friends need more? Jeff mocked. No more, we're good. Martina, Jeff asked. The debate may have continued, but the sound of a returning car broke the tension. Oh shit, my mom's back! Randy shouted, his voice crackling in a humorous way. It seemed that the previous tough guy had all but shrunk back to a scared child. Can't you save me all? Hang out, Keith replied. No, the fucking flare gun. If she finds out that I'm messing with it, I'm screwed. Put it back, Jeff suggested. The sensation of rage was fading again, and he felt control returning. Yeah, grab the magazines, please, he begged. Jeff found that he'd rather like that tone. That begging, whip dog mentality. Jeff was paying orders to Randy. He was down on the floor, calmly gathering the magazines. He didn't really care if Randy got in trouble or not. However, if his mother returned without trouble, he feared that Lou may not be able to return home as promised. Everything else happened in a flash, both literally and figuratively. Randy, now in a panic over the trouble that he'd be in if he was caught playing with a flare gun, had begun to sweat. When his hand frantically clawed over the gun, he pushed back the hammer unintentionally. He didn't even notice it on his top. He was turning it over in his hands, trying to quickly disarm it. He then heard the key in the center. He knew that he only had seconds now to hold it. Everything else happened in slow motion. The gun slipped from Randy's sweaty hand as he attempted to rotate it once more. He saw it fall to the floor, seeming to float to the ground rather than fall. Jeff, busy stacking the magazines, had only enough time to register Randy's shocked gasp. He turned to look in the boy's direction, just in time to see the bright red flare gun hit the floor. The gun discharged, launching a speeding ball of fire directly into Jeff's face. Jeff felt the hot flash of heat and pain tear across the left side of his face. After the intentional registry of agony, there was no more thinking. Jeff began to scream, clutching the left side of his face and rolling around on the floor. For a while, he forgot everything as he plunged into darkness. Rich syrup once more, the rage almost serving to dull the pain. When he finally did come to a stable level of alertness, he realized he was in a hospital room. Half of his face was bandaged. He knew that much. He wanted to open his eyes and speak, and let his family know he was awake. But the drugs still had a firm hold. He was awake, but not quite yet functioning. He could hear several familiar voices. You going to be okay, doctor? Jeff's mother asked. Oh, yes, Matt, your son will be fine. However, we'll have a lengthy road. And he will need flare struck his face and caused third-degree burns on his left side. Now that is the eye. Hard to say at this point. He'll need to see an optometrist for further review if the damage is too quite. Sounding deeply concerned. Well, we were able to clean and treat the injury in time, so you've no concern for infection or anything of that matter. We'll want him on an antibiotic for a while, and we'll need to have the wound cleaned and checked on a regular basis, but all in all, we're very lucky. The damage could have been more severe. Doctor? What do we do about that? As I said, we'll have to examine the eye. Sheila Woods interrupted the doctor, sounding more agitated than before. Do not listen, not his eyes, his face. What do we do to correct his face? She demanded. They've treated his face, as I said. Infection so long as we cut him off again. Not the infection, his appearance. What can we do for that? Mr. Woods, hardly concerned at this point. Once he's healed and back on his feet, you can probably explore plastic surgery to repair some of the damage. But honestly, right now, we can't waste concern on how he looks. What's important is his son is healthy. He can expect to be back home in a few days, maybe sooner. Just as okay, thank you, doctor. Yeah, I'm alone. Sir. Lou, why don't you go down to the hospital and Matt Wood suggested. I wanted to see if Jeff wakes up, Lou replied. Though they told us that Jeff is heavily medicated. We don't expect him to wake up anytime tonight. So just go, and if he does come around, we'll have you paid. Matt replied. Jeff heard the door open and close as he entered. His parents both let out a long, sweet sigh of breath. Jeff was starting to believe it was not tired of we're gonna have to homeschool him now, Matt. That's just what it's going to be. We're going to have to keep him home. He heard his mother rant, her voice sounding frantic. You probably won't be able to start school right on time, but I doubt he'll miss a whole year, his father responded, trying to maintain a conversation. I'm not talking about that, man. I'm not worried about him missing a week or two of school. I mean, his face, Matt. You heard what the doctor said. His face is going to be disfigured. Sheila argued back. We don't even know the full extent of the damage yet, Sheila. It could be minor, possibly heal, and you heard what he said. Plastic surgery could be an option in time. In time? What kind of time? A year? 2 years? And what about in the meantime? People are going to see him, they're going to talk. Is that what you want? He's going to be a pariah. Do you think anyone's going to want to have him around their kids? Was letting it all soak in slowly, and his mind absorbed the words. He felt that rage return, sick to his jaw, that pure, raw, primal emotion. He wanted to scream. He felt her to shut up and tears. He was the one lying here, half of his face burned, blind in one eye, all thanks to her forcing him to go over to Randy's house. He wanted to ask her why she left, why she went off to go shopping and have her nails done, whatever it was that she did. He wanted to know why she'd leave him alone, the kid who just days before tried to jump him and his brother. He wanted to know how she could care more about his appearance than the fact that he was lying in the hospital. There was so much more. He wanted to know how much more his mother hated him. How much more she saw him now as a... How did she think of him? He wanted to continue to swim in the thick pool of black hatred that was starting to form from the rage and the anger. Before it was anger which was present, but now it was anger mixed with hatred. And while he certainly longed to be free of it, while he most certainly preferred the false sense of love and concern, believed he heard from her before, he also wanted to test it out a bit more. He also began to wonder how well this new recipe for longer schedule. And that word began to speak again. I just can't believe it. Where is that Justice Morris thought? Don't even get me started on that. I couldn't believe it when Randy and his friends explained to the medics and police how it happened. Randy was just trying to show Jeff around the house, wanted to show him the collection of magazines his dad kept in the garage. He had stories. Probably hoping that a couple of Playboys would be there or something, and then he said to Jeff, found that box containing the flare gun and he wouldn't stop playing around with it. You should have heard those other boys. They told me that they practically begged Jeff to put it down before he got hurt, but he just had to show it. I just don't know where we went wrong, Matt. I thought we moved out here to a nice, quiet neighborhood, and that would make everyone happy. Jeff, though, he just wants to fight us on everything. Wow, all that came together in Jeff's mind. He continued to swim in a black ichor of hate.
I don't think we're having enough ammo.
Added a nice touch of euphoria. Jeff could almost see himself plunging into the syrup waters of hatred and emerging change. Each dip brought him so much twisted pleasure, and that was when he finally understood. He could sample the pleasure now, not because he was enjoying what was happening, but because he knew to enjoy it. The doctor said that Jeff was scheduled to go home a few days later. During his time at the hospital, he never asked to see his face. It wasn't until the last day that he finally asked for a mirror. The nurse had come in to change his bandage. That was easy. She was a pleasant woman. Asked him how he was doing. He enjoyed it. So in that last day, when she arrived at the nurse's face, he asked to see him. Are you sure? Would you like me to call in your transfer? No, thank you. I think I want to see it for myself. Without them standing over me. I understand, she replied honestly, without a hint of suspense. Once the bandages were on, she handed him a small mirror. Would you like me to see that too? Yeah. Just ignored her and looked at himself, taking stock of the dam. Sure enough, his face was a mess. The entire left side of him. The flare struck him traveling upward and burned a scar into his left cheek that extended to his eye. At first glance, it almost looked like he was trying to smile on the inside. The scar was bright red, and burn tissue spread out on either side. Once it arrived at his eye, the news not getting it. The eye was white. Just a lifeless bulb plugged into his face. He closed his right eye and found that he could see nothing from his left eye. Nothing at all. The scar continued up the left side of his forehead. The damage was left in the hair. The hair on the left side of his head was burned off. Stuck up here and there. Just now. It's okay. There'll be plenty of time. There was no joy from his parents in the right hand, or upon the right eye. They spoke very little, and there was a tension in the car that simply wouldn't fade out. As for Lou, he was thrilled that his brother was okay, but he didn't know what to say concerning the damage to his face. So after asking a few questions about the accident and the recovery, he fell silent as well. They walked to their home at dusk, and Lou asked about dinner. He suggested they let Jeff take a place to celebrate his return home. Both you boys just go to sleep, Sheila remarked. She and her husband both retreated to their bedrooms as well. To argue, I feel sorry for themselves. Jeff and Lou didn't speak much that night. Jeff spent most of the evening staring at himself in the mirror. He kept pulling back the bandages and looking at the scars. Lou wanted to see them too, but felt that it might be prudent. I'm glad you're home, Jeff. I really missed you, and I'm glad you're okay, he said to Jeff as he stared at himself. I'm not okay. Neither are you. None of us really are. There's a sickness here. The only difference now is my sickness goes away. His voice is flat as that on an anthem. What are you talking about? Yeah. One day you'll see it too. This is what happens, This is what happens when it all falls down. Jeff was still peeking behind the bandages. Yeah, I don't know. Jeff didn't reply though. And after several moments, Lou left him alone. Lou went down to his parents' bedroom and knocked on the door. What is it? The voice of his mother asked. Mom, I think Jeff is acting weird. You may want to come talk to him. Go away, Lou. Leave your mother alone. His father's voice answered. Lou, being young, had no other idea, so he returned to his own bedroom. He didn't know that those would be the last words he would ever hear his parents speak. That night, Sheila and Matt Woods awoke together. Both being lonely, it took little to bring them out of slumber. The sudden removal of their blankets as it was snatched from the bed, they could trick their spine. They awoke to see a small light coming from the half bath that was situated in their master bedroom. The door was locked in the sunroom. The light source was weak. They could make out a human shape standing over their bedstead. What's going on? They grumbled. As their vision came to focus, they realized their son was standing before them. Matt reached over and flipped on the light next to their bed. Jeff was standing there, his bandaged arms, his face beaming down on them, with a long kitchen knife clutched to his right hand. What are you doing, son? Matt asked, his mind still trying to shake out the cobweb. He's got a knife, Sheila screamed, grabbing at her husband's arm. Matt kept his composure though. He left probably the painkillers. He literally got up and got disoriented. Relax, for my sake. Jeff tilted his head to one side, still not speaking. He stared hard at his father, slowly bringing the knife up, fearing that he saw him. Son, what are you doing? Jeff replied, with no emotion in his voice. Matt, do something, Sheila pleaded. I realize you've been through a lot, but you need to go back to bed. All the doctors come in. Jeff moved quickly across to his father's side of the bed, his head moving about, alternating between a normal-looking young man and the deformed ghoul that lurked. Okay, son, you scared me. Is that what you want? Matt asked, adjusting to the middle of the bed to put distance between himself and his son. Good. Now I can start hurting you. His father had time to utter a single syllable, most likely to ask another question, to try to reason with his son. Jeff, however, gave him time to do no more than that. He lunged onto the bed, driving the knife into his father's stomach. Matt attempted to fend Jeff off, but the wound to his midsection rendered him into shock. His arms fell to the side. Jeff could hear his mother screaming, but paid no mind. He wanted to finish what his father started. Removing the knife, Jeff stabbed down into his stomach 3 more times. Quickly. His father gasped and coughed up blood. His body jerked and twitched each time the knife found its mark, and after the 3rd time, Matt Woods lay still. Sheila had backed up against the headboard of the bed. She wanted to climb down, make a run for it, but she'd balled herself up between the headboard and the end table. In her frantic state of terror and confusion, she couldn't figure out how to do something as simple as dismount a bed. Jeff, why are you doing this to us? She asked feebly. Randy started it. You must have known that. But you ignored it. Lou had a busted lip. You must have seen that, but you ignored it. I was shot in the face with a flare gun. But you believe Randy? Why? So you could fit in, Jeff asked in a low, almost growling voice. No, yeah, I believed you. It was just... It's your father's job. We're new here. God, Jeff, please. His mother begged. Tell me about the homeschool, Mom. Tell me about how you don't want to send me out into public because of my face. Tell me how none of the other kids want to be my friend, and how none of your parents will want to be yours. Tell me about that, Mom. Tell me how nice it's going to be. You homeschooling me? Jeff, please, I was just stressed. I was worried about you, that's all. Please, I love you. Mom, I think you should take your own advice, you know? What you told Lou when we first got home tonight. You wanted to do something nice to welcome me home, and you... Do you remember what you told us to do instead? Jeff asked, as he now crawled over, cornering his mom on the bed. Did I say?
Could saw that.
She asked, question coming out barely a whisper. Go to sleep. Jeff drove the knife into his mother's chest. He stabbed her over and over again, and as he did, he finally found that perfect recipe, that heavenly blend, the rage, hate, and pleasure all mixed into one perfect formula, and for a while, Jeff became lost in it. Jeff opened his brother's bedroom door, not surprised to find his brother asleep. He had dozed off with headphones on, so he slept through all the shouting. It was fine with Jeff. It was easier that Lou not have heard all of that. Jeff sat down on his brother's bed and nudged him slightly. It took a moment, but Lou finally opened his eyes and looked up. Jeff removed his earphones for him. You're free now. You're free now, Lou. He spoke softly. Jeff? What are you talking about? Lou mumbled, still half asleep. You'll see in the morning. Just wanted you to know I love you. You've been my best friend. Remember that. Okay? Thanks. I love you too. Let me go to sleep. Lou replied,
Hazmat gloves.
already dozing off.
Interesting.
Jeff smiled and stood up. As he left the bedroom, he looked back at his sleeping brother one last time before he vanished into the night. Before he vanished into the night.
He said it twice. Alright, I'm pretty sure that's... Yeah. Alright, that was pretty cool. Jeff the Killer, Scars of Corruption. This is 2 hours. Christ.
Lock your knees, Billy. Hey there, kids. It's me, Mr. Creepypasta. And I just wanted to wish you, or we just wanted to wish you guys a very happy, cat Halloween.
From the prologue of Jeffrey Woods, Brother, Friend, Killer, by Lou Woods. Before we begin this story, I want it to be known that when I remember my brother Jeff, I remember a friend. I remember a big brother who taught me how to climb a tree, how to throw a baseball, play video games, and about a million other things. Never beat me up. Never took my share of the spending money our parents would send us off to the mall with, or made me feel like a tag-along when he'd hang out with his friends. He was my best friend. Someone that, should I live to be over 100 years old, can never be replaced.
Lane Dermott turned the key in the door of his mother's modest home in Mandeville, Louisiana. Walking into the foyer of his home, he threw his backpack on the floor, creating a loud thud as the heavy books contained within struck the hardwood floor. Lane, what have I told you about throwing your books down like that? We just had the floors
You
done.
got the Dukes.
His mother,
I'll make the time.
Nancy Dermott, scolds, unseen but most certainly heard from the nearby kitchen. I'm pissed, Mom. Lane replies, voice laced with the sort of angst that only a teenager who feels
hope you come
slighted
back
by
and see me
society can
sometime.
produce. His mother lets out a patient sigh. What happened now, Lane? Are those kids still giving you a hard time at lunch? No, I told you already. I don't care about them. Lane's book of poetry, which also doubles as his journal, had recently been fished out of his backpack by some mean-spirited peer or another and shared with the rest of the school. He'd had some problems with bullying since then, but Nancy had sincerely believed it was starting to slow down. Kids can only stay focused on one thing for so long, in her opinion, and the expiration date on her son's latest abuse should, in her mind anyway, be near. She'd been raising Lane alone for some time now. Paul Dermott, her former husband, and Lane's missing in action father had been out of the picture for the last 4 years or so. Since then,
Since
she'd
snow
been doing
biome,
her
huh?
best to raise and support him, but Lane was not always an easy son to support. His obsession with what his mother thought of as dark things drove a divide between them. She was at an age where he felt that she couldn't possibly understand him or his interests, and had quickly established that she was an outsider looking in. His room, adorned with strange books on the occult, disturbing art, and posters from strange foreign horror films, caused her to avoid going in there unless absolutely necessary. She tried a time or two to explain to him that perhaps his interest in these disturbing pieces of culture are what caused him to become a target at his school. This, of course, only served to drive a deeper wedge between them, as he would insist that she didn't know or understand him. Now, on this otherwise lovely day in Mandeville, it would seem that Lane Dermott had found something new to be furious about. Nancy reached into her purse and fetched out her favorite coping mechanism,
That's
a
Puma.
bottle of Xanax.
Or whatever it is, Cougar or whatever.
Sounds like a two-pill problem, she thought to herself. as she washed the medicine down her throat with a glass of tap water, forcing a smile and resigning herself to play therapist. She proceeded. "Come in here and tell me what happened," she called to him. "This happened," her son replied, stomping into the kitchen and throwing 2 articles of literature onto the breakfast table. "Mr. Kimball rejected my book report. He said that the subject matter was inappropriate." Nancy looked down at the table and saw the book report neatly typed and placed into a document binder, and then observed the book that the report had been based on. She quickly realized that she needed to allow the Xanax a bit more time to start working its euphoric magic before engaging her son.
Jesus.
"Lane, that book is banned in your schools. You know that. The school sent out letters informing everyone. Why would you do a report on that? It's freedom of expression, Mom. Why can't any of you understand that? You knew he was going to
Lone
kick that
Wolf
report
too.
back, son. Why would you provoke the teacher?" Lane had 2 other book reports rejected by his English teacher over the last few months. The first had been based on the longtime band The Anarchist Cookbook, while the other had been on a recently exiled piece of literature called Voodoo and Hoodoo, removed from schools because it allegedly gave step-by-step instructions on how to prepare and cast hexes. Now that the school had blacklisted yet another book, Nancy couldn't even feign shock that Lane had immediately picked it up. She didn't mind that he read the book. She didn't mind that he was interested in its content, but she knew that he intentionally wrote that report just for a reaction from the teacher. That couldn't be denied.
Come on.
Nancy picked up the small
Turn around
paperback,
with your head.
gazing at its dark cover. In stark white was the title. This book, an autobiography, hit the bookstores about 2 months ago. The residents of Mandeville, especially those in positions of power, were not pleased at the content found within the book's pages. Corruption, cover-ups, privileged families, money, abuse, and murder were the main themes. Mandeville was made to look like a haven for the wealthy and a pit, inequity for those without it. Her former husband's name was mentioned a few times throughout. He'd been the assistant director of criminal affairs
Hell no.
for the Mandeville police at the time, and the author of this book had not been kind to the authorities in its telling of the events from 4 summers ago, back in 2015. Jeffrey Woods, brother, friend, killer, by Lou Woods. It's part of this town's history, Mom. Why is it okay for us to learn about all the other horrible events of our past, but I can't write about this? The story hits too close to home for too many of us, Lane. Nancy started. She was feeling her temper start to rise a bit, not just because her defiant son once again found a way to irritate his teacher, but because the events listed in the book, the one in her hands, partially led to her husband leaving her and Lane behind.
Oh man.
Lane would have likely been shocked to learn that his mother had purchased a copy of the same book his rejected report had been based on. Nancy, like so many other residents of Mandeville, had been deeply impacted by the actions of Jeffrey Woods. Following the brutal slaughter of his parents, Jeff Woods had gone on to kill 4 more people before he finally vanished for good. Nancy hadn't personally known any of the victims, but in a town as small as Mandeville, she'd at least walked past them once or twice at the grocery store or the park. After killing his parents, Jeff the Killer targeted Officer Donald Williamson of the Mandeville Police Department. He'd been the officer who first investigated Jeff Woods for fighting with 3 other kids in the parking lot of the village shopping center. He had also been involved in the investigation of the now infamous flare gun incident in Randy Hayden's garage. Lou Woods had the following to say about Williamson in his book. From Chapter 4, Corruption in Uniform. Never in my life would I have believed the corrupt small-town cop archetype could exist in such a larger-than-life capacity. Donald Williamson, my brother's 3rd victim, embodied so much corruption that one would almost think him a work of poorly written fiction. The woman at the video store called the police about the fight, and it was none other than Williamson who was assigned to the
Exactly what I
investigation.
needed.
He blamed my brother and I for the entire incident. He insisted that our failure to chain up our bikes somehow justified Randy, Keith, and Troy taking them for a joyride. He said that the witness saw Jeff take the first swing at Troy. Upon reviewing the police report that was made public, long after the incident took place,
It was revealed that only the video store clerk witnessed the event. Her statement indicated that she saw a group of boys fighting in the parking lot. At no time does it specify that my brother instigated the altercation. Williamson would later be called to investigate the fight at Randy's home. The injury with the flare gun and the ultimate blinding and disfigurement inflicted upon my brother. It was reported that Jeff shot himself in the face with the flare gun. Williamson once again worked his skills at corruption. Rather than investigating the incident, he merely took Randy's statement. Paramedics on the scene later stepped forward and admitted that Williamson could be seen coaching Randy, Keith, and Troy as they wrote their statements, practically feeding them their lines like a stage director in a play. The next victim my brother would take was likely the only true innocent one to fall. Denny Rosenberg, chief editor of the NOLA Watch, that had been contacted by Jeff about 2 weeks after the murder of Williamson. By this time, the photograph taken of Jeff by Williamson's son had made the national headlines. The picture accompanied by USA Today labeling Jeff the Killer had by now turned my brother into a national sensation. Questions were being asked now, and I have no doubt in my mind that Randy, Hayden's father, along with the officials in the Mandeville Police Department, were scrambling to keep many of the facts of the case hidden. The Mandeville police were only given cookie-cutter answers, usually falling back on the excuse that all the facts would be revealed once the case was closed. No one close to the investigation could speak in any detail. Tough questions were often directed to the MPD's Public Affairs Department, which somehow never seemed to have their telephones staffed. Phone messages were left unanswered. Reporters were ignored, and everyone seemed to be in too much of a rush to stop and talk. The encounter between my brother and Rosenberg is one that is well documented now. The tape recording that Rosenberg had been using to conduct the interview returned to the NOLA Watch about a week or so after Rosenberg's death. Monica Davenport, who'd been the assistant editor, released the tape in her own news documentary. Jeff Woods, the Killer, speaks. The recording, the only known testimonial by Jeff himself, tell the real encounters with Randy and his friends. The tapes reveal how Williamson worked to whitewash the investigation and served to cast further doubt on Randy's explanation of events with the flare gun. The tapes were released after the investigations in the MPD and Nashville Hayden had already begun to be looked into. However, they helped to shed light on the other criminal acts committed by Mandeville officials. Rosenberg's death, for example, was not made public for another 24 hours. The police on scene claimed that they couldn't identify Rosenberg and had to conduct lab testing to uncover his identity. However, Monica Davenport, who'd actually contacted the police, testified that she'd given the 911 dispatcher Rosenberg's full name and had even explained why he was out in Mandeville that night. It is believed that due to Rosenberg's connection with my brother, the MPD were instructed to keep the matter quiet for as long as possible.
After this entire
protect the
parking lot?
slowly recovering image of the town. Police did not want to admit that Jeff Woods was still on the loose 2 weeks after his last murder. There's also a darker conspiracy that I can only call such because no further evidence was ever discovered. However, considering the tainted reputation and obvious corruption within Mandeville, it stands to mention anyway. According to one of the EMTs on the scene, Rosenberg was still alive when the police first arrived.
Can I pick
She
it?
believed that had the MPD acted immediately, Rosenberg could have survived his attack by Jeff. The official police report states that when officials arrived, they did not initially see Rosenberg's body due to the lack of street lights in that area. They claimed to have searched the exterior of the building where Rosenberg and Jeff conducted their interview. Then the police officer on scene claimed to hesitate to enter the building until he was able to confirm with his watch commander whether or not a warrant would be issued. Davenport then asked the police on this, as the regulation clearly states that entering a building without a warrant is lawful so long as the officials have a suspicion that a crime is taking place inside the building. Furthermore, the door of the building was ajar at the time of the officer's arrival.
Door is ajar.
Flashlight into
Door
the door
is ajar.
would have immediately
Door
revealed
is ajar.
Rosenberg's body. Once the larger conspiracy began to become public knowledge, the rumors continued to evolve that the police didn't want Rosenberg to survive the injury due to the knowledge that he gained from speaking to Jeff. They were not aware of the tape recording, and perhaps assumed that with Rosenberg dead, no further information about the Jeff murders could surface. Lou Wood's book cataloged the next victim in a similar fashion. Keith Jacobson
Actually, I might
and
need
Troy
those.
Lockett were Jeff's next victims. This took place 2 weeks after the death of Williamson and a night after the death of the journalist from New Orleans. Had the Mandeville police not worked so hard to keep the death of Benny Rosenberg quiet, perhaps Keith and Troy's parents could have done something to protect them. They would have at least known that Jeff was still in the area. However, with Rosenberg's death still not officially reported, the town was starting to relax again. Perhaps they all believed it was over with the murder of Williamson. The double homicide took place at Keith Jacobson's home. Investigators believe that Jeff was able to gain entry into the house through an unlocked patio door. Keith was found brutally stabbed to death in the kitchen of his home. It is believed that Troy overheard the commotion and from the second floor of the home, and was in the process of descending the stairs to investigate. His body was found at the base of the stairs, his death also caused by multiple stab wounds. Randy
What
Hayden,
does this do?
who had
Bartering.
instigated the
Oh,
violence
nice.
in the encounter with Jeff and I at the video store, and who is also believed to have set up the attack on Jeff at his home on the day of the flare gun injury, was the only one to escape Mandeville alive. His parents, Bridget and Maxwell Hayden, discovered that their wealth and influence could not protect their son from the ramifications of his actions. Randy Hayden and his family moved at once. A moving company was contracted to collect their belongings. It is believed that Randy Hayden and his parents went into witness protection. A moving company was hired to pack their home for them, as they were likely advised to avoid Mandeville
Entire
until
parking
Jeff
lot?
was captured. It was, in fact, the movers who would end up uncovering the massive cover-up and outright lies committed by Maxwell Hayden, along with the Mandeville Police Department.
Nancy felt an
There's
angry
more over
boil
there
at
and
this
two more
point.
over there.
Before Jeff Woods and his family moved to Mandeville, she had a great life. Her husband, being a high-ranking member of the Mandeville Police, meant that she enjoyed a certain degree of comfort within the city limits. Speeding tickets did not exist in Nancy's vocabulary.
They're in here, huh?
Limited parking fines or the
How do I
need to
open it,
always
though?
ensure that she was sober when driving. Most of the officers knew who her husband was, and if they didn't, they would learn soon enough, should they decide to issue her any form of citation. She'd become accustomed to this, and therefore was not prepared for the public shaming that was soon to follow.
I'll never understand why those that commit crimes record them. Perhaps there's a foolish undertone within all criminal actions that compels the guilty to leave those little breadcrumbs. Perhaps it's simply hubris. Maxwell Hayden had in fact instructed his company's director of loss prevention to supervise the movers personally on each of the 3 days that they were packing up the home. However, no one can be everywhere at once, and even under the watchful eye of Hayden's guard dogs, the movers were able to strike gold. My personal belief is that the loss prevention associate was busy watching.
There a
over the
button
jewelry
somewhere that'll
of the
open all
valuables.
these?
They likely never thought that the real buried treasure would be found in a simple, leather-bound day planner left in plain sight on Hayden's nightstand. According to the mover, he'd picked up the planner and stuffed it into his pocket so that he could pick up the nightstand and carry it out of the room. By his own admission, he had no interest in the book. However, upon returning to his home that night after a long day of moving furniture, the mover discovered that he'd forgotten to remove the planner from his pocket. He stated that he'd tossed the small book on his coffee table and had forgotten about it for a few days. By the time he realized that he was still in possession of the planner, the move was completed and the truck carrying all of Hayden's family possessions was on its way to wherever they'd gone to hide.
Still more?
The mover reported taking the planner to Hayden's office building and leaving it at the reception desk. From there, the chain of custody is unknown. That is, until it appeared again in the hands of the local media. By the time the small day planner made its rounds, it had visited the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Louisiana State Justice Department, and the Attorney General's office, and
It's snowing
a
now.
few dozen other organizations. The little day planner contained meetings and lunches scheduled between Maxwell Hayden and Paul Dermott, who at the time was the Assistant Director of Internal Affairs of the Mandeville Police Department. The meetings all took place after the initial fight between Randy and Jeff in the shopping center parking lot. So the other members of the
Alright, I
Mandeville
gotta use the
Police
restroom.
Department
I'll be right
also
back.
came
This is pretty good so far.
for lunch or dinner, including
Alright, I am
Donald
back.
Williamson himself. This sparked enough red flags for the powers that be to exist above or beyond Hayden's influence.
What
dig
the? Did
into
my
the
game
details.
crash?
By
Bruh.
then, questions were already being whispered about anyway. The physician of the hospital, Dr. Ronaldo Diaz, had already demanded a couple ballistics reports from the day of the flare gun incident. He did not believe, based on the angle of the wound across Jeff's face, that the injury could be self-inflicted. He'd informed authorities that he initially waited on filing the formal request for the report because he had assumed that the police would have further investigated Randy's questionable explanation on their own. It wasn't until he realized that wasn't going to happen
Psych!
that he'd taken it a step further.
I think the quest is gonna be reset now because of the game crash. I'm gonna start over.
Scheduled with the Mandeville Police Department to represent a crime scene investigation, Laura Dubois. The MDP went on to deny Diaz's request for further information, instead assuring him that the matter was being fully investigated by their own personnel. Once the planner was thoroughly analyzed, the deluge of federal investigators fell on Mandeville. Once the planner was thoroughly analyzed, the deluge of federal investigators fell on Mandeville like a plague of locusts. The MPD was gutted, with all the top brass either resigning or being forced out. Many officials admitted to being bribed by Maxwell Hayden, while others attempted to claim that they were blackmailed or pressured. Those that claimed pressure from above decided that a sacrificial lamb was in order, and Paul Dermott became
That lamb. Said
A
lamb.
picture
Damn.
was painted of Dermott and Hayden working side by side. Hayden's money combined with Dermott's position allowed them to play the city of Mandeville like a game of chess.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa,
However,
whoa,
the
whoa, whoa.
Dermott
Sometimes
did an
I get a
impressive
good
job of
feeling.
throwing just enough doubt
Yeah,
at the grand jury that they were unable to
I get a
decide
feeling
if
that
he
I
was truly a mastermind.
no. I
simply
get a good
attacked.
feeling, yeah.
No indictments were made.
Oh, whoa,
And Dermott quickly resigned his post and
Sometimes
left Mandeville.
I get a good
His wife
feeling.
received divorce papers in the mail sometime shortly
Yeah.
after he had left town.
I get a feeling that I
His
never
excuse was that he
known
needed to
about
start over
before.
from
No,
scratch,
I get a good
but he
feeling,
could not drag
yeah.
his family through the mud with him.
They destroyed us, you know that! Nancy suddenly shouted, causing her son to startle a bit in surprise. Jeff Woods caused more problems for this city than I can count. That's why this book is banned at your school, because we want this forgotten. We don't want Jeff the Killer to be part of our history. Lane began to argue back, perhaps to point out some hypercritical notion that his mother or his teacher was falling victim to, but Nancy continued to rant, giving Lane no time to speak. Your father had to leave because of this, left us here to fend for ourselves. Max Hayden, that bastard, cut some sort of deal, testified against the city that he'd called home for so long. Now he's living a life with a new name. His son is probably getting ready to start college with his secret identity, and he'll never have to face the consequences that you and I did, Lane. And now, 4 years later, when the dust had finally settled just a bit, when people no longer look at me and Paul Dermott's wife, when people no longer whisper about me when I turn down an aisle at the store, now this fucking book came out. Everything that I've worked for, so hard to leave behind, now brought back to life for the world to gawk at. Nancy was crying now. Lane, trapped in that realm between the sympathy he felt for his mother and the anger that he still harbored for his book report being denied, simply exited the kitchen with no further commentary on the matter. He returned to his bedroom and took the internet to voice his rage instead. He logged onto his Facebook profile and began a long rant about censorship, freedom of speech, corruption, in the hypocritical world that he was forced to exist within. He went into vivid detail about Lew Woods' book, and how Jeff the Killer was the only thing that put Mandeville on the map, about how his teacher was simply afraid of the truth. And so on it went. After Lane Dermott felt his work in the field of exposing social injustice was done for the day, he collapsed on his bed and dozed off, still brooding over the unfair nature of life.
Yeah, like I have to start it again.
Several hours later, he was awoken by a commotion from outside his bedroom. The faded light coming in through the window told Lane that it was late in the evening. There was suddenly a loud crash, followed by what he thought just might be soft cries. The whimpering tone sounded as though it belonged to his mother. Lane stood from his bed and placed his ear to the door. He was now certain that the voice belonged to his mother. At first, he didn't react. Over the years since her husband left, she'd fallen into bouts of depression, and it was not uncommon for her to suddenly begin to cry with no apparent provocation. The crashing sound, though, that was something new. It had been too loud to just be a simple plate falling over and shattering, or a picture dropping from the wall. Slowly, Lane cracked the bedroom door open and could now hear his mother better. She wasn't softly crying out, but rather sounded as though she was begging. Please, please don't hurt us. Please just leave. Lane looked around his room for something, anything that could be used to defend himself. However, it had gotten dark outside, and he didn't want to risk turning on his bedroom light and alerting whoever was terrifying his mother. He didn't have a cell phone or a landline in his bedroom, and with nothing immediately visible to use for self-defense, the only option was to stay
I missed
hidden,
both shots.
or to go out and see what was happening. He could have likely stood in his doorway and debated this all night, but suddenly, his
There's a
wife screamed,
fucking puma right
raising
there,
her
holy
voice
shit.
from the sheepish tone that she'd been uttering her pleas to a full-on sound of terror and panic. No! Please, no! The voice of Nancy carried back to Lane. Lane exited his bedroom and stepped into the darkened hallway of his home. What little light came through the windows was that dull orange that only late twilight could produce. This house was small, and within a few steps of it, he knew that he'd be able to see into the living room. Still looking around for any means of self-defense, Lane's eyes fell to the small wooden stand that sat in the hallway of his home. Their phone stand that was never used for a phone, since the only jack was located in the living room, contained a shelf underneath its base. Sometimes, his mother would keep a few sewing instruments there. He knew they were needles and thread. But what he now prayed for were sharp sewing scissors. They sprung to mind because Lane was told that when he was a small child that they were dangerous, sharp as knives. Every time he touched them, as far back as he could recall, Nancy felt that it was her duty to remind him to be careful. As silently as possible, Lane opened the drawer, feeling a degree of gratitude at how silently the shelf glided out. Looking down, he saw that the long scissors were in fact in the drawer. Being careful not to make a sound, he drew them out, and with a shaky sigh of nerves, once again began to move toward the sound of his mother's bedroom. Lane slowly peeked into the room, his eyes grown enormous and his heart freezing in place at the sight before him. His mother, cowering on the sofa, pushed back as far into the backrest as anyone could, was holding her hands up in a pleading gesture. She was crying loudly. This sight alone, though, was enough to put Lane from his former state of cautious nature into a new state of crippling panic. He'd seen his mother break down and cry many times, especially during the first years that his father left. It was the source of her current horror that froze Lane in his tracks. It stood close to 6 feet tall, dressed in ragged clothing with long, filthy black hair partially hiding one side of its face, and a long kitchen knife gripped in his hand. It was tilting its head back and forth, almost as though it were some curious animal trying to figure out the best place to strike its prey first. It would change position before the sofa every few seconds, as though attempting to further torment Nancy, keep her unsure of when and where it would strike. Lane risked taking another step closer, and suddenly the ghoulish intruder looked up
There's
at him.
swish in here or something?
It was at that moment that Lane found himself trapped deeply between disbelief and amazement. The face staring at him from across his living room was far too iconic to mistake. From one side, an almost sane eye locked in. A smile formed as it realized that it had trapped Lane in fear. The other side of his face, though, that was something drawn, perhaps from the tapestries of hell. The eye was nothing more than a milky white bulb. Lane felt that this is what the eyes of some monstrous creature might develop should it spend its life swimming about in the pits of the Mariana Trench. From the mouth to the eye was a long-heeled yet still quite prominent scar. The scar stopped briefly at the blank eye, but began again above the eyebrow, traveling up the forehead and onto the scalp. Lane slowly raised the scissors to chest level, now gripping Lane with both hands. Understandably, Lane could not overcome the pure shock of finding one of the decade's most famous serial killers standing in his living room.
Vitamins.
From Chapter 7, Denial and Truth, the Fate of My Brother. What used to keep me up at night most often, caused me the most regret and pain, was the fact that I slept through Jeff's farewell. I only vaguely remember it now. My brother waking me up, telling me that I was free now. I remember feeling annoyed because who enjoys being woken up in
Throw
the
it
middle
back
of
to
the
the
night?
original story.
I remember he told me that he loved me, and that I was his best friend. I remember saying something like, I love you too. Let me go back to sleep, or something to that effect. When I woke up the next morning, I just got up, started my normal routine. It wasn't until I was walking down the stairs toward the kitchen that I realized that the house was too quiet. My mother always had the television on in the living room during the day. It was almost 10 a.m., and the house was silent. It would still be for another hour before I decided to open my parents' bedroom door. The rest of that week is still a blur in my mind. I remember the police arriving, my parents being taken out, wrapped in white sheets. I was sure that Jeff had been kidnapped by whoever murdered our parents. Of course, I remembered him waking me up with his cryptic goodbye. But when it's your brother, a trusted face that you've known your entire life, it's not exactly easy to apply that person to murder. However,
That's what's true, honestly.
once the murder of Williamson took place, once the tabloids labeled him Jeff the killer, well, back then, it was pretty much impossible to deny. Once Monica Davenport released the Jeff tapes, well, denial was all I had left. After the murder of Keith and Troy, though, well,
You already have that. I don't need
that
that.
was it. Months rolled on
Yeah,
into
I do.
years, and pretty soon,
I don't need it then.
Jeff was becoming a forgotten entity. By
Poppin'
then, I had moved to
pills.
Louisiana. I have family in Texas, an aunt and uncle. They're very compassionate.
Family.
They understood what I was going through.
Large
and I
ammo
pretty
kind
much
of
spend
wow.
the next year
I'll take all
healing.
that. More
So I remember
power.
sitting up in our bed,
Ooh,
back there in
nigga.
Texas, feeling
Military
tears
crate?
pooling in the
Hardened
corner of
chest.
my eyes. My
Micro
greatest
supply.
fear was that perhaps
That's
Jeff was
pretty
trying
good.
to find me, that he needed me.
Don't need
I
that.
pictured him waiting around our very short-lived home in Mansville, perhaps wondering where I was. Those sorts of thoughts kept me up for most of that year. Sometimes a letter would come addressed to me, out there in Houston. It'd be forwarded from the old address, not a return address usually.
Nice, first try. Nice,
I
nice,
get so excited
nice.
as I tore it
So it's
open,
customized
convinced that Jeff
fittings.
had found a way to write me, to let me know that he was alive.
Mobility, alright. Rifle purse, I'll
It
take
would
that,
turn out to be
I'll
a
take
piece of junk
that,
mail.
that,
Some advertisement
that.
designed to look like a
that.
real piece of mail.
Cool.
My heart would sink. I'd feel that regret creeping back in. Regret for not waking up. Talking to Jeff on the night that he left.
Oh shit.
At the very least, I could have told him goodbye.
Christ.
Jeff, the killer, Lane whispered, still holding up the scissors. Jeff looked down at Nancy, his face locked into a twisted mask of
Oh, God.
insanity, and drove the knife down towards her chest. Go to sleep. Fuck! Jeff screamed, suddenly releasing the knife and letting it fall to the sofa. Lane looked over and saw that his mother had brought the point of her knee directly into the groin of her attacker. Jeff staggered back against the wall, gripping his crotch
Correct.
while trying to still
the nut shot?
threaten both Nancy and Lane.
Put some stuff away.
What the intruder didn't account for was that Nancy Dermott spent the majority of her adult life married to a police officer. He dragged her to every self-defense course that he could. For years, the training was drilled into her. Always go for the soft parts, the eyes, the testicles, the throat. Jeff suddenly lunged, attempting to dodge around Nancy and grab the knife that he dropped during that initial kick. Lane was still frozen in place. For all the dark poetry and journal entries that he'd created, many detailed the ways that he'd like to exact revenge on those that didn't appreciate him, mostly girls and teachers. But now that he actually had the chance to stab someone, he found that he simply couldn't manage the act. Jeff grabbed the knife, got one hand around the hilt, but never had a chance to brandish it. At the very moment that he awkwardly attempted to rotate the blade, Nancy brought her living room lamp down over the attacker's head. There was a grunt of pain as Jeff fell forward onto the sofa. The lamp shattered, but before Elaine could blink, his mother grabbed the next closest weapon, the large crystal ashtray that sat upon the coffee table. She raised the object over her head and with a scream of rage, smashed it over the young man's head, who moments before had her under what he believed to be complete control. Oh God! Lane, are you all right? Nancy shouted at her son. Yeah, Mom. Are you? Before she could answer, Lane began to move closer to the unmoving body on his living room sofa. Stay back, Lane. He might get back
Mind
up.
if I do this? I
Mom.
can.
I don't think he's going to get back up.
Modify. Here we go.
Look.
Cool.
Lane pointed at the blood pooling beneath the
I
still
think there's still
body
zombies in there.
on the couch.
From the 2016 documentary Jeffrey Woods,
Gotta walk
Killer
like
Speaks
so this thing
by
can
Monica
heal
Davenport,
faster.
interview conducted with local Mandeville youth, addressing the cultural movement known as Jeff's Killers.
Here on the outskirts of Mandeville, Louisiana, where a group of high school-aged kids gather on a regular basis. What might be their purpose of gathering? Well, they call themselves Jeff's Killers, and they view him as a sort of anti-hero. And many say they are anxiously awaiting the opportunity to meet him in
Cult
person.
of Jeff.
The
Spooky.
film goes to a montage of
Oh, this is
various
kinda cool, though.
teenage participants, many with scars
Got from you.
artificially decorated into the sides of their faces. Some with contact lenses, giving one eye a cosmetically enhanced whiteness. All of the teens give short answers. Some just one word, others a short phrase. All the same, though. Jeff Woods. We're here to celebrate Jeff the Killer. The Killer, always. Jeffrey Woods, always. And why do you come out here to celebrate Jeffrey Woods? He's a serial killer. He murdered his parents. How do you find a hero in that? Jeff's like, he shows the world that you can do something about abuse. You know, so many of us, we've grown up dealing with that stuff and we can't do shit. Jeff, though, he did. Yeah, Jeff Woods, you know, he was a nice guy. He tried so hard to turn the other cheek and all that crap. You know, the stuff they teach us in school. He did everything the way that we're taught to do. All of that society tells us are the stepping stones to being a normal and happy person. For most of us, it works out great. Okay, you get like to be a cheerleader or some crap. You get to march in the Labor Day parade. Woo! I mean, Jeff though, all the lies that they try to tell us to be happy, well, he just snapped and did it on his own. No, forget all that shit. Okay, Jeff the Killer is fucking rage turned all the way up. People out there, they see us walking around, they think we're freaks, or they think we're weak. But Jeff the Killer.
Great Heist Volume 4 claimed. Land claimed area usually store most of these, but with the secrets in this book, no place will be secure. Do 20% more damage to land claimed property. I don't really need that.
Could still be
I'm
alive.
playing
And if
single player,
so,
but Raw Diamond, oh hell
what would you
yeah.
say to
I don't need that.
if you had the chance? Hang Randy Hayden for his fucking balls. Burn this town down. And you, what would you say to Jeffrey Woods? I'd say, come hang out with us. Come show us how you managed to let go of all that shit holding you down all those years. We just want to be free. Just like you.
Fucking freaks. The haggard-looking man muttered before dipping a glazed donut into his mug of cheap coffee. Although only in his 40s, Detective Dalton Bradshaw of the Mandeville Police Department looked much older. His hairline began to retreat from his forehead a bit more each year. The 2 packs of Pall Mall Reds that he smokes between waking up at dawn and returning home, oftentimes well after dark, have done nothing to assist in preserving his once chiseled appearance. His teeth were now stained from the tobacco, his face full of wrinkles, and his eyes always looked exhausted, regardless of how much sleep he might have enjoyed the night before. He'd been watching various clips from Davenport's documentary while waiting for that tiny and disgusting little
That's the
coffee
switch
and
that
donut
opens
joint
all of them.
for the better part of 2 hours. He'd actually been back at the police station packing his things to go home for the night when his watch commander had summoned him into his office. Apparently, a young man who had broken into a residential and attempted to hold one of the occupants at knife point. The woman had fought back, and the asshole died by his own blade. The woman and her
Holy
kids,
shit, ouch.
as far as Dalton was concerned, this shit would wait until morning. Special uniforms and the fucking coroner's people come out and clean up the body. This was Mandeville, after all. Only one exciting thing ever happened out here, and that was 4 years ago. This guy was probably some meth head from out in the backwoods that was trying to score some cash or buy some dope. Then, more information came in.
What the?
One exciting thing that happened 4 years ago in Mandeville, the only thing that could possibly keep Dalton on the clock and not at home. Taking off his suit and climbing into a hot shower just happened to be the one fucking thing that was lying in a pool of its own blood on Nancy Dermott's sofa. And this crazy bitch thinks she killed Jeffrey Woods. Dalton asked his watch commander as he grabbed his notebook and slung on his sport coat. That crazy bitch happened to be Nancy Dermott, the ex-wife of Paul Dermott. Same guy that was running favors from Acquisition. And relax, Captain. I'm just going over there and do a nice little interview. Make sure the body gets moved. And we'll pick this up tomorrow. The hell we can! I'm arranging for a specialist from Baton Rouge to work with you on this. This is an order that came down from the mayor's office. The guy is on his way right now. Just go and stuff donuts down your face, that little shit dive you like. The specialist will meet you there. The uniforms already have the scene under control. We can move the body to the morgue without causing a scene, we will. I cannot stress this enough to you, Bradshaw. This shit stays on whisper. How the hell does the mayor's office know about this call already? How? The woman's jackass kid, that's how. Lang Dermott has been a pain in the ass for a while. He likes to post his little opinions about his school and the town all over his frickin' official website for the city of Mandeville. The site admins blocked him for writing all this Jeffrey Woods crap, okay? They tell him that it's a blacklisted subject, but then that little shit just goes around, makes a new account, does it all over again. Anyway, while his mother was busy calling the cops, her 16-year-old little idiot was busy photographing the body, posting pictures of it right there on the town's message boards. The admins deleted the post. You can only pray to God that they did so before anyone else saw it and copied it. The mayor sure as hell saw it, and believe me, he's just looking for an ass to kick right now. He thinks we need some sort of expert on news and window lickers to come down here and tell us what a dead freak looks like. Dalton asked. I don't care what the mayor thinks, Bradshaw, but our chief of police does. So, for right now, please, just go down there, drink your coffee, wait for the guys to show up and meet you there. Then kindly go over to the scene of the crime and let this guy help you investigate. And I can expect to go home when? The police screamed some harsh words of motivation towards Dalton Bradshaw in response to his question. Finally, the overworked detective plodded out to his car and climbed in. Once on the road, Dalton reached into his glove compartment and removed a small Ziploc bag containing 8 small pills. Oh, damn. Running a bit low. He stated with a frown, staring at the baggie. The pills were Adderall, although Dalton could not guess at the dosage or age of the pills. One of his on-again, off-again lovers, a woman who often asked Dalton to go over and scare her ex-boyfriend into paying her overdue child support, had given them to him recently. They were her kids, but apparently, the kid didn't like him. Said kid's mom, an occasionally evening companion for Dalton, believed the detective could use a boost of energy, as, according to her, to assist. This would not be a short evening, to say the least. Dalton was pleasantly elevated as he sat at the coffee shop, feeling the artificial energy and euphoria from the pills start to gather in his brain and pulse behind his eyes. I don't know what the hell's wrong with Gina Marie's kid if he doesn't like this shit. He mumbled to himself as he clicked play on the next video from Monica Davenport's documentary. From 4th grade school project. Who is your hero? By Jeremy Lyman, Crestwood Elementary School.
What?
Baton Rouge.
I'm offline?
My hero is Uncle Simon.
Connection
Uncle Simon
issues.
works as a special kind of police officer who tries to arrest criminals who have already gotten away. His job is to study the clues and try to find the bad people even when no one else can find them. He keeps us safe. I'm gonna go ahead and assume by the beard stubble and bloodshot eyes that you're Dalton Bradshaw. A voice suddenly spoke behind the detective as he was focusing on Davenport's film. Dalton looked up at the man addressing him. It would seem logical that this would be the specialist from Baton Rouge, but based on his appearance, Dalton almost had to second-guess himself. The man standing before him was a lot younger than he expected for starters. He estimated the guy's age couldn't be any more than 30, perhaps even younger. He was skinny, had a small goatee, and was well-dressed. More for a day at the mall than a night investigating a murder.
Do all the special state investigators walk around in jeans and a t-shirt these days?
Dalton asked without smiling. Sorry, dude. My boss had to learn to accept it. I don't do suits unless it's a funeral or wedding. My name is Simon, by the way. Or if you want the official introduction, I'm Agent Simon Lyman of the Unsolved Crimes Department of the Louisiana State Police. Dalton blinked and had to take a moment to compose himself, or else he feared he might laugh in this kid's face.
Hold up.
Alright.
Your name is...
Simon Lyman?
Why would your folks do that to you?
Oh, you misunderstand. My parents didn't name me Simon. They actually named me Solomon Lyman. I illegally changed my first name to Simon when I turned 18.
Why the hell would you do that?
Duh, so it would rhyme. Dalton found himself chuckling just a bit, in spite of how annoyed he was at this ever-increasing lateness of his workday. He realized that now, even if they wrapped up this in record time, he still wouldn't see the inside of his apartment until it was far too late to do anything other than go straight to bed.
Oh, we can get to know each other on the ride over there. Ryan, Simon. I'll only get home before sunrise, though. So, if it's all the same to you.
Ryman Simon. Oh, yeah. See, that's why I changed my name, for shit like that. Dalton dropped a few dollars on the table to cover his food and coffee. Dalton dropped a few dollars on the table to cover his food and coffee. And then left out for Nancy Dermott's house. The drive from the small coffee joint to the crime scene was less than 10 minutes. However, Dalton quickly learned that Simon was not the type of person who let time pass without conversation.
Coleman's driving.
Alright, so, I'm assuming that you'll be playing the bad cop in this little investigation, right? Asked Dalton, a sarcastic tone lacing his voice.
Nope. I'll be playing the tired as hell cop who wants to go home. I tend to play that role every time my shift goes on overtime. You're playing the what? Wise-ass CSI guy?
CSI? No, thank you. Too much blood and semen. I mean, who wants to spend all day studying blood samples? No. I'm unsolved cases, remember?
Yeah, well, I hate to tell you, kid, but this one is probably already solved. The damn intruder's dead. Woman already confessed to doing it, and her stupid kid posted pictures of the corpse to the fucking mayor's office. You might have wasted a trip down here.
Yeah, you really think that dead body we're going over to see is Jeffrey Woods himself? You think after 4 years of no activity, you just want to show up and get killed by some bored housewife? Dalton glanced at Simon and smirked.
Personally, I don't care one way or the other. Jeffrey Woods, Tiger Woods, James Woods, I don't give a rat's ass so long as I'm home within the next couple hours.
Really? You're not even a bit curious. I mean, Jeff the killer, right? Exciting stuff.
And maybe to you and the rest of the world, I don't know. I was still with the NOPD when the whole thing happened back here in 2015. I didn't transfer out to Mandeville until almost the end of 2016. Sure, I read all about the incident while it took place, but these yuppie fucks out here will freak out over anything. In New Orleans, we investigated several homicides a week just in my district alone. Some kid having a nervous breakdown, stabbing a few people doesn't exactly have the same impact when you work in a city where murders don't even make the front page anymore.
Yeah, why'd you leave New Orleans then?
Look, Simon, I'm sure you're a nice guy. I bet all your coworkers love you, but let's just stay on track here, okay? If this case turns out to be a longer ordeal, I'm sure we'll find all the time in the world to tell our war stories, but for now, let's just focus on the task at hand.
With that said, they rode the last few blocks in relative silence. Dalton only spoke again when they arrived at the scene.
Yeah, we're here. Now listen, I'm not sure if you know this or not, but Nancy Dermott's husband was somewhat tied into the whole Jeffrey Woods
Well, I'm
fiasco.
at 37 now.
Try and avoid making any stupid jokes.
Yeah, trust me, Dalton, I know all about Paul Dermott and his ties to Maxwell.
There's no way I could speed it up.
I've read Lou Wood's book, and all the other seedy little secrets that have been published, and a few that haven't.
Damn.
The two men walked up to Dermott's front door, where a uniformed officer who looked to be maybe
Good job.
21 years of
I
age
knew
was
you could
standing.
do it.
The officer began to address Dalton as he approached. Paramedics moved the body to a stretcher, and I think the CSI people are are about done. There was apparently a brief struggle, but the intended victim really did a number on the guy.
Yeah, outstanding police work, Junior.
Dalton responded and stepped around the cop and walked into the home. Bradshaw!
I just
You finally here to
Do I
take
have
over
anything
the scene or what?
to better my
Another officer
butter?
asked.
Holy
Can't do
fuck, Frank. Yeah,
awesome sauce.
I'm here to take over the scene. Give me a briefing so I can get the hell home before you die from breathing.
Frank, whose age and weight suggested that he might in fact have difficulties, should he ever try to jog more than a few feet, waddled over to Dalton and began reading from a report. Okay, the dead fuck is on his way to the morgue as we speak. CSI determined that he got in through the back door. What can I say? Folks out here never heard of locks or something. Intended victim was Nancy Dermott. Her son Lane Dermott witnessed the struggle and the death of the intruder. Blah, blah, blah. Boilerplate bullshit. Apparently, 16-year-old Lane believes that this intruder is none other than Jeff Woods. Victims are in the back of the house right now. Nancy said that she was sick of looking at the blood on her sofa.
Lord. Thought they were gonna leave the scene intact until we got here.
Yeah, Dalt. Orders were to keep this thing quiet. When they saw the chance to move the body without a lot of gawkers, they took it. Neighbors been popping by every so often, knocking on the door, being nosy. Typical shit. Do you have pictures of the intruder? Simon asked Frank in a casual tone. Who are you? Pudgy Man asked in a slightly annoyance. I'm the president of the Dead Body Fan Club. Now, tell me, let me see those pictures so we can kindly sign the report and you can kindly head back to SeaWorld and get back to your tank. This fucking guy got
Alrighty
a
then.
problem here, Dalt?
Stay
Frank
safe
asked,
out there.
turning his flushed face towards the detective.
Relax, Frank. I'm the one that has to work with him, okay? He's from the state police. Investigates unsolved cases or something. Just give me the pictures.
Frank handed the pictures to Dalton, at which point Simon immediately snatched them away. He looked through them slowly at first, as Dalton joined in on the
I'll
viewing.
just take this AK.
And
Not
as he
gonna lie.
progressed through them, he began to flip over faster and faster. The collection of photographs ranged from close-ups of the intruder's face to shots of the corpse collapsed on the sofa. What information could be
Shotgun
gathered on
turret,
site by the
shotgun.
CSI crew who all cataloged? His height, estimated age, etc. Well, this isn't Jeff Woods, that's for
Just
sure.
brightened my day.
Simon stated with no doubt,
I'm glad I
handing
could
the
help
pictures
you.
to Dalton.
How can you be so
Zombies.
sure?
Now, the height's wrong, first of all. Guy's taller. Jeff stood at 5'10". Also,
If you
take a
do
look
this
at his
right,
clothing.
hurry back
If
soon,
Jeff Woods
and I'll
really
have a
had been
nice
stalking the
roll.
countryside out here for the last 4 years, I doubt he'd be wearing new clothes. Frank decided to chime in. New clothes? Kid, are you blind? I saw those rags before they zipped him up. And you hauled him down to that cold storage. His clothes and pants are practically falling apart. Well, I'm sure your CSI crew will agree. Allow me to save them some time and break this down for you guys. The cuts on his clothes were clearly made with scissors. Clothes that rip on tree branches, for example, tend to be torn in a ragged fashion. These tears were done on purpose. Plus, the pattern of the rips is far too intentional to be something caused by snagging branches. Now, the guy is clearly attempting to create a costume of sorts, plus the shoes were a giveaway. He wants us to believe that he's been wearing the same stuff for so long that it's just falling apart, but his shoes are in pretty good shape, from what I can tell from the photos. Plus, he's wearing hiking boots. If we were really living off the land all those years, he'd take whatever kind of shoes he could get, and maybe even still be wearing the ones he left home in. Instead, he's wearing a fairly new-looking pair of shoes. It just happened to be perfect for escaping into the woods after he murdered a couple people.
Kid, you know we could have gotten new clothes along the way or something. Not hard to break into a store.
Simon interrupted before he could finish. Yeah, sure, maybe. I mean, however, if you look at the pictures of the perp's face, you can clearly see that his scar is smearing a bit. Now, I'm no dermatologist, but in my experience, scars don't start to streak when you sweat. Also, that's clearly a contact lens. Dalton couldn't help but chuckle at the exchange. Frank Landry had developed a reputation of being a bit of a bully over the years, especially to the new recruits. Watching this skinny kid talk to him like he was an idiot was good for him. After an hour later, Simon and Dalton were driving to the morgue to see the corpse that caused such a stir. They interviewed both Nancy
Rally
and Lane
point,
Dermott, and were
rally
not surprised
point,
to
rally
find there wasn't much to be
point. Have it
gained
gone
besides
over
a rehashing of it.
It's gonna be. It's gonna be in this. That
You're a little
town.
harsh on that kid, don't you think?
There'll be some more stuff down
That
here.
fucking
Another
kid
town down
is an
here.
idiot. Posting that damn picture for the world to see.
Agreed. But did you really have to threaten the skull dragon, as you put it?
Blaine Dermott needs to have a little understanding that he isn't above shit.
It's his father's sweet town, and he used that as an excuse to do whatever he wants. His mother clearly was too worn out to fix his ass. Plus, that picture gets leaked around. Yeah, you Mandeville types really are afraid of the exposure, aren't you? But I don't get it. Don't neglect it. But the old heads here, yeah, they hate it. Before Jeff Woods decided to go on a killing spree, Mandeville was advertised as the kind of place you could sleep with your doors unlocked at night, but really, it was all the corruption that was uncovered. Murder can be explained away as just a crazy bastard being crazy. But all the cover-ups, that's bad. Well, Maxwell Hayden didn't exactly do his son any favors with Robbins. He clearly didn't do his son any favors either. Randy Hayden may have escaped Mandeville alive, but from what I've heard, even Whitcrow couldn't protect his reputation.
From the American news program, Lies Exposed, hosted by Leslie Mann.
Why is there a bear in the middle of the road?
On a campaign
Drive
against
past him.
Randy Hayden.
Pretty sure I'm faster. Hopefully I am.
Tonight we're joined
Nah,
by
he doesn't
Alex
even care.
Perry, who is speaking publicly for the first time since being formally charged by
Alex
authorities
Perry?
for doxing
Whoa,
the
is he
personal
related to
online
Tyler
accounts
Perry?
of Randy Hayden while he was in federal witness protection. Alexis is currently out of jail on bond, but will face charges in court for her actions. Alexis tells us that she is not dissuaded by her upcoming court date, stating that she would do it all over again. For our viewers that have not followed these developments, here's a brief recap of the events that have led to the 23-year-old college sophomore facing these serious charges. Operating on the popular website Reddit, Alexis, whose online identity was Justine's Royal Guard, a nod to a former controversial social justice group,
Alright, I'm gonna do this mission.
was charged with several brutal murders back in 2015.
And go to my house and
Alexis
organize
spent
stuff.
most of her internet hours targeting public figures that she believed used their wealth,
Can I
professions,
just break through
or
this?
influence to
Yeah, I
avoid
can.
facing accountability for their criminal activities. Alexis
And
credits
then we'll
her
head back to
exposure
Trader,
of
collect
Randy Hayden
it.
publicly to the disgust and anger that she tells
Maybe
us
we'll start leveling up
formed
this
in her
trader.
after
I'm not
reading
sure.
the best-selling autobiography, Jeffrey
I think,
Woods,
yeah.
Brother, Friend, Killer, written by Lou Woods, brother of the infamous serial killer Jeffrey Woods. Alexis has stated that she was furious that Randy Hayden, who she described as a pompous child of privilege, was able to escape all accountability for his actions because of his corrupt father's political connections within that small New Orleans suburb of Mandeville, Louisiana. It's disgusting, really. If Randy Hayden were poor, he would have been hung out to dry in the media. He tormented
man.
Jeffrey Woods, but was protected by the local police. He arranged an ambush on Jeff and threatened to shoot him with a flare gun, which he did. Then, he, along with the crooked Mandeville police, produced a lie that Woods shot himself in the face. Even when the doctor who treated Jeff in the hospital attempted to throw that story into question, Randy's father started bribing more officials to make that disappear too. This kid was living in a world where he couldn't be touched. So you read the book and you became motivated to look further into the whereabouts of Randy Hayden. Yes, it was a common knowledge that he'd gone into witness protection along with his mother and father. It didn't help that there was a lot of users who liked to troll message boards by pretending to be the real Randy Hayden. And most of them were easily dismissed as fakes. But then someone doxed some information from Maxwell Hayden's old bank account in Mandeville, and a pretty big clue came out. And what clue would that be? Once again, it's pretty well known that Maxwell Hayden, even after going into witness protection, lost his financial empire. His shares in his company were all sold off to a private investor, and what he had left went into massive fines and penalties imposed on him by the Federal Trade Commission. Now, I imagine that wherever Maxwell and Bridget Hayden are now, that whatever names they're given, they're probably living off frozen food and tap water. However, they apparently had a trust fund for Randy when he was born. The condition of the trust fund stated that he could claim the money, a sizable amount, when he turned 20 years old. We're talking a little over $1 million, all just sitting in an account that his parents, by their own agreed upon conditions, couldn't touch. It could only go to Randy when he turned 20, so about 6 months before what would be his 20th birthday, that user shows up on Reddit. And as I learned, once I started digging into it, a bunch of other options based on internet forums asked the same sort of question.
Alright. I'm trying not to run here because I don't want my
He was asking about Randy Hayden.
splinted
questions
leg
about
condition
whether
to
or not he should come out of hiding.
keep getting
This
worse.
user created polls
Ooh,
asking
weapons bag.
people if they'd forgive his reputation, stuff like that. Now, that
take
alone
it.
wasn't much a red flag just itself. Lots of people talk about this, especially after Lou Woods' book came
Red
out. There was a lot of people that supported Randy, painting him as just another victim in the entire Jeff the Killer debacle. Others, like myself, wanted to see him held publicly accountable
like I was
for lying to
saying,
the police about the flare gun incident. What stood out though was the tone of these posts and the username for them. Right. The username was RAH70048, correct?
I'm probably gonna finish this quest and then go level up.
In everything I've read about the case,
There's other trade over here. Where is he at?
Randy's middle
This
name
one, I
is
think.
Andrew.
Or one of these
and
right here.
was never really stated.
Alright, Wasteland Treasures Volume 2. Coffins. Coffins are treasure troves of the apocalypse. Learn how to harvest coffins for bones, jewelry, and precious gems. Bet.
Are the zip codes for Mandeville.
Alright. Bookies.
Also, as I said before, the tone of the
Take
post
that.
seemed, I don't know how to really say it, personalized.
Take that.
And it was at this point that you started to think that this was the real Randy Hayden. Well, no, not exactly, but it was
Nope.
enough to dig more into the user. See,
Nope.
myself and some friends essentially hacked the account for
I'll take that, I guess.
RAH70048 for more
My
information.
water feels pretty good right now.
Alexis, you are aware that this is illegal, that you are essentially detailing a crime on national television. As I've said many times before, I don't care. Justice is more important. My lawyer is going to kill me for this interview, but I'd rather sit in jail
Take the
than
gunpowder.
sit idly by and allow a corrupt product of privilege, like Randy Hayden, line his pockets. Very well,
Take that.
Alexis. Please continue. We found out that RAH70048 was someone named Sean Beckett, who was living in Park City, Utah. We dug some more and found that his online identity only went
Take
back
that.
4 years to 2015.
Take that.
It was as though Sean
that.
Beckett appeared out of thin air that year. We discovered more posts, more
take
blogs,
that.
forum questions, all centered around the reputation of Randy Hayden. We also couldn't find a single picture of Sean Beckett anywhere on the internet. All of his online profiles were from sites like Reddit, sites where you didn't make real personal profiles like on Facebook or Twitter. So you continued to dig into his personal information. Well, we went further than that. We hacked his personal computer. And that's when you hit the gold mine. Essentially, yes. And we got into his pictures, we found what we needed. The pictures of himself in his personal gallery were compared to the most recent pictures of Randy Hayden, which were his yearbook photos from Mandeville High School. Since I released all of this, well, everyone has seen them anyway, so I doubt that there could be any real questions. The pictures we dug off Sean's computer are clearly Randy Hayden. 4 years of aging doesn't change someone very much, and besides, a different haircut, it's obviously him. We also found a few documents of his. The pay dirt was the email we found saved in his documents. He essentially was writing to his lawyer asking what his options were in collecting the trust fund. The email from Sean Beckett to attorney redacted, subject trust fund. As you are aware, I will turn 20 this year.
I'll take that, I
At
guess.
that time, I will be eligible to claim a trust fund
Scrap,
set
scrap.
up by my father. As I am currently unable to use the name associated with the contract, I am wondering what my options are. I would like to have access to the trust fund as soon as possible, but do not wish to bring unnecessary attention to myself. Sincerely, Sean. So at that point, you believed that you had all the proof you needed. Clearly. So, you released all the information to the public via Twitter, Reddit, and a variety of other online sources. Did you think about the legal retaliation? Did you know that you were breaking the law, not
Take
just
that.
by hacking someone's information, but also by breaching the identity of a federally protected individual? Did any of that concern you? Not even for a second.
Scrap that, take that. It's in here.
You
Oh,
follow
here
us,
we go.
all right? I made a few
I can
turns
clear
in
the area
circles just
now.
to test him out. Dalton informed Simon while looking into his rearview mirror. And I thought you were lost just for a minute there.
I'm pretty sure that truck was parked down the street. Wasn't really paying that much attention, but after 10 minutes of the thing riding our ass, I can't exactly ignore it.
Well, you're the damn police. Let's just pull him over and see what it's got. The road out of the city morgue ran through a few rather undeveloped areas.
Holy wow.
And as luck would have it, both men were in a part of Mandeville rarely traveled through at night. Dalton slowed and activated his blinker, pulling his old Buick Regal to the shoulder of the road. The vehicle, a massive pickup truck that looked old but as solid
They used to
as
put
a
states
tank, slowed
behind
to a stop as
pictures.
well.
I don't think they do that now. I don't think I've
The
seen one
silent
yet.
Street, Simon whispered. Dalton lowered his windows and reached his arm out gesturing for the truck to go around them. The truck continued to sit idle.
Fuck this, I don't have time to play these little games with some bored hicks.
Reach into my glove box there, Simon. Give me the flashlight. Simon retrieved the flashlight and handed it to Dalton. The detective removed his
This is where it
pistol
came
from its
from.
holster and opened the door.
Yeah.
Simon followed suit, removing a small pistol that he wore in an ankle holster. Once both men had exited the vehicle, Dalton
Looks like
aimed
they
the
broke through the
flashlight
front
at the
door.
truck's windshield. Can you see anything?
Take that.
Can't see for shit. Got some dark tint or something. Keep your gun down. I need to startle him.
Drawing in a breath, he called out to the occupant of the truck. Hey, do you need
Coffin?
assistance? Both
Nice.
officers waiting for any sort of
Yeah.
reaction.
I don't want brains.
The truck continued to remain in place, its engine rumbling. If you don't need assistance, keep it moving. You're obstructing a roadway. Hey, Dalton, do you have a radio in your car? We should probably get some backup out here.
No radio, it's my personal vehicle. Use your cell phone, call the precinct. Let the dispatcher know to send a couple of units out here. We're on Highway 21, about a mile north of Highway 190.
Simon removed his phone, and as he did, the truck sprung suddenly to life. There was no revving of the engine, no squealing of the tires, just a truck that was now tearing toward them. Dalton dove back to the car and shut the door behind him, just as the truck sped by. Fucking shit! What the hell is he doing? Dalton screamed. Simon ducked back into the passenger seat, his phone forgotten in his hand. Look, it's stopping again.
Tool
truck
I
stopped
still don't know if
again,
I need
about
steel
20
tool
feet
parts
in
or
front of the
anything
car.
later, like a
Do they
chainsaw
have a plate?
auger.
Can you see their
I
plate
don't
numbers?
think so.
No plate that I can see. Hold on, let me
What
get a picture.
casket?
Simon raised his
Press
cell phone
boy
and snapped
cap.
several pictures of the vehicle. Hey, got it. Calling for backup now. Wait.
Skin brains.
What the fuck are they doing now?
Dalton interrupted. Both men watched as the passenger side window rolled
There
down
we go.
and what appeared to be a small brown box was thrown onto the street. No sooner did the box hit the pavement
Ouch.
than the truck began to speed away. Dalton dropped his transmission into drive and began to follow as Simon spoke to the MPD
okay.
dispatch. Yeah, it's a brown pickup. Looks like an older model Jimmy 4x4. No license plates. It just attempted to run us down here on Highway 21. Vehicle just abandoned what appeared to be a brown package on the highway.
lame.
It is speeding northbound. Please send all additional units to intercept. No, I don't know how many occupants. No, we don't know if they're armed. No, it tried to run us off. Give me that shit. Dalton snapped and grabbed the phone from his partner. June, goddammit, this is fucking Dalton. Look, get some fucking units out here to rein this fucking truck in. I got pictures of it that I'm gonna text to your damn cell phone, so make sure you send those out with the APB. Now,
Samway,
stop
I'm pretty
asking
good on
stupid
food, honestly.
questions
I
and
don't
do
really
your damn
need
job, or God help me, I
enough
will tell
food.
everyone you're sleeping with Gus with a lazy eye. Dalton hung up and quickly dialed a new number into the phone. He tossed the phone in
What
Simon's
the?
lap,
Where did
and
you
he
come
slowed the car
from?
down next to a discarded little box on the street. Hang on. You gotta grab that. Are you sure? What if it explodes? Some sort of chemical or powder or...
Look. They want us to pick it up. They could have smashed my car into a cube with that monster truck of theirs, but instead, they went to a lot of effort to make sure that they had our attention.
Now text those damn pictures that you took of that truck. I already typed your number in for you. Dalton grabbed the brown box and threw it into the back seat before stomping the accelerator to the floor and pushing his old Buick to its limits.
Now, where the fuck did they go?
I've seen a lot of dirt roads back here. They could have pulled off while we were calling for backup or grabbed that box. Hell, that truck is built for off-roading. It could have just found a spot and pulled into the woods. Pretty soon, the lights of Highway 190 became visible. And the rural blacktop that was Highway 21 gave way to what passed as Mandeville's main drag of businesses. As the man pulled into 190 and back into civilization, a tangible relief began to settle on both officers.
Okay. The
Back
APB
besides
is
full of
out.
trash.
Every cop in town will be patrolling for the truck
I'll
tonight.
scrap that,
I'll make
yes.
sure the focus of the search is on that dirt road back there. I say we stay on our course here and head to the morgue. We'll inspect that box while we're there. 2 birds with 1 fucking stone.
Dalton, yeah, I have to admit, the way you handled everything back there, that was badass. Like, I thought that you were
Just
this
kiss already.
old lethargic dinosaur, but when the pressure kicks in, you turn into an old, modestly less lethargic dinosaur.
You have a strained relationship with your father, don't you, Simon?
Yeah. Me and Weekend Dad were pretty good. Weekday Dad was an asshole, though. from the American television broadcast of Not My Father's Son.
Interview conducted by journalist Leslie Matthews and Randy Hayden.
Ladies and gentlemen, several months ago, I sat down with Alexis Perry, a social issues activist who illegally exposed the identity of Randy Hayden. For those of you who did not follow the events of the Jeff Wood murders from 2015, Randy was a centerpiece in the chain of tragic
Murky water in the
occurrences that would
chemistry
have
station?
6 residents
think
of
I am.
Mandeville dead, including 2 high school students, a police officer,
Take
a
all that.
respected journalist, and of course, Jeffrey
Take all
Woods'
that.
parents. Randy Hayden was the son of a wealthy hedge fund guru and majority partner on the one of
Poppin'
Louisiana's
pills, all you
largest
know.
investment firms.
Take all
Before
that.
the infamous Jeff the Killer murders, Randy was known around
Take
Mandeville
that,
as a
take all
promising
that.
legacy. Seemingly well-liked by his
that,
peers,
and
respected
cement.
by his teachers, and admired for the volunteer work he participated in throughout the small town, no one expected this young man, with his entire life ahead of him, to be associated with bullying, corruption, and perjury.
Alright,
However,
I'll
in
take the field.
2015, Jeff Woods and his
Yes,
family
can.
moved from New Orleans east to Mandeville. Jeff's father, Matthew Woods, had been promoted at work. With that promotion came the opportunity to
Oh,
move to
shit.
a better neighborhood and start a new life. Matt Woods would also find that he now worked for Maxwell Hayden. In the late summer of 2015, Jeff and his brother Lou would encounter Randy Hayden along with his friends Troy Lockett and Keith Jacobson in the parking lot of a local shopping center. A fight broke out, apparently over bicycles, and the police would intervene. Officer John Williams and the Mandeville Police Department responded. At the time, no one was aware that Williamson would take a bribe from Maxwell Hayden in order to protect Randy. Williamson would manipulate the police report, reshaping the incident to
Alright.
place all the blame
Like I
on
cleared it.
Jeff and Lou Woods. A week later, Randy
Take
saw
that,
a chance at
got
revenge.
that, take that. What, you
Richard
still
Hayden
alive?
and Shane Woods
Come
decided
on.
that if perhaps Jeff and Randy were to
Still
get
alive.
to know each other, they'd become friends, and this issue could be resolved. According to the testimony,
I guess the gas cans right there blew up.
release of Jeff
I'll leave
Woods'
that.
interview with
Take
her
that.
former editor, Randy led Jeff into his garage and threatened him with a flare gun after the boys' mothers left them home alone. Another fight took place, and in a
Coffin
moment of
stack.
tragic misfortune, the flare
Don't
gun
need that.
discharged, disfiguring Jeff Woods' face and blinding him in one
Oh.
eye. Once again, Donald Williams arrived on
Coffin.
a scene to investigate.
Don't need that.
The official police report, as well as the explanation
Don't need
given to
that.
Matt and Shayla Woods, claimed that Jeff was carelessly playing with the flare gun and accidentally shot himself in the face. After the murder began to accelerate, Maxwell Hayden entered his family into federal witness protection. What would follow would be a flurry of accusations against Maxwell and his associates within the Mandeville city government. Lies were exposed, including the truth behind Jeff's injury. Randy had been responsible for the flare gun. Interview responses with the parents of Troy Lockett and Keith Jacobson changed drastically after the cover-ups were exposed. After the deaths of Jeff's parents, but before the murder of Donald Williamson, the
Leaning
parents of Troy and
coffin,
Keith described
nope.
Randy Hayden as a friendly, helpful, and promising young
Nothing.
man who was always there for his friends.
Can I take
After
that?
Maxwell Hayden and his family left Mandeville, though, their opinions changed.
Nothing
As
there.
more facts came to light,
Ooh,
the
and a
same
fat
parents
mustache.
described Randy Hayden as a manipulative bully
think that's
who
what
used his
supposed to
father's
exit.
money and influence to lord over his friends. 4 years have passed
Savage
since
County.
Jeff the Killer
What
stalked
is
the
this?
streets of this sleepy little town. For most,
That's not
life has
even.
returned
I'll
to
just scrap
normal.
that. That's not even
However,
worth
for
it.
Randy Hayden,
Armor
life recently
pack.
has become based on a difficult decision. To remain
Armor pack.
hidden
Can I
from
put this on
society,
there?
living under a government-issued identity, or to step forward into the light and face the harsh criticisms of those like Alexis Perry.
Armor pie. Yeah, there we
The
go.
citizens of Mandeville once praised him for being an intelligent heir to his
Large
father's
ammo
kingdom.
pile.
Lou Woods described him as a
Nice. Take all
spoiled
this.
bully who couldn't accept
Except that. I
losing a
don't need
civil
that. I could.
fight.
I could sell these though. I
Alexis
guess.
Perry believes him to be a symbol
Crack a
of
book?
privilege and wealth, able to circumvent the
Sell
law.
that.
But
And
who
then shotgun
is
with
the
that.
real Randy Hayden? Who has the
Shotgun bird, I'll
16-year-old
take that.
ringleader of his friends grown into over the last 4 years? Tonight, we sit down with Randy himself. He has voluntarily removed himself from witness protection and wants to tell his story. Thank you for joining me tonight. I realize
Yeah.
this must have been a difficult decision for you. Yeah, it certainly went against my lawyer's advice, that's for sure. I figured that the secret is out, so I keep trying to hide.
Come on, bro.
So, who was the real Randy Hayden back in 2015? Were you a manipulative bully,
Oh,
as so
no.
many have painted you to be? Were you the young blue chipper with the boundless future?
There we
or
go.
were
What
you
you
the
got for
young,
me?
communicative, active role model?
Sell that.
I
I
never
could
saw
sell
myself as
that.
any of those
Take
things, honestly.
those. Polymer
On
string.
paper, I had the perfect life.
I could use that, I guess. Take that.
Ridiculous even trying to complain about
Don't
it.
need that.
but
Can I scrap these?
There are problems,
No.
of course, by
I'll take all
uh,
these.
compared to what other people had to deal with. I had it all. So, what complicated that? How did you fall into this conspiracy of lies and corruption? There was always a constant pressure on me, especially as I got older. My father was obsessed with molding me into this
I'll take that. Ooh, purple
I don't
dye.
know, mascot. Yeah, I had to be the best at
Yeah.
everything I did. Grades, athletics, anything.
God.
I had to be the
My hands are
best.
cold. I'm gonna go close my
If you
door real
fail,
quick, BRB.
My parents would shun me for a while. If I came in second place in a school contest or a sporting event, I'd be ignored for a few days. Really. And how so? They wouldn't speak to me. I tried to ask questions during a meal. My father would actually look around and ask something like, "Bridget, did you hear something?" I think my mother felt bad. She'd make this face, like regret. She went along with it. Anytime I tried anything, I had to force myself into succeeding. I was more afraid of being ignored than I was afraid of being hit or grounded. It sounds to me like you could almost draw a parallel to the way your parents treated you to the way Jeff Woods described in his own family life. I've come to realize that more and more over the years. I wish I hadn't been so damn stupid back then. You've mentioned in the pre-interview that your father would force many questionable actions upon you. Would you care to expand on that? It's gonna sound stupid, and most of my friends back then were actually jealous. See, when I was 14, my father hired a prostitute for me. Now, just to clarify the obvious, what was the purpose of him hiring her? He told me that I needed to get sex out of the way so that I could focus on my grades and activities. He called some escort service, spent a ton of money. Apparently, he paid to have a full battery of tests done to ensure that she was clean. And then, about a day after my 14th birthday, he called her over. Would you describe the event? If there's something you don't wish to include or you start to feel uncomfortable, feel free to stop answering the question. No, it's fine. I made my peace with it. Yeah, I remember the day my mom and dad and I were in the living room together. My mom kept looking at her watch. And then, for no reason I was aware of, she suddenly announced that she had to go for a bit. And I remember her looking at my dad and asking something like, "So an hour?" My dad nodded, then said, "Better make it 2 just in case he gets nervous." She gave that same little frown like when they'd ignore me. She asked, "Are you sure about this, Max?" My dad gave her this annoyed wave, like shooing her out of the house. I guess he was sure. And what happened next? The woman arrived. She was attractive. I remember that. I remember feeling really shy, like I wanted to excuse myself from the room. I didn't know who she was, but I figured that she was there to see my father. I didn't want to risk saying anything stupid, so I was preparing to go upstairs to my bedroom. She was discussing something quietly with my father anyway, so I didn't feel like I needed to be down there. When I stood up to leave, though, my dad told me to wait up.
So his parents.
What did he say to you? He told me that
God,
her
I'm a
name
hooker.
was Cherry, and that she was going to give me the rest of my birthday present. He said that he knew what was on my mind, thinking about girls and all. He said that
Oh man.
if I got
Do I have my
over
shovel?
with,
I do.
be able to focus on things that mattered. I asked him what he
With the
meant.
rope.
Just said flatly sex. Did you
Ouch.
want to have sex with Cherry? No. I mean, not really. No. It was like, it's like watching my dad smoke a cigarette. I was always curious as to what it was like, but whenever I had a chance to grab one and light up, I was hesitant. I mean, sure, I found Cherry attractive, but I wasn't prepared for sex. Did you tell him that? Not directly, no. First, I thought it would be like one big joke. My dad started giving me specific instructions. It was surreal. I mean, how the hell do you react to something like that? What happened? My father broke it down as he liked to say, Barney style, you know, like the purple dinosaur. He told me I was gonna take Cherry up to my bedroom. She'd guide me through everything. He told me that she had protection in her purse. I was freaking out a little. I mean, that me and my friends would always talk big. You know, you brag or even you lie about our experiences with women. But now that I was actually face to face with it, I really wanted her to go away. Must have given my dad a look, something that set him off. Maybe it was a hesitation. Maybe he was expecting me to be happier about the whole thing, but he got angry real fast. He pulled me into the den. I remember he was gripping my arm like a clamp. Find bruises there later. He got right up in my face. He told me that I should be grateful for this, that while other kids were sneaking Playboys into their bedrooms, that I'd
The Tom Parms, I don't want
be
those.
a man. He said,
Sell these.
you want to be a fucking man, don't you, Randy? Don't you want to be a man? Are you a little
See, is there anything else I can sell here?
I told him, yeah. I like girls. He let go of my arm. He told me to go. Prove it then. Told me you spent a lot of money
Recog, I
to
should start
arrange
using
this visit.
recog. I'm gonna start stacking
You better at
recog
least
in
tell
my
me.
base. I need to build a new base, honestly.
Was the
I think I'm
woman
gonna do it in my
Cherry
town.
aware
So,
that you were a minor?
yeah, there we go.
I'm sure she was. Your father was probably
I'm
throwing
in
a lot of
town
money at
anyways.
you. Plus, he would have been in a lot of trouble too, so I'm pretty sure he took care of any potential issues. So we walk upstairs to my bedroom. My dad waited downstairs. Once we got up there, I guess Cherry could tell I didn't want to go along with this. I was embarrassed. You know, like I said before, this
Nowhere.
should have been a dream come true. Turned some music on and told me that we could just hang
Here,
out.
here's a big old
She
open
wouldn't do
space.
anything I didn't want to. She says she would lie to my dad and tell him the job was done.
What did you decide to do?
We sat on the bed and talked for almost an hour. She told me that she never felt right about the job, but for what my dad was offering to pay, she was willing to do it. She told me that she was ashamed. I told her I was too. I told her that I was probably passing up the chance of a lifetime. I felt pathetic. She actually hugged me. She told me not to worry about it. That someone's first time
Okay,
shouldn't be with
so
a paid call girl. She said it never means
keep
much.
gas in there.
And we just sort of talked about other stuff. Life
the
in general,
wire
you know, I guess in
tool.
her line of work, she hears a lot of guy problems. I
Okay,
told her
what
about
to
my dad
sell?
always
Sell.
demanding I win at everything. I told her about how most of the people
I
that
could
were my
sell
friends
this
were
right
just
here. We'll see if
pretending
he
because of
wants
my
to
family's
use
money. I told her that I was
how many of these can
lonely
find
a lot
enough.
of the time, and that I was
Sell,
jealous
sell,
of other
sell,
families
sell.
that got, you know,
Don't need.
Let's just
I mean,
love each
while I
other
have them, I
because
guess. So,
that's what you're supposed to do.
so.
Sounds like what you needed was just a good
So-
listener back then. Yeah,
Rifle
yeah, I think
part.
so.
Take
And then-
that. Shopping part.
I don't know if I said something that upset her
Steel
or
tool
what, but she
parts,
suddenly got angry.
Motor tool parts.
Maybe I complained
Should I just sell this? I
one too
think I'll
many
keep
times
it.
about the plight of being wealthy. I just remember
Yeah.
that she grabbed my shoulder, locked eyes with me. She told me that there were 1 million people in America that would kill to have my life. She told me I was complaining about things that didn't matter in the long run. She told me about her childhood.
So is
growing
this-
up sleeping at a homeless
I guess we're
shelter,
supposed to
watching her
feel
mother
bad
get
for
beat up
Andy
by
in this
different
one.
drunk boyfriends and having to watch her mother practically beg for what little handouts she could get. She told me that in a few years, I'd leave my father's house. I could never have to deal with him again. So I should just enjoy the comforts that I have here and leave as soon as I could. She told me to just fake it. Fake being happy. Fake that I wanted to do the things my father wanted, the sports, the
So when I go
the
back
team,
there, I'm
the
gonna leave this
stupid
in my
body
horde
government,
base.
all of it. She said just fake it until you make it, Randy.
Should I
She
sell
told me
this?
just
I think I'm
play
just gonna
the
keep it,
role of
honestly.
what it was worth. Be a snob. Spend my dad's money.
Ah.
Whatever it takes to make it through the
Alright,
day,
full stock.
I could move out of the house. Was the advice valuable? I took it. Just like that. I stopped trying to care. Cherry and
Better
I
use this
walked
bow.
downstairs. I gave my dad this big stupid thumbs up.
Yeah.
Put on this stupid cocky little smile. I was amazed at it.
Can I modify
One of the first
it?
times
Yeah,
in
I
my
can.
life my father seemed really happy about something I did. From that day until the incident with Jeff Woods, I kept wearing that stupid smile. And whenever I feel guilty about something, I just ignore it, fake pride or arrogance
okay,
or
I need
whatever
pistol.
emotion fit the moment. Things got a lot better at home that year.
Taking these.
I played on the company's
I think I'm gonna
softball
keep
team,
this
brought
AK
home
just in
trophies
case.
I didn't care about. My friends became nothing more than commodities. I had the I was the leader and they followed. When I walked past an old lady, I'd say good morning. I'd held the door open for people at the grocery store. I manipulated people. I bought friendships. I dropped the ones I didn't want anymore. Crazy to think. That woman, Cherry,
Okay, these I'm gonna take with me.
probably the first honest person I'd met in my entire life. Tell me about the first time you and your friends
Parts.
encountered Jeff and Lou Woods. Why did you choose to antagonize them by tampering with their bikes?
Parts.
By the time that Jeff moved to Mandeville, I was embracing Cherry's fake-it style of life to the fullest. I hated myself. Don't get me wrong, but I
Mod.
also found that I could fake that. I just
Coal.
pretended like I didn't
Where's iron,
despise what I was
clay?
becoming. I was 16 now. I'd been living that fake life for 2
Understood.
years. Either way,
Mining
that
harvest.
someone
I don't really need that right now, but I'll
had moved
keep
into
it.
the house. Jeff's on Fairmont.
Steel.
It was a nice neighborhood. Me and Keith and Troy would usually ride our bikes, walk down the street to get to the village shopping center. There wasn't much to do in Mandeville. We didn't have access to a car, so village was sort of the place to hang out. So we saw Jeff and Lou coming out of the house that morning and
I'm gonna keep these
jumped
on
their
me.
bikes. By the time we got to the village, we saw their bikes leaning on the wall next to the video store that was here.
Go smelt some more
It shut
iron.
down shortly after the incident, from what I heard. So it started out with one of them, maybe Troy, maybe me. Just looking at the bikes. Someone in my group commented the bikes looked old or cheap. I don't know. Then one of us kicked on the bikes. They thought it was fun.
Can I make cement blocks in here?
This time it fell over, causing the other bike to fall with it.
Conk. I
We
can.
laughed so hard at that. I don't know why, but this meanness just kind of came over me. I just got no reason to mess with a stranger's bike. I knew it was wrong. I knew I'd be mad if someone did it to me. All the moral platitudes, but still, I was enjoying it. Keith and
I think
Troy
I had to
were
keep
too,
some
so I
steel
decided to up the ante.
and
I
iron
picked up
on me
one of
as
the
well.
bikes and started to ride it. Keith followed suit. We were trying to damage him, I guess. We'd pedal him really fast and jump off the bikes, letting him
So,
crash. I mean, I knew it was
that.
wrong.
I'll take half
We
of
just kept
this.
going anyway. Eventually, Jeff and Lou Woods come out of the store and they
Right.
confront us. There was a fight. Didn't really want to fight Jeff. I mean,
So,
when you're the leader, you can't really risk losing a fight in front of your friends. So I
yeah, we need more
provoked
than
Keith
that.
and Troy
Make these
to
all
fight
concrete
instead.
blocks.
So when Donald Williamson wrote in his official report that witnesses saw Jeff and Lou take the first swing at you, was that false? Williamson was in my dad's pocket for a long time. I'm not sure if my father was just bribing him outright with cash or if he had some information on Williamson, but Jeff and Lou never had a chance.
Anything in 2 cell
only-
blocks?
The only witness was the video store clerk, and he didn't even talk to her. When we arrived, Jeff and Lou were gone. I'd stuck around with Keith and Troy. When Williamson got out of his
Anything
cruiser,
in
the
that
clerk
minibike?
came out to talk to him. We just waved her off. We told him what happened. Not all of it, obviously. We did try to make it sound like Jeff started it. We admitted messing with their bikes. And Troy, maybe trying to sound tough, said that he took a swing at Lou. Williamson eventually just put his hand up, told us to listen. He said something like, okay, you boys are just trying to find out who owned those bikes, right? Because they were just left out in the street, right? And we tried
Please, I'll
to
keep this
return them
on
to the
me.
rightful owners. These kids accused you of trying to steal them and attacking you, is that
Keep
right?
the painkillers on me.
You're like
Put these back.
a little confused, so he just repeated it again.
Modify.
This time stomping his foot at what
Go.
he considered were the important parts. We figured out that a foot stomp meant that was the part to make sure we remembered. We told him the kids that attacked us lived in that recently sold house on Fairmont.
So I'm gonna stack
He knew
recog
exactly where
there.
to go. I guess he called my dad after we all left. Told him that I was all taken care of because when I got home that day, my father already knew the story, or at least the false version that Williamson cooked up.
Auto shotgun trade. I could probably
Were
use
you
these in my
and your
base over
friends
there.
upset over this? Is that what led to the incident at your house with the flare gun? Honestly, I didn't care. I mean, Jeff beat up Keith and Troy.
I think I have a better auto
Never really touched me on that first
pocket
encounter.
mod.
But my
my
dad
mod's chest,
wanted me to
I'm
be
gonna
mad,
check it
I
out.
think. He told me that I let some new kids from the ghetto make me look weak. He asked me what's the point of taking martial arts and having a gym membership if I was just gonna get run over by some kid from the gutter. So I faked being mad. Yeah, I faked caring about some stupid macho image. Did you set up the attack in your garage? Did you convince your mother that you wanted to make friends with Jeff Woods so that he could come over? No. No, that was just dumb luck. His mother was trying to do it. I'm sure that the fact that my dad was her husband's boss had created a lot of problems in their home. I think Jeff's mom just wanted to try and smooth things out. So she called my mom. They talked and eventually set up a day for all of us to get together. So Jeff comes over, we hang out, we play video games and make conversations.
Leave
Turns
these
out
in
that we
here
had
for
a
now.
very similar dad. I let the fake advice go for a while and actually started to remember what it felt like just hanging out with someone.
Acid,
Not have to pretend.
blood
be
bags,
someone I'm not.
steroids,
So what went wrong?
armor,
What
military
changed in such a
fiber.
short period of time? I actually found out ahead of time that our mothers were planning to go out. My mom told me that she was going to
Beer.
show Jeff's mom around town a little. I suppose you could say it was the
Gunpowder,
moment that Real and Rich started
oil
to argue with each
shale.
other. Who are Real and Rich? Randy Real and Randy Rich. Those are the nicknames I created for what I was faking life and when I was just being myself. Real would have been happy to hang out with Jeff that day. Playing video games, whatever. Rich, however,
What is this?
started
do?
to think about how
Folders in
my
here,
father
this.
reacted to the day of the fight in that parking lot. How he told me to handle my business and not be a weak leader. So you're saying that you arranged the attack with a flare gun to appease your father? Yeah. Yeah, I started thinking only in shades of victory. That makes sense. I figured if we put a little fear into Jeff, made him regret the incident at the video store, that I'd be able to report to my dad that I'd taken care of things. I wanted him to be proud of me again, the way that he was the day Cherry came over. Not just proud of me making good grades or something, but proud of me for being a man. No, I realize how stupid all that is, but when you're 16 and trying to decide if you should be real or rich every day, I guess stupid choices are bound to happen.
Let's put these away.
Was it at that point that you called Keith Jacobson and Troy Lockett and
So
told them?
there.
Yeah, I told them our parents were
Keeping
leaving soon. That they
these.
should come over if they wanted to get
I'll
back at
put
Jeff
this
Woods for
away.
the fight.
Keep the
They were all
rocks
for it,
on
of course.
me. Keep
So,
these.
You had him outnumbered. Why even introduce the flare
Alright,
gun?
there we go.
Seems as though it was overkill. That was the idea. My father always told me that getting even wasn't as good as getting ahead. While on the surface, he might give the traditional revenge is wrong type speech, depending on who was around. My dad always found a way to pull me aside later and correct himself. He was a firm believer in putting things back to balance. To my father, being 1 point ahead of everyone else was his idea of balance. I figured that the flare gun would be that perfect 1 point lead. It was so stupid, I know, but that was Rich Randy for you. Full of bad ideas. You have any intent whatsoever to shoot him with it? Jesus, no. The idea of a bunch of suburban kids shooting at somebody over a fight, that's a work of fiction if ever there was one. No, I wanted to let Keith and Troy get their hits in, knock them around a little, that's it.
Got him healed.
That didn't happen though, did it? No.
Give me the wire
No,
tool too.
I've listened to Monica Davenport's Jeff tapes. If
Put
I
this
had
here.
known how much that kid was dangling on the edge, I would have left him alone. Now, one of the big pieces of controversy was your story. You reported that Jeff Woods shot himself in the face while playing around with the flare gun. However, the audio recordings released by Davenport told a different story. All the corruption that was exposed about your family and their ties to the powers that be in Mandeville also told a different story. What really happened that day? I shot Jeffrey Woods in the face. It was an accident. I dropped the flare gun and it discharged. So why did you lie? Williamson cooked up the entire story. From the moment he arrived on the scene, he pulled me and Keith and Troy into our living room. By then, both my mom and Jess were back,
Motherfucker.
and they were hysterical.
Adam infected?
The EMTs were doing their thing. No one was paying any attention to us. Williamson took us into the living
How did I
room
fix a sprained
and
ankle?
handled it just like the fight in the parking lot. So,
Boo.
fed us our lines, just like in a play. He asked us how much we'd already told the EMTs or the parents, which honestly hadn't been much. He asked me what happened. I told him the truth. That I dropped the flare gun and it shot Jeff. Williamson explained that I could be charged with aggravated battery, that it was a felony and I could spend the rest of my youth in a juvenile detention center. He told Keith and Troy
that they would be tried as accessories and essentially face the same punishment. He said that my father could be held responsible as well, since it was his flare gun and it wasn't properly locked away. By then, me and my friends were in tears, all that tough guy garbage, and yet we were crying like babies. I could practically feel my father's shame. Williamson wasn't done there either. He went on to tell us about how my family could be sued in civil court for this as well. How we could all be on the street before my first criminal court date even showed up. We realized years later exactly what he had done. He'd set a trap to ensure that we'd go along with the alibi that he prepared. So Williamson told you to lie, to say that Jeff shot himself with the flare gun. Told us. He wrote the whole damn thing and just showed us where to sign. We had to go to court only once, just an inquest hearing to determine if the incident was accidental. Everyone from the judge to the district attorney were likely bribed. We showed up in our little suits and ties at 9 a.m. and we're home in time for lunch. No further investigations would be conducted. Nothing about the cause of Jeff's injuries.
Like I told you before, it is not Jeffrey Woods, Simon repeated as he and Dalton stood over the corpse. They had arrived at the morgue less than 10 minutes prior and were waiting for the medical examiner to come and give her report.
Fuck. Makeup and a contact lens. Why?
Dalton mumbled to himself. Clearly, this individual wanted the murder to be credited to Jeffrey Woods.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. I'm just wondering why now? Why after 4 years try and do this?
The medical examiner entered the room. Well, I might be able to answer some of that for you. Marla Darrow, Mandeville's forensic expert, informed them.
Yeah, well, shit, Marla. Don't keep us in the dark,
Dalton replied. The young man on the table in front of you is Brian Antoinesse, 21 years old, and just recently released from the Southeast Louisiana Psychiatric Hospital. According to his records, he got out of there just 5 months ago. What was he in there for? Standard onset schizophrenia from the records I can pull. That's a sad story for many kids, and as the symptoms of schizophrenia usually start accelerating in their teenage years, seems as though he was treated for depression and delusional behavior through the hospital's outpatient wing, but eventually those treatments weren't enough. Looks like they officially started inpatient treatment 3 years ago, when his issues at school could no longer be managed by his foster parents.
Foster parents. This kid was an orphan.
Dalton asked. His biological parents were unknown.
Should be working.
State records indicate that he was dropped off at the Orleans Parish Sheriff Office as an infant. The names of the parents weren't recorded. Likely were never given. He bounced around from foster home to foster home until his mental illness became too much for his guardian to handle. Simmons rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
I need more. I think I do.
Like the great wordsmith William
No,
Smith
see,
once
max
said,
up 100 watts, power 19
parents
watts.
just don't understand.
So everything
Dalton
should be
chuckled at
working.
this, causing Marla to give them a sharp look.
So why
Is this funny
isn't
to
it?
you two? A kid is dead. I'm sorry. Marla, is it? Simon began. We had a rough night. Dalton snickered again.
Shit, Marla, I ain't sorry. This is the funniest thing this little weirdo has said since I met him. Plus, yeah, we were almost run off the damn street tonight.
Dalton walked quickly towards the exit, leaving Simon and the less than humorous Marla to entertain each other in the meantime.
I'm very confused.
So, Marla, I'm only in town for a day or so, but
Simon Lyman began.
I'll save you the trouble. I'm married. I have a boyfriend. I'm a lesbian, she replied. Wait, that's all pretty contradictory, isn't it? Pick one, Agent Lyman. I don't care, she answered, filling the room with an awkward silence that pressed down on Simon's
Okay,
shoulders
so
like a
that
bolt
one's
on his
fine.
back. So, Jeff the killer.
Because
It's
that
set in
will
stone, huh?
activate that.
He started,
How come this
trying
one
to regain
isn't
his composure after the painful
Howard
rejection.
then?
I can't believe this is coming back after the 2015 disaster. I think most people were hoping they'd seen the last reboot of Jeff Woods and his misadventures. Yeah, well, it's almost like people can't learn from their past mistakes. Why would anyone want to rehash all of this now? Lou Woods' book may have something to do with it, Marlon mused. It's banned
I'm
from
honestly
most
not
places
sure.
down here. None of our local owned
I'll
bookstores
fix it
carry
later.
it. It was the corruption, though, if you ask me, that everyone in this
Take another
city
splint.
wants to forget. More so
Take a whole stack
than the
of
murders
splints.
themselves. Dalton returned from the room, carrying the package that they'd picked up off the road.
Okay, Simon. Let's see just what those fuckers packed up for us.
Are you sure that's safe to open? Marla asked.
Christ. You two should date each other. You're both afraid of the same crap.
Dalton responded, causing Simon and Marla to smirk a bit at the observation. Dalton removed a pocket knife from his back pocket and carefully cut along the package's tape.
This one's
Marla
powered,
adjusted
right?
an overhead examination light to illuminate the
No.
metal table where Bradshaw had set the package.
So
Simon
confused.
Took 2 steps back.
It should all be powered right now.
Slowly the
Now it
tape
should be
was
powered at the
removed.
very least.
Here, Marla grunted quickly, thrusting latex gloves into Dalton's hands. The package was open.
Oh, it's
and
because
Dalton
it's on a
breathed
motion
sigh
sensor
of
too. I'm
annoyance
dumb.
and relief.
It's just a fucking secret.
Wait,
I think I need to power it with
There's some pictures
that
here,
one with
too.
motion sensor too.
Let's see.
Okay.
here.
contained in the small package were 2 photos and a DVD with no label.
The recog, that's what I
Dalton
need.
removed the photos and placed them on the table side by side. The first photo was Lou Woods, a recent one from the looks of it, perhaps even a photo from the sleeve of his now infamous book. The second picture looked a bit familiar to Dalton Bradshaw, though he wasn't quite sure until Simon spoke up. That's Randy Hayden. It's recent, too. Looks like a screenshot from his appearance with Leslie Matthews. Dalton glanced over at the old clock on the wall, sighed.
I wonder if I could take a
Almost
quest from
midnight.
him.
We've been at this too long.
Do I
In fact,
already
I'll pop
have
that
a
CD
motion
into the
sensor?
nearest
No, I
computer and
don't.
take a
So I'm
look.
probably gonna just put it there.
We'd better play this one by the book.
Okay.
We'll have tech people
Give me
look at it
motion
in the morning. Who
sensor.
knows what's on that disc?
Why not
Nice.
have the tech people look at it tonight?
Give me
I know
that.
you're
So
tired,
let's
but
go
it's just
ahead
getting good. I really want to know what's on that disc, Simon asked.
This is Manderville. And our techies go home at dinner time.
Dalton told the agent. He had then turned his attention to Marla.
We're gonna need the name of that dead kid's psychiatrist who treated him at the Southeast
Here?
Psych or whatever.
Oh, here.
If there are more answers, I think we'll find some there. The hospital will also have his most recent foster parents.
Hmm.
We're gonna want to pay them a visit as well. I think tomorrow's gonna be a busy day for us, Lyman. Hence, why
Good.
we need to
If
go
it's
and
like
get
that,
some
it's like
rest.
that.
I'll get the information for you. What about the pictures of Lou Woods and Randy Hayden? Any ideas how those connect? Marla inquired. Besides the obvious, I mean, one is Jeff Woods' brother. The other is the kid that shot him in the face with a flare gun, Simon informed her. Well, yeah, but... Marla began gazing down at the pictures, but suddenly finding a new point of interest. Both of you, come look at this. There's another clue in here. Dalton Bradshaw and Simon Lyman joined her and peered down into the box. There was something written on the bottom.
Do I need
interior of the
another
box,
relay?
However, it was hardly visible.
I
Fuck
might.
it all, I can't tell what it says. Too damn faint.
Dalton complained. Wait here, I have an idea. Marla stated and reached up and fiddled with the lamp mount above their heads. She toggled a switch, engaging the lamp's blacklight function. Suddenly, the 3 investigators were thrown into a warped world of strange color. Standing over a fresh corpse, with the room glowing in odd hues of blue and black, caused a small shiver to run down
I
Simon's
mean,
back.
I'll just fix it
However,
later,
the
bruh.
mystery writing
This
on the
isn't a
bottom of the
part right now.
box
Let's just go
suddenly became clear to them
sell
all.
this shit and then.
114.
No, okay, we'll go to the trader,
Shortcut road.
complete it, come back,
The dead
or
prophet
sell our shit
speaks,
there,
but
come
when his
back,
source
and then
of
start
power
doing these
fades,
quests.
His words of wisdom will be forever lost. Now what's that mean? Simon was asking, but Dalton was already on his phone calling for backup to meet them at the address hidden in the box. The Shortcut Road, it's a small gravel stretch out in the middle of nowhere. It's got a reputation for being a place where bad things happen. When I was a kid, there was urban legends about devil worshippers out there. There was a few abandoned houses back then. That was
I wonder if
bad.
I'd be able to scale
Not
that
just any
in
abandoned
this.
houses.
I'm gonna try.
Dalton snapped as he hung up his phone.
Remember that video I was watching today? The one with the kids calling themselves Jeff's Killers? Back when that group was still active, they'd hold a lot of their meetings back there in those abandoned homes. Fucking shit, Simon. How the hell didn't we realize this sooner?
I bet this is all the work of those fucking sick bastards. Detective Bradshaw, those kids haven't been active in years, not since they spent all that money to clear out the Shortcut Road, and Marla was attempting to explain, but Dalton was already on the move.
Okay, Simon, backup's on the way out there. Fucking Mandeville runs on a skeleton crew of cops.
Yeah, I
at
should
night,
be
so
able to
they're
scale
reaching out
that.
To St. Tammany's Sheriff's Office for additional units. Let's get moving. Dalton grabbed the small box, throwing the photos and the DVD back inside before briskly making his way towards the exit.
Oh, I
Wait,
could
the
use some water real
information you
quick.
wanted! Marla shouted, holding up a small notebook. Here, I'll take it. Simon grabbed a piece of paper with the name of Brian Antron's shrink.
Is
and
this
marked
the
before
max
turning to follow
speed
Dalton
the
out
truck
the
can
parking
go?
lot. Dalton was already in his car with the engine running when Simon climbed into the passenger seat. He looked over at his partner with impatience in his eyes.
It took you
like
long
that.
enough. What were you doing in there? Trying to score a date or something?
Yeah, I was actually.
How'd it go?
Apparently,
Alright.
she's a married lesbian with a boyfriend.
Huh.
Talk about covering the bases.
I know for a fact that she's single and likes men. And she just fell outside of her scope of interest.
Figures. So, give me the rundown of this area. Marla said that it's a bad spot. Dalton reached into his glove compartment and grabbed another Adderall from a plastic baggie. Simon gave him a strange look, but asked no question.
Do you mind if I smoke?
Dalton asked, already lighting a cigarette without waiting for an answer. He took a long drag and began to answer Simon's question.
Shortcut Road used to be what one might consider Mandeville's bad part of town. It used to be a small neighborhood back there. You can call it that. The utilities were
The bear's
rough
still
back then,
there.
always going out due to poor maintenance. Now by the time I transferred out here, they'd actually gone out there and cleaned up a lot of it.
Oh god.
I don't think anyone really lives out there anymore.
Oh god, he's
Of course,
chasing
that
me.
idiotic
Ah!
Jeff Woods' cult turned some
Yeah,
of
you
those
stay over
abandoned
there.
houses into their freaking clubhouses.
Oh, we're just gonna
My
cut through
first
here
couple
now.
months working out here, got to go back there once for a call.
Yeah, what was it?
Well,
Ah!
Jeff's killers were just about done and forgotten by then.
Another
People
cool
were growing
thing.
up.
I'm gonna mark
Legend
it.
of Jeff the Killer was losing its appeal to kids out here. There were still a few that would go out there to smoke dope or whatever from time to time, but they weren't
Excuse me.
dressing up as Jeff's Woods anymore.
Cold.
I think they just
Pause
kept it
it.
going to piss off Drake,
Two.
Arkansas.
Oh fuck no.
He's the guy that bought Maxwell Hayden's shit. How was he involved with that Jeff killer?
Oh, something the expert doesn't know. Well, Drake's first act of business was securing majority ownership of Hayden's films. Hayden sold him
This didn't affect
35%
me.
of the company. And Drake just threw his money around until he secured the other 16%. Don't ask me for the details because I'm just a dumb fucking cop, but I know that once he owned 51% of the company, he basically owned Mandeville.
Can't believe the
Simon was
fucking
looking
bear
down
kept
at his
chasing me.
phone, pulling additional information to add to the conversation.
Whoops.
Falstaff Industries.
Alright.
That's what it's called now.
Yeah. Drake was a big public figure guy though.
So I brought the switch with me.
Fucked himself over.
Oh well.
All those underhanded.
And I
deals
didn't get the
with
recog. I
bribes,
keep forgetting. I
So he
kept
decided
kept
to go
forgetting.
the opposite route. Drake was Mr. Limelight. He was making money hand over
There's another
fist.
bear.
Started trying the hearts and minds approach. Wanted to bring Mandeville back to its once glory status as a suburban paradise. Which of course meant getting rid of all the Jeff the Killer freaking residue.
Simon looked up from his phone. It says here that he hired a bunch of cops to work off duty for him, sort of like his own personal task force. It seems like cleaning out Shortcut Road and getting rid of the Jeff fan club back then was his first big act.
Second, technically.
Do you even
You
have
know
the
he
things to
moved
sell?
himself and his daughter into Jeff Wood's old
Yeah, I
house.
do.
Yeah, right there on Fairmont. Place burned down not too long ago. Good riddance, I suppose.
So, Drake, Arkansas pissed these kids off that were using the old house back there to have their little Jeff parties. And you think the few that remain
Jeff
did
parties?
so just to mess with the guy?
More than likely, yeah. I mean, it was like history repeating itself. They saw him as just another rich asshole trying to write the laws in his town. I guess the joke's on him, though. Drake, Arkansas died last year. His daughter's still around here, though. Pops up from time to time.
I didn't grab the shit. I
The
need
two
to.
men had become lost in conversation as Dalton turned down dark road after dark road, taking them further into the backwoods of St. Tanis
Oh.
Parish.
No, I'm not gonna sell that.
It was the
Put that
massive
back.
glow of red and blue
Keep your
lights up
nose.
ahead that broke their
This is
chatter
all
and
we're
brought them
gonna
back
sell
to the present.
And there's our
Alright.
backup. Or in this case, I suppose we're the backup now.
Dalton commented. Must be a dozen cars up there. They got here quick.
Yeah, it's a
If
boring
you're,
town to be a cop in, Simon. There's
Amazing.
from New Orleans,
I hope you
and
like your
backup would arrive sometime next week.
Oh, 44
Yeah.
Magnum.
Cops are chomping at a bit for
And a
something
steel
to do.
pickaxe.
I bet half
I'd
those
rather have
guys
the
up there
Magnum.
were already
Give me that.
preparing their
Hell
bullshit stories
yeah.
to tell over cheap beers and
Simon suddenly cut him off. Look out! From behind them, an ambulance came speeding past.
oh shit, what the fuck is happening?
Dalton grunted as he stepped on the accelerator and sped to their destination. Dalton's eyes immediately fell
Feeling
on
on
the news
fire.
van
She doesn't want
parked
any
across
more of
the
these
street,
shit. I'm just gonna scrap them then.
and his stomach flipped over. Media.
Antibiotics and vitamins, huh?
Now,
Does she? I think I'm gonna take the honey.
From WDSU New Orleans, grisly murder on the North Shore.
You suck day 40.
Tonight, the residents of Mandeville are once again
Wait, should we
taken
stalk
back to the
already?
chilling
No,
serial killings
right?
of 2015
44 Desert
involving teenage
Vulture,
murderer
damn.
Jeffrey Woods, known in the media as Jeff the Killer. Last night, police
Calm down,
responded to an
Crossbow. I
abandoned
could
home
use this.
located in a long-forgotten part of Mandeville known as Shortcut Road. Local teens called
I'm not really a
themselves
bow
Jeff's
guy.
Killers were once known to frequent these homes. However,
Anything else?
in a
Anything
statement
else?
by
Hanging
Mandeville
parts,
Police Chief
maybe.
Mitchell Hardy,
Third
their
trap,
activities
maybe.
have ceased over time. Now it appears
Ratchets,
that someone has
maybe.
taken an interest in the area once
Armor
again,
double
and this
pocket
time
mod.
they
I
are
forgot to check
stepping
my
up
mods, but I
their
think I'm
morbid
just gonna take
fascinations
this.
to a terrifying new plateau.
Fireman's on level 3. I think she did.
WDSU received an
Seconds
anonymous
count when
tip
fighting
around
fires.
11:20
Use this
last
technique to
night
increase
informing
attack
us that
speed
if
with
we wanted to
axes.
be the first on
Thanks for letting
scene
me
for
take
what
care
the
of
caller
you.
described as
And tell your
his
friends.
quote
So-
masterpiece, that we should hurry to 114 Shortcut Road. We arrived around the same time
Can I
as
put
the
another
first
one?
police
No.
cruisers
I'll
began
take
to
that
show
off,
up,
put that
and we
on.
were not allowed to bring our cameras into
No,
the
I
house.
think-
However, it became
Yep.
apparent from the reaction of the
I'm encumbered
officers
anymore.
reporting on
So
scene
I will
that
just
something
go ahead
horrific
and
had taken
sell
place in a
this.
small
That
town that
doesn't
once
Alright, let it
prided
out.
itself on its practically non-existent crime rate. I'm going to replay for you the call that we received last night from the unknown tipster. However, I must warn viewers at home
Come on.
that this audio recording is disturbing.
My masterpiece awaits those with curious eyes.
Okay, should I scrap them?
Will it be heard
I don't really
before the
need
soul
them, but
within
I guess
his
I'll
own
keep them for
voice
now.
dies forever? So many lies are
Put all
told.
these
So
away.
many false
Drop that.
messiahs speak.
This away.
So many fools listen. I have the truth. If you will come and bear witness. 114
Yeah, I don't need it.
Shortcut Road.
Alright.
The dead speak there. Jeff's killers worship a false god. Only the truth can open the door to freedom.
Let's go do these low tier missions.
As I said
For
before, we
homie.
are not allowed into the crime scene. However, a source working on the investigation did share with us a first-hand account of what he saw in the house.
Or am I? There's so many
Witness
things.
describes the scene as
Okay, there I am.
something from a horror
Okay, I'm
movie.
gonna cut through
The
here.
body of a man was nailed to the wall of the home. Rescuers believe the victim to still be living at the time of the discovery. As a faint voice was heard whispering from his mouth, however, upon further investigation, it was discovered that a small MP3 device was forced into the victim's mouth and was playing a recorded message on a constant loop. The identity of the victim has yet to be released, as the investigation is still ongoing. The contents of the recording are also being kept with police custody until further information becomes available. In other news,
4 days passed.
And I forgot to put the
and
recog
things
back in
were bad for
the
Dalton
fucking-
Bradshaw and Simon Lyman.
the base. That was the whole
The
point. I was
news
gonna
had
push
spread
it in there,
like
bro, but I
wildfire.
completely
The
forgot.
internet was burning up with stories
Oh,
about
well.
Mandeville's infamous Jeff the Killer.
I'll just
Rumors
take them
were
when I go
flying
use it
about.
next time.
Had
Oh,
Jeff
and
returned?
honestly,
Was there a copycat serial
and I was gonna build a
killer
new base anyway,
With a
so
cult-like youth that once called themselves Jeff's Killers finally organized and become violent. People were demanding answers, and the mayor's office, along with the chief of police, were stuck with a deluge of furious citizens wanting the truth. Sadly, for all of their efforts, no truths could be solidified yet. What the news had failed to report on the night of the
It's not.
murders on Shortcut Road was being
The red
pieced
light
together
right
by
there is
everyone
just
from
a
YouTube
glitch.
commenters to
think it is.
established news sources. However,
It is.
the Mandeville police who had the answers were ordered to remain silent. Any officer found responsible providing information to the press would be terminated on the spot. The chief of police, Mitchell Hardy, had raised the bar even higher by threatening his staff with criminal charges of malfeasance in office should any journalist become privy to information before he and the mayor were ready to have a press release. What had been found was something far too terrible to actually broadcast on the nightly news anyway. On arrival at 114 Shortcut Road, police discovered the body of Trent Vickers, a resident of Mandeville and known troublemaker. Vickers was in his mid-20s, played in a heavy metal band, and was a thorn in the side of law enforcement for years. Usually his crimes didn't extend past drunken outbursts after a night at the Green Room, a local club in the neighboring
I
town
think I'm
of
still on
Covington
level
that
tier
hosted
1
different musical
challenges for
acts.
this trader.
The Green Room was the closest thing that residents of North Shore could get to a New Orleans rock bar without having to drive across the lake. More than that, though, Vickers was a self-proclaimed founding member of Jeff's Killers. He had been generous.
Bro, what is
online
this
with his
turned
master
into?
plan to
Did I
create
listen
sovereign
to the...
communities
Is this
in
still the same
abandoned
video?
homes on Shortcut Road.
Yeah, Scars
This,
of
course, meant that he'd
Corruption.
be in direct conflict with the Mandeville police.
It's starting to get boring.
Drake, Arkansas.
I only
and
have
his
like 30
company.
minutes to go though,
When
so I guess
Arkansas
we'll
began his task of
troop it
clearing out
out.
the old house on Shortcut Road, he'd been met with an abundance of resistance from Vickers. Lots of confrontations filmed on cell phone cameras that found their way onto Vickers' YouTube channel. Lots of blogs calling Arkansas a fascist, comparing him to the early 20th century mobsters, complete with accusations that the entire Mandeville Police Department was in his back pocket. There was a lot of mudslinging in the form of comparing Drake, Arkansas to Maxwell Hayden. Vickers claimed that Arkansas's desire to clean up Shortcut Road was just another attempt at hiding the truth of what Mandeville really was, and how the lies and corruption discovered after Jeff Wood's rampage was simply repeating themselves under a different dictator. He created a few issues, such as blocking construction vehicles sent out by Arkansas, but eventually, like so many others, fed himself enough rope to let himself hang. In late 2016, when Arkansas really started ramping up his efforts to clear out Shortcut Road, Vickers decided to up the ante and started targeting actual members of Arkansas staff. He'd show up at the company headquarters with his cell phone camera rolling and conduct ambush interviews intending to humiliate anyone connected to Drake, Arkansas.
I'm on Churchill.
Free Mandeville,
That's
hosted by Trent Vickers. Sir, would you care to explain how you sleep at night knowing that your paycheck is coming from a fascist tyrant? Go away. I will not go away. Your company is attempting to destroy a community of sovereign, peaceful people who oppose corruption. We will not simply go away. Get a life. Yo, you're a fucking pig bastard. You a suck on the dick of your boss. Sir, you're gonna have to leave. I'm on a public sidewalk. Piss off, sir. You cannot harass the employees. What's your name and your badge number? Sir, you're gonna have to stop filming me with that. Name and badge number, you fucking pig! Vickers would often be given citations and was occasionally arrested for such demonstrations. It wasn't until he decided to target Arkansas's teenage daughter as she was leaving her high school that he finally found himself facing serious criminal charges. From YouTube video, Stupid People of the Suburbs, hosted by Hippie Hater. How does it feel to know your father's a fucking monster? Who are you? You know who the fuck I am? I'm the guy who's going to fuck your dad up the ass harder than he fucks you. What did you say to me? You heard me. What's the matter? Ashamed of your father? You should be. Yeah, fuck your dad just like that. You spoiled little cunt. Sir, you need to leave school grounds this second. This is a public school. My tax dollars pay for it. I have a right to be here, sir. I was informed that you made sexual suggestive comments to one of the students. I'm going to need to see your identification right now. Look, fuck you, okay? I know my rights. This is freedom of speech. Freedom of press. Sir, turn around. Place your hands behind your back.
Vickers, who'd found clever ways to escape the law on several occasions, was finally caught. He was charged with sexual misconduct towards a minor, for his comments directed at Arkansas's daughter. In a plea agreement with the district attorney, Vickers was able to avoid jail time, but was given 5 years probation, with the condition that he cease targeting any associates of Drake, Arkansas. He was also banned from going within 200 feet of Mandeville High School. Afterwards, he mostly vanished from the public eye. He played his gigs at the Green Room from time to time, and would occasionally post one of his video rants about conspiracies and such, but his mission to bring down Arkansas and his task force seems to have vanished altogether. Then, 4 nights ago, he was found by police, nailed to the wall of one of the last remaining abandoned homes on Shortcut Road that he'd once fought so hard to protect. Lodged in his mouth was a small voice recorder, playing the same bizarre and ominous message on a constant loop. The message wasn't safe, though, and had the recorder's batteries drained completely, the strange message of looming disaster may have never been heard at all.
From the recording found on the corpse of Trent Vickers, currently only accessible to members of the Mandeville Police and other law enforcement agencies.
Lies were locked. They keep us out.
good.
Truth. Truth is the key. If you open the door of truth, what will we find there? The dead beg for nothing. The living beg for relief. Relief from the hell that I have locked in evidence. No one is safe. Your lies protect you for so long, but now the truth shall shine bright. Liars fill their pockets with ill-gotten gold. Liars shall be held accountable. Liars shall be forced to stand before the door of truth and confess their sins.
Hell yeah.
Only then
Fuck
shall
that.
peace return. Dalton Bradshaw and Simon Lyman, you are the full players in the grand scheme before you. The true stars have yet to rise, though they shall soon enough. In the meantime, I
Wow.
promise that we will keep you both
That is
entertained.
pretty gay.
Be warned, though, your lives are of no real importance, and may be snuffed out at any time. Perhaps you should make haste
Because
and bring
what?
my stars to Mandeville. The victim and the liar must face the vindication. The longer you stall, the more death we shall bring to you. Remember,
Nah, fuck you guys.
only the truth can open the door to peace. Lies will only bring more death.
And an abrasion shoot with this.
Bradshaw and Lyman listened to this recording for probably the 100th time as they stood before the desk of Police Chief Mitchell Hardy. The chief was pissed.
There we go.
Had been pissed since the incidents began happening again.
So Matt.
Bradshaw
Take
felt
that,
his
take
stomach
that,
tighten
take
in
that.
anticipation for the ass chewing to come.
Popping pills is all
You
we
took-
know.
How?
I guess I'll take
How
that.
did this
Shotgun
get
Messiah.
so fucked up? The chief demanded.
Take that.
Yes, sir.
Gravedigger
We
mod.
did everything in our power to contain this. However, Dalton began.
I
was
wonder,
interrupted
do I
as the
have any
chief
more
continued his
slots?
rant.
Nah.
You had some pretty simple orders, Bradshaw.
Definitely
Keep this
not.
shit quiet.
So,
All you had to do was write up that incident at the Dermott house as a B&E that ended with the perp being
There we
killed
go.
in self-defense. Was that too fucking hard?
Working stiff.
And you, Lyman,
Got
I'm
for
not
me.
sure if your superiors
that.
in Baton Rouge
I
told
guess I'll
you
take
or
that as
not,
well.
but your whole purpose as
Shotgun
our
Messiah.
expert here was to conclude 100% that this had nothing to do with
Bunker
Jeffrey
Buster.
Woods. That incident from 2015, Jeff the Killer, is something that everyone just wants to fucking forget.
I
The
guess I'll sell it.
2015 incident was a disaster for everyone involved here. So why the hell is it that you managed to not only fail in your first goal, but then managed to somehow start a fucking sequel? No one wants a sequel to 2015. No one. Lyman looked up from his phone for just a moment to respond. I don't know about that, sir. Some people thought 2015 was handled well. I mean, sure, it wasn't perfection, but let's be honest, it didn't help that half the brass in this town went out of their way to cover the whole damn thing up. Maybe if they'd all just done their jobs in the first place instead of worrying about protecting one rich man, we wouldn't
Go.
be sitting here right now. Hardy looked
rifle
stunned.
parts, machine gun parts, and then I
He
guess
was not a
that's all
man
else.
used to be spoken back to, especially in his own office, where he made the policy
Can I make
and enforced the
lockpicks?
law. It did the situation no favors that the man currently talking down to
Nah, I
him was half
can't,
his
I
age
can't.
and wearing a T-shirt
Alright.
with something called a home.
I don't think I'm gonna go
runner
back
printed on
in
the front.
time.
Who the hell do you
to-
think you are? He asked, his voice more stunned now than angry. I don't think I'm anything. However, I know that I'm a state agent. I know that my boss has the governor on speed dial. Can you say the same thing? know
I
that
might be able to
my
complete
boss
it real
told
quick
me
and
to
grab another
disregard
one.
your
Yeah, I think I
request
will.
that I come down here just to whitewash the incident. I also know that you, as chief of police, must be aware that instructing a government agent to falsify a report is a pretty hefty charge. Maybe that's the way that you're used to doing things here, but it's not the way I do business, Chief. I was told to come down here and conduct a real investigation. Now, you have a serious problem on your hands here, Chief. The fact that you haven't held a press conference yet is making you look like shit as well. So, maybe I'll just call one
Saw
today.
that.
See, I have every legal right to seize the recordings found in the crime
Andy's
scene,
special
and
jobs.
if you keep acting like a fucking asshole,
Should I do
I
that?
might just do that.
Fuck!
I'll go ahead
2150.
and
Dang
deputize
it.
Detective Bradshaw here as an official attachment to the state.
I think that's what I need to
litigation
do to get the next tier anyways.
That way, we don't need to deal with
Alright.
you at all anymore. Do you think perhaps
What should I
that
do in the
would
meantime?
be a good idea? Or
I'll go grab
who knows,
that
maybe
care
I'll call the
package.
governor myself, let him know that you, suburban snobs, are obstructing justice down here. Again. Yeah.
We'll go from
How'd
there.
you like that? Chief Hardy was speechless.
I guess we'll start
He
building.
wasn't sure if Lyman could do half the things that he just threatened
Our
to do.
defense
but
fort
the
there.
idea of this young punk calling a press conference was enough to scare him into compliance, at least for the time being. He took a deep breath and plastered on a fake smile. Gentlemen, perhaps I've been a bit too harsh.
Ah,
just
my
now.
freaking stream
This has
lagged
been
again.
stressful for us all.
I restarted again.
But
I've
the
been
mayor
streaming for
barking
like
at me
3-4
since
hours
this
now.
began, demanding that we close this case quickly. I shouldn't have taken this out on you, Agent Lyman.
No, not a bear.
I apologize. No worries, Chief. Now, me and Dalton have some police work to do. I think I may have just found our next big break. Dalton, who'd been shocked into silence by his younger partner's sudden outburst, found his voice again.
What? Did CSI find something from the house?
I thought it closed at 2200 exactly.
I found something on YouTube.
From the
Here it
YouTube
is.
channel, Jay Navarre. Uploaded by Jane,
Is it another new town?
Arkansas.
So you think this is
A little extension of the
You think
town?
this
Of
is a
the
joke now?
residential part?
People are dying.
What we
Something
got?
much
Like
larger
that.
is behind this.
Cobblestone's pretty good.
If you're crazy
Bigger.
enough to think some disfigured kid is running around in the shadows creating all of this, then you deserve it. I know things. My father received threats from lots of sources before his death. He was too close to it all. He tried to erase Mandeville's past with his money, but what lies beneath the surface is something so broken and rotting on the inside that money can't clean it. There are people out there with very close connections to the situation from 2015. Okay, that still has agendas and goals. None of those goals are good. I've spent a lot of time looking into this. Trust me, that this didn't just start with the attack at Dermot's.
Oh, I have
This
another
has been
bear.
going on for years. Expelling Maxwell Hayden and replacing him with my father did not fix anything. Removing corrupt officials from office and allowing them to run and hide in the shadows did not fix anything. Lives were ruined, lives were lost, and I'm pretty sure minds were lost as well. My father was onto something before he was murdered. He figured something out, something that runs much deeper than Jeffrey Woods, Maxwell Hayden, or any one person. If you want the truth, go back to the beginning. I will continue to release information as I put it together. To the law enforcement officials, the ones that are investigating this matter, know one thing right now. There is a massive
Shit,
smoke
I mean, it's
screen
literally
being
right
put in
here
front of
next
you.
to my.
And that smoke screen is Jeff the Killer. Don't let the sensationalism around his case
I know they're right
distract
here.
you.
The Cracker Book?
Look
No, Cracker
deeper.
Cafe.
I'll be. Prodigal daughter returns. Simon mumbled.
How does she know about the incident with the Dermot family?
I would venture to guess that by now, Lane Dermot has spilled the beans to at least a couple of people. That kid didn't strike me as the type who would keep a secret for long.
Okay, we're gonna go talk with
Dude, his
Jane
name is Drink
Arkansas and find out what she knows.
Dances.
If her father really was receiving death threats, I want to know what those threats were and who they came from.
It would make sense that he might be a target. He did step in for Maxwell Hayden, and he didn't exactly have a low profile while doing it. Between pissing off the crazies that hung out on
Right
Shortcut
here,
Road,
then.
to probably picking off a ton of Mandeville's older and wealthier elite, his list of enemies could be a mile long. Simon's cell phone chimes, indicating a text message. Hey, more good news, I guess. Looks like the tech guys finally cracked that CD we found. Today is turning out to be interesting.
Where to first, Jane Arkansas or the CD?
Simon considered for a moment and then answered. CD for sure. We'll have plenty of time to talk with Jane. Whatever's
Block
on that
Factory,
CD,
huh?
though, is directly from these assholes. And I just gotta know
Is he
what's
dead
going
already?
to start out of there.
Okay. I was sort of hoping the chief would be gone by the
Hey,
time
punk.
we go back into the station, but whatever, fuck that guy. Get this done.
Simon and Dalton returned to Mandeville's police station and prepared to view the contents of the DVD left for them the night that they were almost off the road. Now hurry the fuck up, Dalton. The uniform officer called as the two investigators walked into the control booth of the Mandeville police station. The techie looked as though he just discovered the Holy Grail, or the Fountain of Youth. Without being asked, the tech immediately went into an explanation that neither Dalton nor Simon really understood. It took me several days, but I finally cracked the encryption on that DVD. Seems that whoever burned the information on that disk used several variations of encryption software. Most likely the guy got a hold of the encrypt disk and just tampered with the codes a bit. He knew that we'd be throwing government-grade decryption at it, so I guess he wanted to make sure that we got the point. And exactly what point would that be? Dalton asked. Well, my guess would be that he just wanted us to know that he knew what we were doing. He clearly wanted us to crack the code. I mean, why else leave us the disk? No. I think this was more or less a bit of computer saber rattling. Just a way of making sure that we knew he isn't an amateur. Well, how about we stop torturing ourselves with delayed gratification and get down to business? Simon said jovially.
Isn't the chief gonna come out and watch?
He said he'll watch later. I think he's preparing that press conference that everyone wants. I saw him going over paperwork. Another officer replied. The techie pushed the button and the video began.
From DVD left behind by Jimmy 4x4 during investigation into the attack on Dermot. Property of Mandeville Police. Evidence number 2461022.
I think I built this completely wrong.
If you're hearing this and believe somewhere that this is meant to be a profound question, you can stop. People choose to lie because they're human. They're weak, pathetic. They hide, they cheat, they destroy. All of this is done so they can reside in the shadows for a short while longer before eventually being forced to face the truth. One of my most central players has recently come forward, cast into light. It's still hiding behind a mask of lies. Did he do it for the money? Did he do it for forgiveness? That is one mystery that I intend to solve.
What appears to be a video shot on a camcorder or low-quality video recording device appears. Footage shows two police cars parked outside of the former home of Jeffrey Woods. Two youths, clearly Jeffrey and Lou Woods, from 2015, are then seen walking up to the front door of their home. The timestamp on the video confirms that this was filmed on the day Jeff and Lou fought Randy and his friends at the video store.
To the officers who are attempting to make sense of this, know that events of today were set into motion many years ago. Nothing here is random. Nothing here is chaotic. Everything, from the profound to the mundane, has been analyzed and
We need
predicted.
one more. Right?
Video of
Yeah.
Shayna and Jeffrey Woods. Arriving at the house of Bridget Hayden appears.
Truth is actually far more delicate than lies. Lies are man-made after all. Products of intelligent craft.
I may have messed
A
up though.
lie can be built upon, improved upon, and strengthened. Most like a simple fort that eventually grows into a castle, which eventually becomes a village, and finally, a city.
Nah, I think
Truth,
that's fine.
however, is fragile, as it can only exist as it is. It cannot be improved or fortified. It cannot be developed into a superior product by group collaboration. The truth is only the truth. Nothing can be added or taken away.
Video of the ambulance parked outside Hayden's home appears on the screen. A stretcher is shown taking Jeffrey Woods from the garage to the ambulance.
The truth existed that day for only a brief period. Randy, Keith, Troy, and Jeff all knew the truth. That delicate fact existed until the moment Officer William arrived. At that point, it was polluted into a lie.
Video appears of Randy Hayden in court at his inquest hearing. The judge is smiling contently as he writes notes. Randy steps down from the stand and joins his father.
Who can be trusted now? Now that blood has been spilled onto the floor, who can we turn to? A still image of Lou Woods, signing copies of his book in New York City bookstores shown. And even when the truth is told, some move quickly to
No,
believe the
why
truth.
did my game crash,
Video
bro?
shows the outside of the fireworks booth, with the interview between Benny Rosenberg
and Jeffrey Woods took place. The footage, shot at night, shows Jeff Woods exiting the fireworks stand and quickly looking around before walking briskly into the dark woods behind the booth.
There's much more truth to be found. You made it this far. Let's continue our journey. Observe.
The video continues to show the fireworks booth, and from the corner of the screen, a figure can be seen approaching the entrance of the tiny building.
The truth has become so twisted that by now, I can safely assume that you know nothing. You may learn more as you go, should you survive. Be warned though, I'm not a friend. I am not some wise mentor here to lead you to enlightenment. I am a bearer of truth. But never forget
I'm gonna get
that
a bowl of
honesty
cereal,
and
BRB.
peace do not always travel together. I shall guide you, but not with the gentle hand of a shepherd, but rather the firm hand of a taskmaster. This will not be a pleasant journey. You cannot escape this now. You cannot opt out. Should you still question the severity of the infection caused by the lies and corruption within Mandeville, allow me to demonstrate just how critical the situation has become.
The screen flashed to solid red.
Kill one now.
Dalton raised an eyebrow, his mind swirling with question. He glanced toward Simon to voice his quandaries, and suddenly felt all the color drain from his face. He drew in a breath to call out a warning. He felt his muscles tensed as he prepared to lunge forward. However, everything happened far too quickly for any reaction to lend aid. One of the uniformed officers, a guy whose name Dalton wasn't even sure he knew, drew his pistol from his holster. The officer aimed the gun directly behind Simon's head. Simon, whose attention had been locked completely onto the video playing on the screen before him, never even realized what was happening directly behind him. In the next second, the officer fired his pistol at point-blank range into the back of Simon's head. The report was deafening in the small room, and every cop was momentarily stunned. Dalton, who watched the event unfold, reached for his pistol. His first instinct was to shoot the apparent rogue cop. Then he realized that if the rogue died, so too did the truth of what the hell just happened. As Simon's corpse fell to the ground in a graphic display of spraying blood and falling brain matter, the rogue cop placed his pistol to his own head. "What the fuck are you doing?" Dalton screamed. Smiling, the officer replied in a manic,
You know what? I think I'm gonna hop off for the
rising
night.
voice.
Thank you everybody for
"Serving my
watching.
purpose.
Catch y'all the next stream.
The truth opens the door, Detective Bradshaw.